Welcome to the OP Origins channel. Today, we're diving into a brand new story. Before we begin, let's take a quick look at the main plot of this series. In a future where Earth is a memory, humanity has claimed the planet Novus, only to bring its oldest curse, unending war. Luca, an orphan with nothing to lose, joins the Accretion Imperial Guard, an elite legion where soldiers trade their flesh for cybernetic perfection. Alongside his noble friend Ailey, Luca navigates a world where status is everything and weakness is a death sentence. However, the true cost of power becomes clear during a brutal encounter with the Holy Korite Alliance. After witnessing a senior guard fighting with his head blown off, Luca realizes he isn't just becoming a soldier, he is being transformed into a monster. As political conspiracies tighten around him, Luca finds himself caught between his loyalty to the Empire and his fading humanity. Forced to act as a watcher for the Emperor, he must decide if he will strike down the man who raised him or succumb to the cold, mechanical fate of the Guard. Bad-Born Blood is a gripping, emotional journey of sacrifice and identity, exploring whether a soul can survive when the body is replaced by titanium and steel. And now, let the story begin. This is all for the Empire. To get rid of the enemies who pose a threat to the Emperor and the Empire's people. There is no other reason for the existence of the Imperial Guard. The Earth of the future where technology had developed significantly. However, this did not mean hope for humanity. Due to the unending war caused by lack of resources, Earth continued to be destroyed. And humanity kept expanding into other planets. In the end, life on Earth ended. Due to an invasion by unknown alien species. However, the survivors of humanity wandered through space. And end up finding a planet similar to Earth after a long journey. Humanity decided to call this new planet Novus, meaning new home. They sent out the coordinates of this new home to all of space. With this, all humans who had been scattered throughout space began gathering at Novus. The Bellato Federation. Where countless alien species are mixed amongst the Earthlings. The Accretion Empire. That possesses a powerful army of soldiers with machinated physiques. The Holy Korite Alliance. With priests who possess force energy as well as mental fortitude. However, there were finite resources even on Novus. As a result, humanity, once again, prepared for a war. To monopolize resources. Accretion Empire Accretion Machination Lab. You're next. You've got bad luck, you're gonna be subject to a lot of comparisons. This is where you're supposed to show His Majesty what you're capable of. So do not forget that this is a very important day for you trainees. Accretion Imperial Guard Commander Hemilis Castoria. We'll see who's the unlucky one. Accretion Imperial Guard Trainee Luca. Did you say your name was Luca? You better live up to my expectations. I will. I need to be at least capable of dodging and blocking bullets. It's a necessary skill in order to become an official part of the Imperial Guards. I have completed all the simulation training in the most extreme situations. I am a soldier in training of the Imperial Guards with heightened spatial awareness thanks to the senses and perception reinforcement procedure. The opponents are 5 death row inmates with cheap cybernetic equipment. That should only take me 10 seconds. However, this is an opportunity for me to make a good impression on the Emperor. I need to do something noteworthy. Could I do that? I have never done it before. But I must make it happen here. I need to heighten my senses to the maximum. I did it. I surpassed my limits. That should raise my value. I didn't think you would use ballistic trajectory control. It shouldn't be in the curriculum yet. I just copied a guy who went before me. That guy was from a renowned household, he was already taught the curriculum in advance. He's different from someone like you, who's from an orphanage. I like you, I'll give you a gift. A gift? You're not fazed at all. You must have done great on your pain tolerance training, Luca. I like you. I'm glad. It's an eye I would have taken out eventually anyway. I would like to request for an eye that has the feature to predict trajectories. I'm number 12, Ilay. I wanted to talk to you, number 32, Luca. Sorry, was that too sudden? Come in. You were really good back there, I was impressed. You're in the wrong place if you wish to exchange praises, young master. Ilay Karthika. Looks like it'll be really hard to become your friend. With just his aura. I can tell that he's the son of the famous noble household, Karthika. Logically speaking, there is no need for me to be so aggressive to someone from a noble household. Let's see. I guess you can chalk it up to envy. But let's just say that I'm tired for now. Here. I came to give you this. It'll decrease your sensitivity, so that you can rest better. I don't need it. You won't be able to train well tomorrow if you don't get a good rest. You should be well aware that mental fortitude can't carry you through everything. It's different from those knockoffs made in the streets. You were pretty good too, Ilay. I just copied you. I have a mechanical eye for combat, so it's not hard to calculate trajectory. Your actions were much more impressive since you pulled it off with just your instincts. It seemed like the commander took notice of you, and irregular, too. I assume that's why he's gifting you a mechanical eye out of his own pocket. I just tried really hard throughout the training. Nobility is excellent while the lower class is powerless, after all. I can't let go of a rare opportunity like this as a lower class citizen. Nobility is excellence. You may have passed the selection process, but you know there are guys who failed it, don't you? I bet there are people who paid money to manipulate the results. That's possible. There is no proof, but it's something I strongly believe. Those like you without any support system have never failed the advanced soldier cultivation process. Because it means that you guys made it here with just your skill. I didn't expect to hear a noble tell me that not all nobles are excellent. I never considered this. What does this guy want to tell me? Luca. I think people like you are the ones who should succeed. I'll be cheering you on. I plan on it. This is all. For the Empire. This story follows the chronicles of a boy being raised as a military weapon. In the tyrannical empire, Acretia. Planet Novus. A planet similar to Earth made up of three forces, they are the Free Belatian Federation, Acretian Empire, and Holy Korite Alliance. All headshots, and from that distance, I guess it's not for nothing you received the highest grade. Are you already used to your right eye implant? Close combat weapons are your specialty, but you're also skilled with guns, that's not fair. It's an Imperial Guard's duty to be skilled with all weapons. Also, I don't want to hear it from the guy who got the second highest grade and only left one hole with all those bullets. Guns are my specialty though. You should be competing with me for first, but keep up the lax attitude and I'll leave you in the dust. I would be happy if you did. Like I said before, I'm rooting for you. The Empire needs more people like you. People don't know the worth of true skill and talent in the Empire today. Status and wealth is all it takes to hide incompetence. But if we can get more truly skilled irregulars like you, then maybe people will start to be able to discern what true competence is. I lay. What you just said sounds like an insult to the Empire's system. If I were to report what you just said to the higher-ups, not even your status as a Kartika would get you any leniency. If you were really going to report me, you wouldn't have just said that. I know that you're a good person. But thanks for worrying about me, Luca. Second year of training, third quarter. Luca and Ilai will be your platoon leaders for this drill. If anyone has a problem with that, take it up with them now. Otherwise, I'll continue with your instructions. Across that canyon is an illegal Korite outpost built on our territory. This drill will test your performance in real battle. Take no prisoners. Kill them all. Our first real battle. What, you nervous? We've already killed people during our training. Still, this is our first time fighting a different faction. Though I guess Bellato and Korra also stem from Earthling civilization just like Akrisha. Don't let worthless sentiments get your guard down, Ilai. You realize those senior Imperial Guards aren't here to keep us safe, don't you? Full mech suit Legion. They're probably just here to watch us and kill anyone who gets taken captive. I agree that the Imperial Guard has no need for fools who can't even take care of themselves. The other factions are mere moths eating away at novice. Don't forget what we learned. Those guys have done nothing but use and deceive the Empire. Yeah. That's what we've been taught. None of these Korites are adequately armed. We'll be finished with this drill pretty. Mommy. He's just a little kid. He's frozen with fear. An unarmed civilian bystander. This would be easier if he was carrying a gun. D*****it. Take no prisoners. Kill them all. Don't hesitate. He's just another resource-sucking parasite. Lie down and play dead, that's the only way you'll be able to live. I shouldn't be doing this. If the higher-ups find out, my life will be at risk. It's not too late to go back and finish him. Ilai. How long was he there? Did he see everything? Stay calm, he's not going to report me for hesitating. But if any of the other cadets had seen that, I'll have to tell him thanks. Ilai. Accretion scum. Did the explosion just now come from that guy? I don't see a weapon, and yet he caused an explosion. That must mean. That's the Force. There's a Force user here. This place isn't a military outpost, it's just a settlement. The people you killed were just trying to do what they could to survive. Did the captain know he'd be here? If he had told us ahead of time, Ilai wouldn't be. I let my guard down, Luca, I'm sorry. Sai, I'll take care of things, just hang in there. My hesitation put someone else in danger. I've already learned several different strategies for fighting with force users. I'll do whatever it takes to make up for this. Leave this guy to me, the rest of you split up and take control of the outpost. Where are you punks going? Just as I thought, he was trying to buy his people time to escape. The force requires physical movement before you cast. This guy's using hand gestures. If I can just catch on to the momentary flickers of space, I'll be able to read where the explosions will be. I want to drag this out into a fight of endurance. But if I keep up these high-speed maneuvers for long, my body will be the first to give out. I have to go at him while I can still maintain max speed. Faster. Got him. I'm dead. No way. You're just a kid. If that guy had been more decisive, I'd be dead right now. But Korites are fanatics who show no tolerance for anyone who thinks differently than them. So why did he hesitate? Move. Don't get caught up in emotions during battle. All this is for the Empire. To eliminate any enemies who would threaten the Emperor and his subjects. The Imperial Guard's sole reason for being is in this. Spare us. Please. I beg you. How did it feel to be at death's door, Luca? Mind your own business, Ailey. And don't forget that you nearly died too. They gave me new limbs this time. What did you get changed? My back was destroyed, so they replaced my spine with titanium and added artificial skin. I guess my whole body will be completely artificial in a few decades anyway. So what's a couple parts changed out ahead of time, you know? Captain must have known there was a force user among them, don't you think? And the reason he didn't say anything was that he wanted to test us. Considering that none of the senior Imperial Guards stepped in, they must have thought we had it under control. In any case, it's not like anyone died. Isn't that weird to you? Neither I nor that cadet that got hit full on by the force died. It's just too strange to call a stroke of luck. That force user probably never intended to kill us. You're just a kid. But I'm already a warrior and soldier. If he spared me on account of being a kid, that only reflects his own softness. That pathetic mercy of his will be to blame for even more Korite deaths in the future. I hope he gnashes his teeth in regret as he watches me kill his comrades from the afterlife. Luca, why did you let the Korite kid live? Can you tell me what your reason was? You talk too much. Are you sure they didn't add another mouth instead of an arm? I made a mistake. But it won't happen again. You've now completed your second year in the Imperial Guard's 4-year training program. Give the incoming class a good example to follow as their seniors. That especially goes for Luca and Ailey, our top 2 cadets. You two might even become centurions someday. I urge you to devote yourselves to the Emperor and his subjects. Yes, sir. A centurion. The Imperial Guard's formation is neat and simple. There are 1,000 members who make up 10 centurii, and the captain is at the top. This captain, otherwise known as the Chiliarch, is also directly in charge of the 1st centuria. That is all, carry on with your training. And as for cadets like me, once our bodies have been entirely mechanized, we will be enlisted in the 10th centuria, the lowest unit. And if you rise to the top of the unit to become the 10th centurion, your future is practically guaranteed. Ailey definitely got stronger after getting his new and improved arms. However, Luca 124, Ailey 0. I really thought I could win this time. Why are we going through all this trouble if we can just switch out for better parts to get stronger? It seems like you've been more focused ever since the instructor's little speech. I guess what he said about becoming centurions really gave you a bolster. Of course it did. People who have a background in the Imperial Guard get treated as elites wherever they go. At this point, our backgrounds don't matter anymore anyway. Why don't you relax a little? Unlike you, I don't have a home I can return to. If I fail to advance, the only way I can go is down. You've got talent, Ailey, but you don't seem very serious about all this. Why in the world are you trying to become a member of the Imperial Guard? Is that how I come off? I used to want to be a scholar. An archaeologist studying the ancient arcane civilization. If that's what you want, then just do it. The Empire prohibits people from researching about the arcane on their own. Plus, my family has produced several generals over the generations. No way they were gonna let me become anything but a soldier. So you're sad that you can't have the job you want. Cry me a river. The slums are filled with people who don't even know if they'll live to see the end of the day. Most are just grateful if they have something to eat. I knew you'd say that. I was just letting you in on my secret since you're my friend, Luca. Someone could take what you said as being critical of the Empire. If I tell the higher-ups, it'll be all over for you. But you won't. Just like I won't tell your secret. I only hesitated because he was a civilian. I would have gone back and killed that kid myself if you hadn't stepped in. My loyalty lies with the Empire and Emperor, the ones who recognize my ability. Any enemy of the Empire is an enemy of mine. You're no exception, Ailey. Liar. If you were actually obedient to the Empire and not just loyal, then you would have tried to kill me on the spot. Don't be so hard on yourself, Luca. Fool. You're gonna get yourself killed acting like that, idiot. Third year of training, active recon mission. Unexplored neutral territory. These are arcane ruins. To think that hundreds of millions of years have gone by and these structures still hold traces of energy. Isn't it amazing, Luca? Before we humans ever existed, there were already civilizations roaming the universe. That guy needs to learn how to stay in line. Don't get distracted, Ailey. This recon mission is part of our training. If we encounter another faction here, we'll be going straight into battle. Whatever, if enemies too powerful for us show up, I'm sure our senior Imperial Guards will help out. Seriously. The present exists thanks to the past. And we can use those records to predict our future as well. If you think of it like that, it's not strange that some people are interested in history. Acretia Imperial Guard trainee Claude Ramones. Claude. The son of a renowned family, though not as prestigious as House Kartika. Luca, can I ask you something? I like you, are you dating anyone? Come any closer and I'll consider you hostile. You don't have to get so defensive. If you don't already have a woman. I just wanted to set you up with my younger sister. But, I'm an orphan or nobility, either way you're likely to be my future boss. Just think about it, she's a cute girl. Someone's popular. Shut up. There are signs of life. Ailey's team, cover us from behind. Claude and I will take the front. There's something up ahead. S******. That's a Korite paladin. Run. Claw. Clawed. If you don't already have a woman. I just wanted to set you up with my younger sister. One moment, the spear flashed. The next, Claude's torso is gone. Do your job, God **** robot eye. Whatever it takes, I have to predict the path of that spear. Luca, pull it together. Don't just stand there. We need to buy time. I lay. Right, even if we run, we won't be able to shake the paladin. There's only one way we survive this. We have to stand our ground until the Imperial Guard gets here. If we can just survive for 10 seconds. Those Imperial Guards who are watching us will be here. But that may be easier said than done. Death. Am I going to die? I couldn't possibly survive that long against this monster. Trainee. You look like a pig before the slaughter. Run away like that and you'll just get shot in the back. If your enemy swings a sword, you swing back. The Imperial Guard has no room for weaklings. I gotta move. Before the spear does. Luca. Well, there goes my hand. But at least I blocked the spear. Here comes the next attack. I lay. He wasn't aiming for me. I'm alive. A member of the Imperial Guard using the Empire's weapon, Legion, versus a force-wielding Korite paladin. Which one is stronger? Their blades are moving too fast for my eyes to track. So this is the level an Imperial Guard fights at. Please, let it be the Imperial Guard who wins. Something occurred to Luca in that instant. He had experienced the spear's speed and force. But the Imperial Guard didn't even know of its existence. It was highly unlikely that he would be able to counter it. D***** it. If the guard dies, I'm dead too. I have to do something. Please. Please. Miss. What happened? Who survived? If the Korite paladin came out on top, I'm screwed. Please. 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 Well done, trainee. Thanks to you, I managed to beat that knight. Did you sustain injuries to your stomach? I must have gotten hurt while dodging the force spear attacks. I can carry you, let's get you back home. Legion, a full mech suit given by the Empire to members of the Imperial Guard. By removing all the weak mechanisms unnecessary for battle. It's a weapon meant to make you the strongest fighter on the battlefield. To be granted the Imperial Guard's emblematic Legion is every trainee's dream. But how are you still living with your head blown off? Are you a human? Or a machine? My head was blown off. Holy S******. What I've wanted to become. This whole time, was, this monster. I'm cold. My body won't stop shaking. Will I be able to survive until backup comes? To think this is the last thing I'll see before I die. You alive, Luca? Eiley, you made it. Yeah, barely. And the others. Everyone died except us. Are your wounds deep? Yeah, I'm gonna die soon. Eiley. What are you gonna do now? Look, straight ahead. The life you want is across that way. Isn't that the direction of Korat and Bellato? Yeah, what you're looking for isn't in the Empire. You can go, I'll be fine. Reinforcements will be here soon. If they find us, we'll have to go back to the Empire. Hurry, Eiley, you have to go. His skill and background guaranteed him success. Any citizen of the empire would have wanted to be in his position. I really can't understand you, Ailey. But when you told me of your dream, you were full of light. So, I hope you can get the life that you desire. I mean it. What are you doing? The way you were talking, it seemed like you actually might be dying. But if you die like this, there's no way I'd be able to live with myself. Sigh. Seriously, you have got to be kidding me. Picking out a new arm. Then I'd recommend this one, the F-24 Reyes. It has an easy learning curve, so you'll be able to return to duty quickly, and its specs are probably way better than your old one. Ailey, you need to quit popping up out of nowhere like that. Oops, did I scare you? Sorry. As soon as I safely returned to the Empire and finished recovering, I was summoned all over the place for investigations. The tragedy involving one Imperial Guard and several cadets that day was named the Korite Paladin Encounter Incident. I thought I was going to be questioned about what happened, but surprisingly, that wasn't what I was summoned for. Did you hear? They're saying that an artifact was discovered at the ruins where we were? Everyone's talking about who the rightful owner should be. So then it's true that he was after that spinning cube. Has anyone retrieved it? I heard they're putting together a team of experts for that. If the Korra Alliance refuses to forfeit the ruins and artifact to us, we could end up with a large-scale battle on our hands. And were we to enter into all-out war with Korra, it would only be good news for the Bellato Federation. So up until now, we've tried to keep the fighting on a local level to make the losses more manageable, but I'm not interested in politics. I just fight as ordered. That's what Imperial Guards do. Imperial Guards. When I reported talking with that Imperial Guard even after he had lost his head, the captain explained it in the following terms. A phantom phenomenon induced by residual signals. But was it really caused by residual signals like he says? No, he responded to my words even after he had already died. That's no mere phantom phenomenon. My questions remained unanswered. But I'm not about to go digging around looking for answers the authorities refuse to give. I'm not that foolish. There's a gorgeous place within the cadet training facilities that doesn't fit in with the rest of its surroundings. The visitor's room. A space for friends and family who want to meet with the cadets. Having grown up in the orphanage, I never thought I'd have a reason to come here. So this visitor is rather unexpected. Lillian Ramones. Little sister of the recently deceased Claude, what is she doing here? Could it be she's here to interrogate me since I was the one in charge when her brother died? I hope you don't think that I'm here to blame you for my brother's death. Ever since my brother decided to become a member of the Imperial Guard, my family has been braced for the possibility that this would happen. I came today simply because I wanted to meet you, Luca. Claude talked about you a lot. He said you were a skilled comrade. And he asked if I'd be interested in getting to know you. Then he must have told you about my background as well. Yes, and I think that makes it all the better. We wouldn't have to go through all those unnecessary formalities. You're making it sound as if you want to go out with me. Are you not interested? I hardly know anything about you, Lillian. Why don't you get to know me, then? But why me? Isn't it enough that this is what Claude wanted? I think this is a good offer for you too, and everyone will envy you. That's true, I have no reason to reject this offer. What lower-class boy would pass up the opportunity to get involved with a girl from a good family? I've come this far thinking that I'd do anything in order to succeed in life. To be fortunate enough to marry into a noble family and reinvent my future. Nothing could be better. And this opportunity fell right into my lap. That's why. I'm all the more reluctant. No thank you. What? Goodbye. Even recently, I thought that Ali was a fool for wanting to leave the empire even though he was born into a life of luxury. Funny that I'm now acting just as foolish, hanging everything on a mere hunch. Being of a noble family, Lillian might take offense at my choice. I just hope that nothing bad will come of all this. I suppose I was a bit hasty, Luca. Let's start off as friends. That's not what I was. Okay, then I'll come visit you again next time. See you then. It's not gonna be easy to get rid of that one, is it? Akrisha Physical Training Facility. I never thought I'd see the day you sought me out of your own accord. Akrisha's Imperial Guard martial arts instructor Kinyuan. I came to learn some moves from you. Don't have anything left to learn when it comes to martial arts, your skill is already incredible. Few cadets in the history of the Guard have ever been at your level, frankly. Meaning there have in fact been some who were better than me. Being best among the cadets isn't enough. There's no need to be so ambitious. Kinyuan is the cadets' martial arts instructor. He's strong but not as intimidating as other instructors. Unlike other instructors and Imperial Guards, he uses an ordinary, low-powered robotic body. In terms of physical strength, my new arm must be 10 times as powerful as his. The only disadvantage I have is that I'm not a complete cyborg yet, so my fleshy parts aren't very durable. If I can't win against even an opponent of this caliber, there's no way I could face someone even stronger like that Korite paladin. I'd still appreciate your help. If you insist. Now, come at me. Were you wanting to test out your new arm? He may be a retired Imperial Guard. But it's not like I thought these attacks would work on him. But if I close the gap between us while throwing these punches, and then try to end it with my greater physical strength. I've got him. Wah! How am I in the air right now? I don't know what that was about, but that's not enough to take me. What happened? As if underestimating your opponent wasn't enough. You even let yourself get distracted during the fight. What's the rush, Luca? What's the rush, Luca? What happened just now? Considering the trajectory of my first attack, it should have hit Kinyuan right in the jaw. But the moment he touched my arm, my body lurched out of control. Or maybe it was more like the energy that I threw at him rebounded to dig into my own body. What in the world did you just do? That was my personal self-defense skill. Could you teach it to? You want to learn something that does this to you? All expedients come with a price. Luca, what did you feel and learn from our little match just now? It felt like I was under a spell. Like I wasn't able to control my own body. That was Acey's victima. Commonly known as the Acey's tactic. Wait, isn't that a self-defense skill used by thugs in the streets? But what you just showed me seemed powerful enough for the Empire to adopt as an official combat tactic. Actually, the higher-ups did consider it, but it has 3 main drawbacks. Like that, it's hard to learn. You're a bright thinker, Luca. What else? I'm guessing the abnormality occurring in your cerebral processes is an adverse side effect. Correct, and I suppose you couldn't know what the third issue is right now. If it means getting stronger, I'm willing to accept the risk. That's not up to you to decide. You're already an asset of the Empire. How much do you think they've spent on you so far? But answer me this. If you do learn the ACE's tactic, you'll eventually develop neural abnormalities. Will you swear to stop learning it when that time comes? If I try lying, he'll see right through me. I can't swear that I will, but I'll try. I like that honesty. When you're with me in the future, always be prepared for an attack. No matter the situation. You mean? Get up, I prefer teaching at a fast pace. Luca, have you been sleeping all right? I just have something going on. It's been a month since I started my daily training sessions with Kinyuan. If you can't figure it out through imitation, then me explaining won't help you learn it either. He didn't really teach me anything. He wanted me to learn for myself. From what I've gathered, this ACE's tactic is different from anything else I've ever learned. If the combat techniques that I had learned before focused on mastering specific skills, ACE's is about pushing those techniques to their absolute limits. In other words, it's an advanced battle system by which I can use weapons already in my possession, in order to formulate the most effective strategies in an instant. It's basically a way to utilize the brain. Eiley, how did the mission go? Nothing interesting, just took care of a malfunctioning android. All of my missions have been like this recently, it's all child's play. Guess the higher-ups are being careful because of the business with Cora. That's probably why we haven't seen the captain either. No, that's not why, I heard about it at home. If the captain is involved, it must be something big like a revolt. It is. I don't know the specifics, but there's a group plotting a revolt. We're in the middle of a Cold War with Cora and people are trying to start a rebellion. How ridiculous. If we just discount things like this as ridiculous, the Empire will grow corrupt. I warned you, Eiley. I can overlook you being a maverick within the Empire. But become an outright enemy of the Empire and not even I can let it slide. I passed the Imperial Guard aptitude test just like you, Luca. I only said what I said because I think it's necessary for the Empire. Just calm down, okay? Don't say things people could take the wrong way. I don't want to see your name on the list of traitors. I know, I wouldn't have said it in front of anyone else. Take it easy, Luca. I'll treat you to something tasty this weekend, okay? I have plans this weekend. And don't talk to me anymore, it's annoying. Plans, with a girl. Get lost. Acretia Lower Class Zone. It's been a while for you, hasn't it? It's a place that's familiar to both of us, since we're both from the lower class. The day I became an Imperial Guard cadet, I swore I'd never come back here. I didn't want to breathe the same air as these pathetic people any longer. Well, you are the type to reach for success, aren't you? When he told me to make time on the weekend, I wasn't expecting this. Hey, move it. You were the one standing in the way, Jacka ***. The air in the lower class zone burns your eyes. Geothermal energy from the lava bed below the capital is used as energy to support the whole city. But the heat and pollutants that don't get filtered in the plants are discharged here. I spent my whole childhood breathing this musty air. It made me feel like I'd be a loser my whole life if I stayed here, so I wanted to escape no matter what. Screw this place. This way, Luca. Is this the black market? This your first time? Yeah, it wasn't rare for kids to visit the black market out of curiosity only to never be seen again, you know? Kinyuan knows his way around this zone. To think someone with decades of experience as an Imperial Guard knows the streets better than me. And he forced me to equip low-powered arms and legs for this outing. Just what does he want to do? Get ready, Luca. Halt, the entrance for spectators is on the main road. I'm here to see your manager. You know Aleph. Not really, I just want to see him. Look at this son of AB asterisk 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 asterisk. Don't move. Ugh. I think you get the picture now, yes. I suggest you get that Aleph guy out here immediately. What were you going to do if I was too slow? I was gonna cross that bridge when I got to it. Anyway, what is this place? The hottest place in the whole empire. What? The arena. I want to make this kid fight. I won't ask for any fight money, and it's no problem if he dies. So this is why he told me to come with low-powered limbs today. Don't kid yourself, we didn't bring you gentlemen in here so that we could listen to your request. It's just easier for us to dispose of your bodies this way. He's bluffing. If he didn't want to negotiate, he would have shot us dead already. 3 guys in front with their guns aimed at us. And 2 armed gangsters outside. First things first. Simulation over. What happened to the predecessor in this position? You knew Torah. Dead for rigging the matches, actually. So you killed Torah to take over the arena yourself. Must be lots of money in a business like this. Torah was a friend of mine, but I won't hold it against you. Torah killed the previous person to take this position too. It's only natural in these streets. Who are you? How much do you know? Calm down, Aleph. Unless you want to join Torah. D asterisk 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 it, fine. I just gotta send that kid into the arena. His arms and legs aren't even made for battle. And his torso's still flesh and blood. He'd be blown to smithereens within the first second of the match. Sure, I can let him compete. But what will I get in return? I know where Torah kept the vault. I'm guessing you have Torah's eyes. How the hell do you know all this? I'm really starting to wonder who you are. I'm just a trifling ghost of the past. If you're going to watch the match, I'll give you VIP seating with good drinks and women too. Drinks will be enough. And there's no need to go easy on the kid, pitch him against one of your best fighters. I have a lot to learn from Kinyuan. He overpowered his opponent and dominated the room without the use of force. He has skills that I'm lacking. Arena locker room. You've got 2 hours, so get warmed up. What's so great about Torah's vault that made Aleph switch up so fast? The stash hidden inside is valuable enough to change Aleph's whole life. What were you planning to do if a fight broke out? So you were wondering about that. I'll let you know if you win this match. Here's your opponent. Iron-Fisted Gabriel. The arena's full of idiots who gambled their lives to receive illegal alterations. I bet you this guy's also the type who'll do whatever it takes to get stronger no matter the side effects. This guy's alterations are ridiculous. One blow from this guy would be enough to kill you in your current state. Remember this guideline. It's the most important part of the ACES technique. A guideline. Conform to whatever's given you. I was taught that conformity means defeat. Water is never defeated, it merely changes its form. You have potential. I had my eyes on you ever since you shot those bullets around without a ballistic prediction system. I was pretty surprised when you first asked me to teach. You're so talented, yet you came looking for me like you were being led by something greater. Where are these sudden compliments coming from? Isn't that obvious? This moment could very well be one of your last. We've got a new challenger with the gall to challenge iron-fisted Gabriel in his very first match. Will this young boy make it back home safely? Give it up for our brand new rookie, still wet behind the ears. Good boy. What a horrible name. Who the hell's this punk? Dude showed up with a death wish. He's gonna be slaughtered out there. This is gonna be good. I'm already excited. The dark desire of humans to see the blood and guts of others. Some sort of excitement was pushing me forward. They just can't wait to see me get ripped limb from limb and have my face smashed in. I don't mind. Actually, all the better. It's finally hitting me that I'm back in my hometown. Long time no see, losers. Growing up, I never knew what it felt like to have a full stomach. Although an official from the empire came to deliver rations to the orphanage about twice a month. The orphanage director would take half of those rations and sell them in the lower class zone. So we orphans came to think being hungry was normal. But despite the hunger, I didn't slack off in my training. I read dusty books no one else touched every chance I got. And trained my stamina with rusty dumbbells. Little Luca, what are you, a fool? What are you wasting your energy for? You're just gonna make yourself hungrier. Well, if I get hungry, I can just take more by force. Survival of the fittest. I was well acquainted with the way the world worked. It was obvious that the strong should be full and the weak hungry. You're so cocky, you're at a double-digit orphanage just like us. If you were really different from us, you'd have been sent to a single-digit orphanage. You belong to the lower class too, you know. I didn't have to listen to what those losers were saying. I was 12 when I passed the second stage of the screening process and had my name placed on the Imperial Guard's candidacy list. And at 15 I became an official cadet. Do you get it? You can't even begin to imagine what I've become? I hope our paths never cross again, losers. I pushed the memories of this place from my mind during my life as a cadet. I never thought I'd ever be back. Gabriel. 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 How the hell did I get matched with a friggin' toddler? Aleph must have gone too hard on the drugs. Whatever, as long as I get paid. Iron-fisted Gabriel. His altered body is made up of limbs from all different manufacturers and isn't even balanced. His spine's bent over under the weight of such heavy parts. And he's suffering from chronic swelling at the fusion points between flesh and robotics. I doubt he's even able to sleep without painkillers. But he's strong. What are you looking at, punk? That's what he designed his body to be, after all. You've got a nice face, wanna be my servant boy? Now that you mention it, I guess you will need a caretaker after today. 'Cause I'm about to hospitalize you for good. I'll crush you so bad you'll be begging to be my servant. It's a dog-eat-dog world, cold and brutal. This match will give you a glimpse of that. Will he be crushed? Or will he rise to the occasion? Let the slaughter begin. He designed his whole body for combat, whereas my parts aren't even made for battle. In other words, If I get hit, I'm dead. That tickled, kid. If I were using my usual legs, that kick would have burst his head open like a mushy fruit. The ring is too small for me to keep retreating. All of his attacks are potentially fatal. But mine are practically doing nothing. Not even the spectators are on my side. Little prick, you playing tag. Just die already, I want to see the next match. Bash his skull in, Gabriel. This is what I have to work with. What did Kinyuan hope to accomplish by bringing me here? Remember this guideline. It's the most important part of the ACE's technique. A guideline. Conform to whatever's given you. Conform to whatever's given you. Wishing for what you don't have won't solve anything. Because no matter how hard you pray, a gun isn't gonna just drop out of the sky. You have to take a stand with what's already yours, no matter how pathetic. Kinyuan may have taken my arms and legs from me. But I still have my robot eye. Which means he doesn't want me to rely on robotic limbs to beat Gabriel. The ACE's tactic is used to maximize the efficiency of what you already have. Gabriel's fist is a giant, destructive cannonball. The subtle drop of his shoulder is the trigger. The direction of his gaze is the barrel. The length of his arm, the range. Compared to a gun, the prep time is longer, the range shorter, and the trajectory obvious. Genius. Luca, by your own strength. You've already tasted something close to the level of the ACE's tactic. Let your talent shine. GHRRK. What are you doing making a fool of yourself in front of that rookie, Gabriel? What's taking so long? Just kill him, moron. My focus is sharper than usual. Enough to predict Gabriel's attacks. Would I be able to pull that off now too? Exhilarating. Is this how you felt when you did the same to me, Kinyuan? I don't know what kind of magic that was. But I told you, didn't I? Your weak attacks won't work on me. I bet you think I won't be able to do anything to you anyway. But since my robotics are low-powered, all I have to do is make up for it in other ways. That's right. Go ahead and spend all your days hoping to see me fall. 'Cause I'm gonna keep rising until I can't even hear you. If this had been a battlefield with a bunch of different variables to consider, I probably wouldn't have been able to stay so focused. But since it was a controlled environment, I was able to focus so well it was almost like I could see the future. I have to hand it to him. Kinyuan is an excellent teacher. Nice going, good boy. Congrats on your initiation into ACE's Victima. Turns out conformity doesn't necessarily mean defeat after all. Here, take this. A credit chip, you're giving me fight money. As if. It's payment for Gabriel's medical fees, go give it to him. We should show some kindness that looks sincere. I'm trying to become a warrior and soldier, not a philanthropist. Looks like you're still new when it comes to interpersonal relationships, Luca. The kindness I'm talking about isn't an act of charity, it's an investment. If you invest in relationships bit by bit like this, you'll be able to use them when you need to later on. Today I collected from my investments in Torah. Don't forget that the ability to create a favorable environment is also one of the virtues of a skilled soldier. I was completely wrong about Kinyuan. I thought he was teaching me because he recognized my talent and felt solidarity with me since we came from the same background. But I was clearly wrong. He's only investing in me for the eventual returns. And he's doing it in a way I can't refuse. Bad Born Blood. Art D. Park Story Pumpkinbird Original Story Bakes a Noble. 010. It seems the bandwidth on this is too limited to be compatible with your cybernetics. Your current robotics are so high-powered that it could result in malfunctioning or paralysis. Personally, I would recommend Geonix Hyper Lindell 9. But that's the newest model. How am I supposed to afford that? You're trying to rip me off, aren't you? Other guys get around just fine with the cheap stuff. Yes, but they haven't undergone excessive alterations like you, sir. Older models wouldn't be a problem if they were at least compatible. I was broke back then, so I just bought whatever parts one could afford. Then I'll buy your arms and legs off you and use that money to install replacements that are compatible. At least something made for battle. I'm afraid that's impossible. This will barely fetch enough money for used everyday parts. How much do you think these robotics are worth? D*******. It. I came to see how you're doing, Gabriel. Glad to find you so full of life. Good boy. You son of a b*********, I'll kill ya. You hear me, I'm gonna kill ya. Didn't I warn you before our match that I'd hospitalize you? Irk. Ah, whoops. Don't forget that the ability to create a favorable environment is also one of the virtues of a skilled soldier. I should have thought before taunting him like that. Why? You recommended the Hyper Lindell 9, right? Would this be enough to cover its expense? Yes, that's sufficient, but... Hey, punk, what do you think you're doing? Isn't that obvious? I'm paying your medical bill. But what for? Just kind of felt like it. You mean you're actually good like your name says? The compassion of a victor. What's your real name, good boy? Luca. Come find me if you ever need help. You can be sure that I'll repay this debt, Luca. Well. This doesn't feel so bad either. Akrisha Physical Training Center. So you learned the AC's tactic from instructor Kinyuan. Yeah. But that's how thugs on the street fight. It's like using glass shards or throwing sand in your opponent's eyes. It's hard for me to believe too, but that's what he called it. I can't even imagine beating you in hand-to-hand combat anymore. You're the only cadet who even stands a chance against me, though. Without a doubt, my experience in the arena shook the very foundations of my fighting technique. It's like everything I've learned up to this point has been condensed into a single drop of quintessence. Luca sure looks happy today. Luca. If you have some time, could you maybe help me out? Sure. Akrisha Imperial Guard Cadet Training Grounds, the visitors' room. I lay. Sorry, Luca. My family has a long history with the Ramones, so it was hard to say no. I kept sending in requests to visit you. But why have you been avoiding me? Because I'm not interested. I was hoping you would take my lack of response as a rejection. Luca, can't you be a little gentler? Shut up, Eiley, you already pissed me off enough by bringing me here. What do you dislike about me? I don't have time for a relationship. Unlike you, an orphan like me can't afford to slip up even once. Then wouldn't it be all the more in your interest if we got closer? You clearly don't understand what I'm saying, Lillian Ramones. Relying on a noble like you for power would put me at the mercy of your every whim. I'm going to climb the ranks by my own power. Isn't it a contradiction to say you won't depend on nobility when you're this close with Ailey? This is awkward. I'm not close with Ailey because he belongs to the Kartika family. I'm close with him because he's my friend and a comrade I trust with my life. You're not even going to give me a chance. I'm sorry, but no, so please don't come and visit me anymore. Luca. There's no need to act so cold. That was the only way to get her off my back. Okay, but still, why are you so set on rejecting her? You could just go out on a few dates, you know. Because I don't understand why she's so set on me. Approaching someone with nothing to offer just because your dead brother recommended him. She must have other motives. In other words, you're just scared 'cause you don't know her yet. But if you take some time to get to know her. You like her, don't you, Ailey? What makes you say that? Your shallow breathing, the way you looked at her, and your fidgeting were all giveaways. I've been extremely perceptive ever since I learned Acey's victima. Anyway, it doesn't matter to me. If you like her, then stop messing around and make a move. But I can't, Luca. Today's training is meditation. To practice maintaining inner peace at all times. Can you tell me what you would have done? If a fight had broken out in that gangster's office. Oh, right, I promised to tell you if you won, didn't I? Gangsters inside and out of the office were armed and at the ready. I can't think of any safe way out of that situation without a weapon. Just what was his plan? If it came to a fight, I was going to get low and hide under the table. But Aleph and the other gangsters all had guns. If your first action were to hide, wouldn't you have been turned into Swiss cheese before you even had the chance to attack? I figured you would have taken that opportunity to attack for me. Beating Aleph and his men even while taking bullets. But what if I hadn't been there, or if I had hid from the gangsters or run away? Weren't you thinking of taking Aleph hostage and using his gun? You were trained to be extremely aggressive. I'm sure you ran a mental simulation on how to overpower them the moment we stepped in there. But if you had done that, you and Aleph would both be goners. It's not uncommon for bosses to change in lower class zones. Taking their boss hostage would just give his cronies an excuse to kill him. But of course, if you had become their target, I probably would have just taken out the gangsters in that moment. And escaped through the secret exit, carrying your wounded self with me. As if predicting my actions wasn't enough. He even knew a secret exit. Where I'm at right now, I can't even begin to fathom the kind of superhuman level he's on. Aces is Latin for sharp, as in sharp-eyed. Aces victima is about using all of your brain's available resources. To sharpen your perception, don't forget that. I see, so the abnormalities in your cerebral processes occurred as backlash from using your brain to its limit. But wouldn't that mean you can't use the Aces tactic if you have Legion equipped? You're truly remarkable. I thought it would be at least another 2 months before you caught on. Once I become a member of the Imperial Guard, I'll be given Legion too. It is impossible for anyone to permanently equip the Empire's cutting-edge full-mech suit known as Legion. Owing to its high bandwidth, users have to invest all of their brainpower and even equip an auxiliary calculation unit to operate the suit. In other words, if you're operating Legion, your brain won't have any resources left over to use Aces. Kinyuan knew this all along but never told me. If I'd known you can't use it together with Legion, I wouldn't have even bothered to learn. It's all my fault for being so dim-witted. That's it then, thank you for the time we had together, instructor. If ever you change your mind, come find me. Luca. D********. Has it been 3 months already? I've been too busy with this and that to check in with you cadets recently. Accretion Imperial Guard Captain Hallis Castoria. Was Eiley right about the revolt? What have you been up to, Luca? I haven't been assigned any missions for some time now, so I've been passing my time doing some personal training. You won't be receiving many missions in the field anymore. You're already at a high enough level to join the ranks, after all. Thank you, Captain. By the way, I heard you've been in frequent contact with Instructor Kinyuan. So that's why he summoned me. The higher-ups probably know everything. How I visited the lower-class zone's black market. And even the fact that I fought in the arena. Is he helping you learn AC's Victima? Not any longer, sir. I'm going out on a limb here, but I'm assuming that you're the one who called it off. How did you know? Since the AC's tactic can't be used alongside Legion. I thought it would be pointless to learn as a future Imperial Guard. You already figured that out. Kinyuan kicks unqualified students to the curb himself. But the ones who are qualified soon realize that it's not worth mastering. That's why no one but Kinyuan has ever fully mastered AC's Victima. Would you like me to continue learning it? To be specific, I'd like for you to maintain a close relationship with Kinyuan. So to that end, yes, you should continue learning it. That's an order. Is the captain wary of Kinyuan? Why would he be keeping tabs on a veteran? I can't question it. Having inside knowledge could put my life in danger. As you wish, I will keep learning AC's Victima. Luca, you should know that I've been keeping my eyes on you. It's people like you who find success in this world. I didn't expect you back so soon. Then again, I did tell you to come find me if you changed your mind, so I won't interrogate you about it. Thank you, sir. I thought he wouldn't take me back. Didn't imagine it'd be so easy to get him to agree. But how come you're here in the lower class zone today? Do kids these days even like this kind of stuff? Yes, sir, when I was younger, I used to stand here drooling over these toys too. Hey. If there's something you're looking for, find it yourself, I can't help you. Give me all the toys you've got. You do deliveries, yeah. All of them. Why toys? Isn't this an orphanage? Lower class zone orphanage number 47. Bring the boxes inside the gate. Yes, sir. Oi, Luca. You called me here just for this. Do I look like your errand boy? Weren't you the one who said to call you if ever I needed help? I don't know what we would have done without you, since they don't deliver to this zone. Seriously, I was hoping for something a little more grand. Like a gang fight or something. I wouldn't have the time to call you if I was in a fight, silly. That's true. His body is balanced a lot better now thanks to his new spine. I guess it wasn't a waste of money after all. But anyway, Luca, what's the deal with that guy over there? I mean, if he's such a hot shot not even Aleph can touch him, I probably better know who he is. Mind your own business if you want to keep your head. This must be the orphanage where Kinyuan grew up. Is he donating and helping out to show off his success? Thank you, handsome dude. An ugly old man. Gracious, how can they talk like that? Hey. Let go, it's mine. I called dibs first. There you go, secure it by power. Not everyone will end up with a fair amount regardless. So you have to learn how to take what you want. Because this world doesn't have enough resources for everyone to be happy. Luca. Let's have a little talk. I drop by this lower class zone every once in a while. The pay can't be good here, and yet the director looks plenty healthy. My guess is they're stealing from the orphanage's supplies. Did you grow up here? I've already forgotten where that was. I just go to different orphanages when I'm in the area. Perhaps I've even dropped by your orphanage. Out here, even Kinyuan just seems like an ordinary veteran, with a nervous system that couldn't handle the overload and the resulting neural abnormalities. An old soldier whose glory days have long since faded. Maybe that will be me one day. Though, of course, that would only be if I'm lucky enough to make it until then. Alright, let's cut to the chase. Who ordered you to come back to me? Was it Captain Hallis? I'm not sure what you're talking about. Don't look him in the eyes. He's too perceptive. My every action will become a clue or new insight for him. How did he pick up on the fact that this was the captain's order? How much does he know? If there really is something going on with Kinyuan, and it's dangerous enough to put the captain on guard, then Kinyuan could be devising to get rid of me right here. Relax, Luca, unless you want to die. If you come at me full force, I doubt I'll be able to stop you without killing you. I'm a soldier of the Empire, that's all I can answer you. So you're too in the dark to even choose how to respond. I don't blame you. It's only natural for a soldier to follow orders. You're exactly the kind of soldier the Empire wants. When you first came to me, did you think you were doing so by your own free will? I'm sure that ever since they saw you use guided ballistics without any auxiliary unit, the higher-ups have been making preparations. Finally there was someone else like me who was fit for AC's victima. You think that you came looking for me in order to get stronger after the Korite Ruins incident. But our meeting was all orchestrated by the higher-ups. Don't let what he's saying get to you. After encountering such a powerful enemy on that recon mission, I felt like I had to get stronger. So I searched through the instructor's records to find someone who could help me train. Everything I did was of my own free will. It was my choice. Luca, everyone in this world is a slave to someone. It's only that some know they're slaves while others are oblivious. But I'm sure you want to run from the truth right now. You're still young, after all. Let's go back. It's up to you if you want to report this to Hallis. I don't believe him. Yet it's true that Captain Hallis wanted me to keep learning AC's victima. Don't doubt the Empire, Luca. All you want is success anyway. Don't get caught up in his words. Stop thinking about it. You mustn't doubt. But if even my desire to succeed isn't coming from my own will, then I'm just bad-born blood. Art D. Park Story Pumpkinbird Original Story Bakes a Noble. 012, Simulation Training Room. I couldn't bring myself to report what happened that day to the captain. If I report it, they'll probe me to see if I was infected by any subversive thoughts. In my current state of confusion, the results would definitely come out worse than before. The Empire has zero tolerance for troublemakers with dangerous ideologies. In the worst case, I'd be dismissed from the Imperial Guard and be taken away for forced labor. Kinyuan must have known I'd have these hesitations. Let's go back. It's up to you if you want to report this to Hallis. I need to prepare to pass the mental examination so that I can report this to the captain. But in order to prepare, I'll have to meet with that guy. So you actually do train on your own sometimes. I'll have to rethink my opinion of you. Yeah, it kinda hurt to lose against you so terribly last time. You came all this way just to support me while I train. What a pleasant surprise. I obviously had another reason for coming. You said before that renowned families forged screening results, right? Yeah, it's an unspoken reality. But unqualified people won't be able to make it through the training anyway. Eiley, how did you pass the mental examination portion of the screening? Teach me your trick. You realize saying that kind of thing could put me in a lot of danger, right? I already made sure that there's no one else here. And what I'm trying to do is for the Empire's benefit. Okay, I won't question why you're asking this, Luca. As you guessed, I do have a trick. What is it? Guess I have no choice. You project a constructed self to the outer world. And consign your self-consciousness to your inner world as a passive observer. You seal up your ego inside to keep it safe. That's how you pass the mental examination. What kind of bull's **** is that? Even civilians sometimes lose their memories or get split personalities after some traumatic event. It's the same thing, but you're doing it consciously. And you're telling me that's crap. I guess you wouldn't be telling me this if it weren't possible. Our brains live in an illusion. If you act like a loyal soldier long enough, pretty soon you'll really develop the identity of a loyal soldier in your surface-level consciousness. During the 2 months leading up to my screening, I started every day with a prayer of thanks to the Emperor. I was copying my father. What you have to watch out for, though, is that it will start to shake your ego if you go for too long. You get confused about who you used to be. Where in the world did you learn all this? In any case, if that's the trick, there's no need for me to copy anyone else. I'll just have to act like the old me, when I scored high on the mental examination. The me from before I met Ailey and Kinyuan. I don't know what you're up to, but be careful, Luca. It's dangerous business manipulating those test results. Never thought I'd hear those words out of your mouth. Drat, what timing? Lower class zone. Today's training is for real, Luca. It will be a very simple drill. It's quite a clean-looking building considering that a gang owns it. Kinyuan has been treating me like normal even after that day. As if our talk at the orphanage never even happened. It makes me feel even worse. Luca, I'll give you 20 seconds. Overpower all the gangsters inside. Yes, sir. What the, who's this squirt? A customer? No, doesn't seem like it. One idiot with a gun, nice enough to come say hi. 3 armed gangsters. Who the? One guy who looks like their boss. And I sense someone's presence in the bathroom. Didn't think I'd be starting off my day by blowing off a little kid's head. Not so lucky a day for. My head was all mixed up, but this is perfect. Time to release some stress. Die. What a lousy shot. Who would have thought guys who make their whole living off violence would be so sloppy? What the? What's with all the? Eh? Knock yourself out, unless you want me to shoot off those metal scrap arms and legs of yours. There's still someone else in the bathroom. Those *** holes. Took you about 12 seconds. Way to go, good boy. Can't you let me just kill them all? We're outsiders. If we interfere too much, we'll destroy the order of this place. A lot of people in this world are too weak to defend themselves. You of all people should know what happens if you have no power. If this woman had been stronger, she wouldn't have gone through such a terrible thing. I myself struggled to get where I am because I didn't want to live like this. Usually, if I saw someone like this, I'd just think they were weak for not taking the opportunities afforded them by the Empire. But today for some reason, I really can't stand the absurd structure of this society. After that day, Kinyuan would occasionally take me back to the lower class zone and throw me into fights without any context. Victory wasn't the goal. Becoming more effective in battle was the important thing. It was expected that I would be able to judge the enemy's ability and read my surroundings to determine the best course of action. All Kinyuan did in the following days was send me on these training missions. He said nothing else. Repair. Oh, welcome. Gilda, 1 cup of coffee, please. Make it black, with plenty of oil on top. How about you, Luca, want some milk? I'll take coffee too, no oil, please. Was it really necessary for us to stop by Gilda's workshop? Gilda's the girl you rescued. Aren't you proud to see her working so hard? Gilda is the woman I saved from the gangsters' building a little while back. It turns out that she had been kidnapped and horribly mistreated for several months. But thankfully it wasn't enough to break her spirit, and she somehow managed to return to everyday life. Gilda had been kidnapped because of her friend. Her friend had run off with the gangsters' money and came to stay at Gilda's store. But the gangsters came to find that friend and kidnapped Gilda. Now her friend is no longer living in this world. Gilda grew up in an orphanage. She's had a talent for mechanical engineering ever since a young age, so I even sponsored her studies. That's a secret though, she doesn't know I was her sponsor. So you knew her beforehand. You're here too, good boy. A beer for me too, please, Gilda. Your nervous system's all messed up because of how hard you treat your body. How about holding back? After we rescued Gilda, Kinyuan had these two meet. He made Gabriel be Gilda's bodyguard, and Gilda became Gabriel's mechanic. You better listen to your mechanic, Gabriel. It's just 1 beer, what's the big deal? You're the guy they say is making all the stir, aren't you? Just what are you up to? Even the gang bosses are starting to say something has to be done about you. If they all get involved, not even I will be able to protect Gilda. You don't have to worry about that. We probably won't be able to come back here for a while. How long is a while? It could be a few months, or maybe a few years. We're not going to be returning to the lower class zone for that long. I can't come here on my own. There's no way the higher-ups would permit a cadet to leave the training grounds alone. This could be the last day I'll get to see them. Even after going through those awful things, Gilda was able to look reality in the face and get back to work right away. You'll come again, right? Gabriel lives in acceptance of the dangers that always accompany his line of work. Shouldn't we at least have a send-off party? Don't be sympathetic, Luca. The fact that I won't be coming here any longer could be good news for me at present. Why do people drink this bitter stuff? Captain's office. That is all. So Instructor Kinyuan is still acting mysteriously. He started as a cadet at a late age. Usually, he wouldn't have been able to become an Imperial Guard. But the Empire at the time said they needed people, so we were forced to embrace imperfect options. It was a chaotic time. Not even I fully understand who this Kinyuan is. When I was still just a spring chicken, Kinyuan was a core member of the Imperial Guard. My assumption is that he was mostly given missions off the record. Does that mean not even the captain has access to information on Kinyuan? In any case, it's true that he likes you. I've sent several cadets to him in the past, but none of them ever lasted long. You're an outstanding cadet, but it would also be easy for you to receive bad influence under these circumstances. You look like you need a mental examination. I'll set you a date, so don't be late. As you wish, Captain. As I thought. I'll be honest with you, Luca. There are 2 possible fates for a cadet who receives this kind of mission. Either they are silenced, or they are recognized for their services and emerge at the top of the Imperial Guard. I want you to become the latter. I simply do my best in the role I am given, sir. I trust that you will support me if I accomplish this mission. Right, show me satisfactory results and I will back you. To be more specific, I'll adopt you. Luca Castoria. Doesn't sound bad. What? The captain, adopt me. The captain's name is Hallis Castoria, is one of the most renowned families in the whole empire. No way. We will commence your mental examination now, Master Luca. K. I can see happiness in your expression. Did you receive some good news? Don't worry about it, go ahead and start. You've been going so hard that your joints wore out. Who are you and what have you done with Eilei? Did you pass the mental examination? Yes, thanks to you. Eilei, I don't know what you're up to, but let me know if I can help. I can't tell you right now, but in a little while, I will have one favor to ask of you, Luca. If you're in danger on the battlefield, I'll go to rescue you even if the chance of success is only 1%. Even if it cost me my life. Thanks, that means a lot, Luca. You'll find out what my request is soon enough. Though I'm hoping I'm wrong about my suspicion. It'd be a lie to say I wasn't curious what Eilei would ask of me, but I didn't make it a point to satisfy that curiosity. Now that I had passed the mental examination and earned the captain's trust, my sights were set on being adopted into the Castoria family. And at the time, I was determined to think of nothing else. We are presently entering into a special military operation. Our mission is to quell the rebels who have risen against the empire. The rebel forces are comprised of 3 families led by the Ramonses. The Ramonses. Lillian Ramones. I think I've figured out what his request is about. My name is Luca. From this moment on, I will be leading Suppression Platoon 21. Salute. To think they'd send in all these cadets and assign them as platoon leaders. I guess the higher-ups are making a training session even out of this revolt. The platoon is split into 2 squads with a total of 27 members. The platoon sergeant beneath me is Master Sergeant Kodrak. It seems they took into consideration that I'm a newbie cadet and organized the platoon around veterans with plenty of experience. These veterans must know that they're being used as training tools for the cadets. And even if I am in charge, I doubt they'll listen to me willy-nilly unless I prove my ability. I'll have to really take control and show that I can command them. Let's see, how should I do this? There are 2 paths I could take. The first is to leave everything up to Sergeant Kodrak. Even if I just give vague orders, Kodrak will take care of things on his own. This would be the normal choice. But then there's the second path. I'm superior to all of you. And so I expect absolute obedience to all my commands. Any dissent will be severely punished. Get them to dislike me and then bear down on them hard. Commander Luca, can I have a word with? How dare you lay a hand on your superior? Sergeant Kodrak, do you take me for a joke just because I'm young? I'm from the lower class zone, just like all of you. I grew up in a double-digit orphanage. But do you know why there's such a difference between our ranks even though I'm the younger one? It's because I perform head and shoulders above you. You might not understand that right now, but you will soon enough. Because I'm going to be a platoon leader far superior to anyone you've ever met. Forgive me. I'll be careful in the future, Commander Luca. Sergeant Kodrak caught on quick. He must have sensed that I wasn't going to choose the easy path. Near the rebels' fortress Imperial outpost. So you let your temper get the best of you and had a bout with your soldiers. I thought the sergeant would treat me like a kid, so I got in ahead of him. From their perspective, we are kids. I'd lose my subordinates' respect if I acted all goody-good like you. Allow me to skip the formalities. The rebels are posted out in the ruins of a fortress from the arcane civilization. The ruins are surrounded by a 2-layer wall. The rebels also figured out how to operate the fortress. A high-density, dome-shaped force field is covering the whole fortress. And turrets which we believe to be arcane are shooting down all aircraft. There are a total of 5 turrets. Once the 11th Armored Brigade has broken through the fortress and removed the turrets, all forces will lay siege. Armored brigades are top-class squads who use mass-produced full mech suits. The Empire is investing a great deal of resources into this suppression. The operation will commence at 1410, exactly 1 hour and 30 minutes from now. Be ready by then. Looks like we're just sidekicks here, not that I'm surprised. Of course, it's not like the higher-ups really want us to die. We might as well be on a picnic at this point. You make it sound as if you're a war fanatic. Hey, Luca. Is this about the Ramones family? I know you're close with them, but there's nothing we can do, Eiley. If you side with the traitors, not even your Kartika name will keep you safe. I'm not wishing for a miracle either. But if the opportunity arises, please do what you can to at least save Lillian. You like Lillian enough to put your life on the line for her. Not anymore, it's just that she was my first love. You tried to set me up with your first love. She doesn't want to marry someone of noble status. Wake up, man. I let all your other odd behavior slide, but this time is different. Trying to save Lillian would be seriously dangerous. If you got caught, you'd be executed on the spot. Please don't do anything stupid, Eiley. This isn't advice, it's a warning. I know. I can't help but recognize when someone is lying because of that D********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Windsor. For Eileen's own sake, Lillian Ramones must die. Whether Eileen can accept it or not. Please let her die in the chaos. Please don't let Eileen find her while she's still alive. That was my desperate wish. All that matters are the head and chest. As long as they're still intact, an Imperial soldier won't die. If you're still breathing and have blood flowing to your brain, the Empire can save you with cybernetic technology, one way or another. Captain Luca. What is it? I know better than anyone just how outstanding you are as a soldier. You see, I always take a close look into the backgrounds of my superiors. So, I hope that you will heed my advice once we head into battle. I've served in the Imperial Army for a decade. Even if I'm not on your level, I'm not exactly incompetent either. You don't have to worry about that. I always listen to good advice no matter who it comes from. Thank you. The brigade's full mech suit Myrmidon. There it is, the mass-produced full mech suit, Myrmidon. After the brigade takes out the turrets, it's our turn. Commence fire. The myrmidons made it inside the fortress. Now it all just depends on whether they'll be able to disarm the turrets. We'll be in a tough spot if they fail. According to the tactical computer's calculations, the turrets should be disarmed within 1 minute after the myrmidons' infiltration. Should they fail to take out the turrets, our suppression forces will just have to brace ourselves for enormous losses and advance anyway. Turrets disarmed. Proceed to Phase 2. The battlefield is a dangerous and tragic place. But it's also a place that pumps people full of adrenaline. Well, I can't say that I'm any different. I'm just another guy in pursuit of pleasure and some sense of accomplishment in this godforsaken place. I probably would have lost it by now if I didn't have at least that. Let's go. Alright, time to show them what I'm made of. The plan is for all infantry platoons to advance on the fortress from all directions simultaneously. The higher-ups want us to totally cut off any possible escape routes for the rebels. Beneath the arcane fortress is a labyrinth of tunnels. Our limited knowledge says it's at least hundreds of yards deep. Although we have a map of the underground tunnels from a past inspection. The current rebels have altered the layout since then, so it won't be accurate. They must have made the entrance to the underground facility small to try and keep our full mech suits from entering. I'll take the lead from here. It's too dangerous here, Captain. There's an extremely high probability of a trap or ambush. You worried you'll take the blame if I die? If I'm being honest, yes. And since you understand, I don't care what happens after I die, Kodrak. You and the other guys can get a demotion or pay cut for all I care. Let me say it again, I'm taking the lead, cover me. I have a bad feeling one of them is going to shoot me in the back of the head. A little kid like him would. But there's no time to worry about that. I have to do whatever I can right now to find Lillian before Eiley does and take her out. I'm sure Eiley's already entered through another route and is somewhere in here. If he's willing to advance at the cost of his other platoon members, then he'll be making quick progress. If I thought of my men as expendable too, I could get down there quicker. But I'm not about to let these loyal soldiers die because of my personal feelings. So I have no choice but to take this risk. Captain Luca. I'll heighten my senses to the max with the ACE's tactic. Vision, hearing, touch, smell, and taste. I can learn a lot just from the taste of the chemicals in the air. I feel my heart beating harder and my blood vessels expanding. The constant surge of blood is carrying glucose to my brain. All the pressure on my brain is making me super alert. Everything's pissing me off. Including how slow all of them are. It makes me want to knock Kodrak's head clean off. I only sort of understood before, but now I really feel it. This must be why overusing the ACE's tactic wrecks your brain. Ha! What are you just standing there for, Master Kodrak? We have to move. Try and keep up. Who would have imagined there to be such a large space underground? So this is where they were forming their defense line. I'm already pretty far in. I should just about be caught up to the fleeing nobility. They have about 100 people on the defense line. Retreating behind them are people who look like non-combatants. It's possible Lillian is somewhere in that group. Captain, our platoon is advancing much faster than the other ones. What do you say we wait for them to catch up? That's a logical call. Good timing too, because AC's tactic was starting to overtax my brain. Those gunshots, they're not aimed at us. There's a commotion coming from behind the rebel defense line. Another platoon must have made it through this maze around the same time as us. There's only one other captain besides me who would be so hasty. The enemy's forces are divided. Now's the time, we're going in too. Captain, I don't think our shields will hold up more than a few seconds. Wait, not yet. I have to look out for any weapons that could kill me in one shot. The enemy has about 8 high-powered guns. So I have to wait until at least half of them are reloading. Now. Once they focus their fire on me, split up and back me up. Captain. Ignore shots coming from pistols and rifles. Light firepower won't cut through my limbs. First, take out the weapons posing a threat. Take out the weapons posing a threat. They won't be able to just fire away with me in the middle like this. You can't stop me now. We surrender. Kodrak, restrain the rebel forces. Yes, Captain. These are members from Eile's platoon. So then it really was his platoon entering from behind. He's charging ahead and expending his members without even stopping to make repairs. Are you so desperate that you're willing to throw away the lives of your subordinates for this? D******Q, Eile Kartika. Freaking Lillian Ramones. The me who is loyal to the Empire. And the me who wants to help Eile. Choosing one will require me to forfeit the other. God damn it, how am I supposed to make a choice? If I find Lillian, I have to kill her immediately. That way, I'll be able to save him before he becomes a traitor, even if it means he ends up hating me. For now, I have to follow after Eile. Kodrak, round up the captives here while you wait for the other platoons to arrive. Once another platoon arrives, I'll leave the decision for what you do up to you. Captain. You're an excellent soldier. Your performance in today's battle was beyond astonishing. If you're just trying to flatter me. But you have a large flaw as a commanding officer. If I wasn't the platoon leader, we would have sustained greater casualties than this. And our success will look good for you, so what's your problem? You never actually made any commands. You broke through the rebel line entirely on your own. You can't become a good commander with such an independent approach. I worked independently because you all were too weak. You wouldn't even be able to understand my instructions and strategies, let alone follow them. I can't believe you're whining over the fact that I didn't use you good-for-nothings as sacrificial pawns. There will come a day when you'll need the help of those weaker than yourself, Captain. You can't be the strong one forever. Then laugh at me when that day comes, Kodrak. Tell me how you said so. I'll remember to do that, Captain Luca. Still. I'll remember this word of advice from my first subordinate officer. If I become convinced in the future that my way was wrong, then I'll remember your advice and think of another approach. How can he be so prideful and yet so flexible? Godspeed to you, then. A scorched wall and empty cartridges. The corpses of nobility who were using unfamiliar guns just to buy time. The same sort of thing must be occurring in other routes as well. A large number of the suppression forces must be wiping out the rebel forces in their living spaces. There's one thing that I have to admit. It might be cringeworthy, but Ailey was my first friend, not just a simple comrade. Being on equal footing, he was the first peer I ever became close to. Ailey. You're throwing away the lives of Imperial soldiers for your own interests. These people shouldn't have had to die. A normal platoon wouldn't have chased after the rebels at such a heavy cost. Even if you secure Lillian. How do you plan on getting her out of here? In the end, Lillian will have to die. I can understand holding on to lingering attachments over some girl. But why would you choose to die with her? You're only acting wild because you've already given up. Cough. I surrender. I'm part of the Ramones. It makes no difference to me whether you surrender or not. Do you know where Lillian Ramones is? I don't know where the family went either. His eyes just flicked to the side. A sign that he's lying. What are you doing? I said I surrender. Stop, don't. This is your last chance, your lordship. Tell me where Lillian went. Down, she went down. Down, but if they wanted to escape, they should be going towards the surface. Is there another escape route that goes up from here? I don't know, they never tell important information to people outside the direct lineage. Did you see Ailey Kartika? Yeah, he's the one who did this to me. He's gone wild. We were at least acquaintances. But he didn't even accept our surrender. He would have been eradicated anyway. Getting tortured would have been worse for him. It's usual for me to not feel any guilt from killing. But today I feel myself growing unusually cold. I guess this is what the battlefield does to you. I feel the sound of gunshots mixed with screams drawing closer. Ailey. If you go down the path of no return, then I don't know what I have to do. Warning: this episode contains depictions of violence that may be upsetting for some readers. There was always something I felt uneasy about during my time spent with Ailey. What would I do if he revolted against the Empire? Now the time has come, I can't delay my answer any longer. Ailey. There you are, Luca. Ailey, you really went through with it. You let your subordinates die for your own sake. Hugo Ramones, head of the clan, together with his immediate family, including Lillian. All because of a worthless little girl. Worthless. I guess you're not gonna let it slide this time. Draw your weapon, Luca. Time to put you in your place. I have to fight Ailey now. Thinking about it objectively, I'll win as long as I don't make any blunders. But so many variables go into real fights that I can't let my guard down. It'll be difficult to beat him quickly. The Ramones would escape before I could finish. So I have to kill them first. I'll kill Lillian even if it means becoming Ailey's sworn enemy. At least this way, I won't have to kill Ailey myself. Luca, you're planning to ignore me and attack Lillian, aren't you? Single shots won't work against those of us trained in ballistic prediction. He's only shooting to slow me down. But before this mission, I overclocked the speed and bandwidth of my cybernetic signals. Those scattered shots can't stop me. Don't confront him. Wait. Wait. There's only Lillian left. Eileen's going to restrain me soon. But killing Lillian before then will be a piece of cake. Lillian Ramones. The girl who approached me with goodwill. I won't be able to forget her until this conscience of mine finally evaporates. I'll at least give you a painless death. That's the most kindness I can show you. She's laughing. Eileen. Did you see that girl's face just now? Her whole family's dead, but she's happy about it. What's so strange about that? She's finally free from her clan. The family that merely saw her as a tool for an arranged marriage. Ha! That's a load of crap, Eileen. Don't be such a fool. She's just another rebel. Luca, you don't know anything. Families marked as rebels have never actually rebelled. They're just labeled that way so there's an excuse to wipe them out. Their counter was too pathetic for them to be real rebels. If they really planned to revolt against the Empire, they would have used Cora or Bellato, not private soldiers. That's true. Getting inside the arcane fortress was tough, but everything after that was smooth sailing. The scale of this supposed revolt was way too small to have been planned by 3 different families. If they were really planning a revolt, there's no reason why they wouldn't have received support from Cora or Bellato, who want to see the Empire split up. But so what? Even if that's true, what does it change? At this rate, Eileen, you're just gonna die together with Lillian. It's not true that my father was innocent. He actually never reported that he found an arcane artifact and hid it instead. Lillian, now's not. That's why the Empire is after us. The arcane artifact. It's thanks to this that we were able to activate the fortress which had been asleep for untold ages. Why are you telling me this now? Luca, you didn't kill me in the decisive moment, and that wasn't because you felt guilty. But because you were afraid of the conflict it would cause between you and Eileen, right? You must know how Eileen isn't able to live the life that he wants within the Empire. Here, there's an option that would give us all what we want. If we use this, we can operate the fortress's underground teleportation device. Help us leave the Empire. Luca! A teleportation device. Yes, the fortress has an underground teleportation device. They probably made it as a means of escape in case of the fortress's capture. If you don't think I'm trustworthy, then just kill me. I don't want to see Eileen die for my sake either. But if we can operate the teleportation device with this arcane artifact, Eileen and I will be able to escape the Empire. And you can just say that you never saw us. You think the Imperial soldiers would have left alone a device like that? Only the direct descendants of Ramones know the way to the device. Once we go farther underground, we'll be safe. Honestly, I'm tempted. It doesn't make a difference to me whether Lillian dies or lives. But I have to consider what would be best for Ailey. He's always wanted to get away from the Empire, and he'll probably end up getting executed for his rebellious beliefs if he stays here. But it'd be easy to conceal his disappearance in a battlefield like this by reporting him MIA, or dead. Lou. Shut up, Ailey, just promise me this. If we can't find this teleportation device Lillian's talking about, or if it doesn't work, you won't try to stop me anymore. You heard her, right? Lillian doesn't want you getting into trouble either. I promise, Luca. I can't believe what I'm doing. I should be trying to stop Ailey, but now I'm actually escorting Lillian Ramones. It's over for us if any of the other soldiers sees what's going on. About this teleportation device. Hold on, Luca. Let me clean Ailey's face before the blood hardens. You two might as well start a family together if you're lucky enough to make it out of here alive. I'm sorry, Ailey, I really had no idea this would happen. It's okay, after all, you were the one who taught me about the world outside. That makes it okay. It means more than you think. You changed the way I see the world. Thanks to you, I was able to realize the source of my discontent and confusion. If it weren't for you, I would have already lost it. But now I know that I'm not weird for thinking this way, just different. Lillian had something to do with Ailey's rebellious mentality. Rebellious beliefs work like a disease, moving from person to person, slowly eating up the empire from within. If such thoughts continue to spread, the empire will collapse. Or it might just grow weaker and fall under the attack of Bellato or Korra. I don't desire to see the empire destroyed. I'll personally kill anyone who poses a threat if necessary, even if that someone happens to be Ailey. I'm not a rebellious person. Phew, we can finally breathe. I told you, only the Ramones know about this passage. This place is too much of a maze for anyone else to find us here. My father didn't report anything after receiving permission to research these ruins. He became overly ambitious after discovering how to activate the fortress. But all of this was in the palm of the Emperor's hand. Enough of that. How much farther do we have to go? Just a bit more that way and we'll be there. Thanks for letting us go, Luca. I'm just paying my debt to Ailey. If I ever see you again, I'll kill you. And Ailey. Stay healthy. Luca. If we manage to escape, I'll go to Border City. If we get split up, let's agree to meet there. Luca, if you want to leave the Empire too. I've got no business out there. Border City. I'm tired. Maybe my decision to help Ailey was a misjudgment. I'm too scatter-brained right now. But I can't rest, not yet. I have to think about how I'm going to report this once it's all over. Thankfully, though, the captain has a good opinion of me. And I'm the only one who can investigate Kinyuan. Plus, Ailey and Lillian are nothing more than a cadet and a girl from nobility. They're nobody of great importance. The Empire won't look very deep into this. Prepare yourself, Ailey, if there's no teleportation device in here. It's over. Something feels off. I need to find the source of this uneasiness I'm feeling. I'm sure the answer must lie beyond this door. The lights inside are on, but that's nothing strange. All the lights turned on when the fortress was activated. If I ignore all my other senses and just focus on smell, The first thing I can detect is fresh blood, immediately followed by a strong smell of oil and iron. The absence of organic body odor must mean this is the end. Even just one Imperial Guard without a full mech suit could kill me, but worst case scenario, they take Lillian captive rather than killing her. She hasn't received training like Eileen and me, so she'll likely tell everything if they torture her. In that case, the higher-ups would hear all about our seditious act. I had thought that I'd be able to somehow help the two of them escape and give Eileen the life he always wanted. But that was a sweet fantasy and nothing more. At this point there's only one option left. We have to kill Lillian ourselves right now. Then we can make up an excuse that the higher-ups will buy, even if it makes us look a little suspicious. But will Eileen be able to stay rational if he sees Lillian die before his very eyes? If he goes berserk and attacks the Imperial Guards, it's game over. Our eyes met. There's no more time. We'll only look more suspicious if we hesitate. This is the final. Oh, it's Luca and Eileen. What was that gunshot I just heard? I was executing a prisoner of no more worth to us. Why did you bring a rebel all the way here without killing her sooner? Eileen, make a report of the events leading up to this. We'll decide what to do with you after that. Yes, sir. You have an impressive track record, Luca, leader of Platoon 21. Thank you, Captain. Kodrak praised you highly. He said that your combat skills in particular are the best he's ever seen from any platoon leader or cadet. But he did comment that you're lacking when it comes to building ties with your subordinates. But I suppose you can always learn more about that from Kinyuan. The report says that rather than executing Lillian Ramones on the spot, you brought her with you all the way to the lowest underground floor. Is there a specific reason why you chose her to be your guide? Here it is. Yes, sir, Eileen and I intended to secure the rebels' teleportation device to keep them from escaping. And we decided that Lillian Ramones would be the perfect prisoner due to her lack of combat abilities. You made a reasonable decision. I still have one question though, Luca. Is it about my relationship with Lillian? Not just you, Eileen was also acquainted with her. Eileen and I aren't foolish enough to ruin a mission on account of something like that. You must know that better than anyone, sir. And if I'm being honest, we wanted to give Lillian hope. We thought it would be the humane thing to at least give her that. To let her believe she would be able to live if she showed us the way. That has to be good enough. I see. I expect you're tired, so we'll end this case here. Yes, sir. Oh, and Luca. I was surprised to hear how skilled the Ramones were in combat. Who would have imagined Eileen's whole platoon would get wiped out? There's no reason to get flustered, everything was written in the report. Eileen's platoon pursued the rebels too hastily and ended up falling prey to an ambush. But why is he bringing that up? I feel like I'll break out into a cold sweat if I lose control of my breathing for even a moment. It wouldn't have happened if I had been there. Looks like I'm going to be graduating top of my class. Let's hope so. I passed out on the ride back to the capital. That was only natural given that I'd spent the last few days on a constant adrenaline rush. Images of those cursed events were playing back in my head. Lillian, the arcane fortress and artifact, the teleportation device. And Border City. That place where Lillian wanted to go. But in the end, she died before she could escape the Empire. Killed by the one she believed to be her knight in shining armor. I couldn't look Ailey in the face. After all, he probably killed her only because I was there. If I'd been elsewhere, he definitely would have met his end together with Lillian. I feel sorry to them for saying this, but I achieved my goal in that mission. My goal to save Ailey. Yeah, that's good enough for me. Once we got back to Okvaran, the capital, we repaired our equipment and took time to rest. Then we were acknowledged for our contributions in battle and awarded an Order of Military Merit. 7. The Level 7 Crossblade Order of Military Merit. Ailey and I were the only cadets to receive it. Funny that I got a merit. I didn't think you'd kill Lillian. I figured you'd attack the Imperial Guards even while knowing you wouldn't stand a chance. I would if it was just me. My family was happy to hear about my contribution. In spite of the fact that we met so often with the Ramones, you know. You should quit while you're ahead, you're not suited to be a soldier. Ailey sacrificed members of his platoon for personal reasons. For the mere sake of love. I would if I could. But it's not that easy. My family will do whatever they can to get me into the Imperial Guard. Killing me might be the better. Watch what you say, Ailey. That hurt pretty bad. I think you may have damaged a couple organs. Stop whining, you can always just switch them out for robotics. On the way back, I was seething with more resentment than I've ever felt before. I resented my past self for not having trained harder. That won't change anything. Luca. What in the world have I done? I just stayed silent. Ailey wasn't a vicious murderer, he must have felt guilty about killing his subordinates. And on top of that, he wasn't even able to save Lillian after all the chaos he caused. This guy is sure to lose it before long. Either his mind. Or his life. He can't stay in the Empire. Luca, I'm planning to take some time off to go home. Now that we're almost in our 4th year, 2 months should be reasonable, right? I have something to ask you before you go. Why did Lillian smile even after seeing her family die? Lillian was in an arranged engagement, her fiancé was 30 years older than her. When Lillian was born, he offered to pay a huge dowry under one condition. What was it? He sent a ton of pictures and videos of his old wife and asked Lillian's parents to raise her to be just like that woman. From her face to her tastes, mannerisms, even her name, she had no autonomy. She must have suffered so much. She told me that's also how she knew so much about Bellato. It's sickening. I guess that's what happens when sketchy, twisted desires and authority meet. So she was abused since birth. Yeah, the only one who actually showed her some sympathy was Claude, they were close in age. Then the reason Claude introduced her to me. That was something Lillian and I cooked up. We told Claude that you were the captain's bastard child, and he took the bait immediately. Why you? Wait, you're telling me Claude believed that? Anyone could see that the captain pays special attention to you. It also makes sense of the fact that you went from a 2-digit orphanage to being a cadet in the Imperial Guard. The captain is a member of the Castoria family, after all. Claude thought that if Lillian had your baby and you two got married, she'd be free. Seriously, you guys. Ailey is my friend, but he's no good guy. Sorry. He'll use and deceive you if necessary. He killed his own subordinates and lied to me as well. But funnily enough, I haven't stopped trusting him. Somehow I'd still count on him to have my back. I think you need one more of these. Ah, come on, again. Look at that, the war hero finally showed up. I visited Kinyuan regularly, since I had to keep an eye on him. He was well aware of the fact that I was following the captain's orders. I heard you received the Crossblade Order of Military Merit. You don't have to be anything special to get a level 7 merit. It's nothing compared to your dazzling accomplishments. But I didn't mind my time with Kinyuan. I talked with the captain. He said you could help me learn to lead my subordinates better. Hallis did, he's overestimating me. Well, I've seen your battle records, so I guess there's nothing keeping me from giving you advice. Were your subordinates being disobedient? No, they were all outstanding Imperial soldiers. They would have jumped into the jaws of death at my command even despite the fact that they didn't know me well. Then you were being too kind as commander. You decided to take on a bigger risk yourself to protect your soldiers. Because that meant fewer losses. Like hell it did. By leading the charge, you accumulated enough fatigue in your nervous system to disrupt your ability to make judgments as leader. You wasted the resources you needed in order to protect your platoon. So you're saying I should have just let them die? I don't mean that you should just send them to their death, you have to make them take action on their own. You remember Gilda and Gabriel from the lower class zone. You saved Gilda from those gangsters and paid for Gabriel's medical treatment. These two would happily help you. Yes, of course, because I helped them. But that's not enough. If you want to make them willing to die for you, you have to spend more time with them to form a deeper bond. And obviously, you yourself will need to keep psychologically distant from them. If you get too close to them, you won't want to expend them. I don't want to do that. I like that good boy side of you. Bottom line is, you need to make them love you without loving them yourself. That's the secret to taking charge in any relationship. I have a question though. What do you do if your own mind gets in the way of you expending someone else? For example, if you feel a pang of conscience or something like guilt. You have to get used to those things. Otherwise, you won't ever be able to get ahead of others. I'll try to be more active about throwing away my subordinates next time. There's the good boy I know. The next day. Luca, I want you to go to Kratia Academy. What? You look surprised. It'll only be 2 months at most, so I think it'll be a good experience. I thought I would be left out. It's tradition to send cadets by order of their grades. Oh, by the way, Eiley declined, said he wanted to go home to rest for the time being. I guess he couldn't shake it off after all. You've never experienced high society, have you? But that's no good. You'll need to know how to live that life if you really want to become a member of the Castoria family. In that case, I will gladly go. Great, I'll send for your guide. I think you'll like my choice. They should be here about now. What are you just standing there for? Hurry up and hop in. Imperial Guard Cadet Luca reporting. You don't have to tell me all about yourself, I already know. She's aggressive and cocky with a body that isn't fully mechanized. I'm guessing she's a noble girl around my age. I'm here by order of the captain. How far is it to Kratia Academy? And, did the captain really send you to be my guide? Ha, telling you won't make the trip any shorter. Man, I just want to wipe that smug look off her face. Now I get what people say about nobility. Alright, Lady Castoria. How did you know? It was easy to infer. There aren't many people who can openly complain about Captain Hallis's orders. It wasn't that you already knew who I was. If you want to know, ask your father. I'm assuming that this girl is the captain's daughter. Why is father making me do this? Perhaps sending his daughter like this is his way of saying he intends to keep his promise and adopt me. Luca Castoria. kinda has a nice ring to it. You're right, it was my father who sent me here. Geisel. My name's Geisel Castoria. But don't act like you're above me like that. It makes me mad. At least Lillian was nice. I'm sorry to have offended. Wait, why should I have to grovel? I didn't endure all that hardship just so that I could suck up to some noble. Actually, the whole reason I agreed to go to the academy is that I hate the idea of living that life. I think I put up with this long enough, the captain will understand. Sigh. Forget about it, I'd rather drop dead than kiss the A** of someone who hates me. Let's just carry out our duties, you lead the way and I'll follow. Are you happy now? Looks like it'll be a tough road ahead. Follow me, I'll show you the dorm where you'll be staying. This is Kratchia Academy. I'd only seen this place in videos. You can identify academy students by their purple. The Imperial Guard. They're dull purple. Hey, out of the way, low-class filth. That guy's just using his nice robotics to bully others. What are you doing? Don't you have a color transformer? Cadets don't need that function. You're really this unprepared. Dad should have at least given me a heads up, why's it always me? To think she'd be so flustered about something as small as my uniform color, she's not at all like I first thought. You're right, I'm sorry about this. Look, if you're going to be that careless about regulations. Luca. Felix. Welcome, I heard Eily wasn't coming, so I thought you wouldn't either. Nah, you kidding. It's Geisel, right, I believe we've met before. I'm Felix Eigen, I'm also a cadet in the Imperial Guard, same year as Luca. Is it all right if I talk with him for a minute? Fine, tell me when you're done, Luca. I can finally breathe. I can't believe you're with the daughter of the Castoria family. I guess the rumors about the captain favoring you were true. I never thought the captain's daughter could be so wild. She's been slighting me from the moment we met. If we were back on the streets, I would have already broken her nose. The captain must be trying to give you a little taste of life with nobility to prepare you for the future. Maybe he'll even take you in as his son-in-law. That's ridiculous. No, really, after all, eventually you'll be living in that society. Son-in-law, no way. My personality is bad enough as it is. If even my spouse had a rotten character, there's no way things would last. Anyway, the captain already gave me his word. He promised to adopt me in return for monitoring Kinuan. So I should be able to become a member of the Castoria family without any need of becoming his son-in-law. Still, not a bad approach, Felix. Oh, one last thing, have you replaced down there yet? No, not yet, why? Then take this. Cadets have traditionally been popular with the ladies. See you later. Felix also told me some other things I needed to know about life in the academy. Are you done yet, Luca? I have a feeling Felix and I are gonna get a lot closer after this is over. One of the things he talked about was the dorm. To summarize, it's a place that houses lower-class kids like me who have been recognized for their talent, along with kids from fallen nobility who have no other choice. They're here because they weren't competitive enough to find other housing. I guess this place also has a ladder you have to climb. Then again, it'd be no fun if making it to the top was easy. Let's have a look around. This is your assigned room, sir, if there's anything else you should need. Nope, not a thing, this place is practically a palace. Kids from lower class zones and ruined families actually live here. This is really something else. I suppose it's because they're still talented kids, even if they aren't suited to be soldiers. But it looked way different from the outside. This is the dorm where you'll be staying. The dorm leader will come give you instructions after your classes. Also, this is my personal number, so contact me if anything happens. I thought you hated me. Well, I'm not just going to ignore a mission given by my father. Then she at least takes responsibility for her own duties. She's not the spoiled little child I thought she was. I won't be calling you unless necessary. Yes, I hope you won't. Ah, here's my first friendly warning to you. I'd stay away from the dorm leader. Why? She's the most unhinged being Kratia has ever known. Ah, here's my first friendly warning to you. I'd stay away from the dorm leader. Why? Oh. She's the most unhinged being Kratia has ever known. Hello, I'm Barbara, the dorm leader. And you are? Luca, I'm a cadet in the Imperial Guard. Nice to meet you, Luca. Did I keep you waiting? I came as soon as class ended. Her worn sleeves and collar, and the lack of a last name all point to the fact that she's from the lower class zone. The most unhinged being, doesn't look like it to me. Maybe Giselle is just classist. No, I just got here. What title do you prefer? Oh, just call me Luca, I'm also from the lower class zone, after all. Okay, Luca, you're as amazing as they say. To make it from the lower class all the way to Imperial Cadet. Hey, you also made it out of the lower class zone. And you even found success as dorm leader. Barbara must have worked just as hard as me to get here. Come with me, Luca, I'll show you around the dorm. I won't take no for an answer, this is my duty as the leader, you see? Classes just ended, but she showered before coming. There couldn't have been much time. Well, I suppose it makes sense if she's the diligent type. Academy's main building. I see you changed into purple as I instructed, let's go to class. My father ordered me to join you in class this week. She's joining me for class all week, she's gonna be a real pain in the neck. Giselle. That voice. Barbara. Long time no see, Giselle. Get out of my sight, Barbara. I just wanted to say hi. Hi, Barbara, and goodbye. Happy, now beat it, I have nothing else to say to you. Hurry up, Luca, unless you want to be late to your first class. She's got that same downtrodden look as those losers in the lower class zone. How did she become dorm leader when she's like that? I don't like it. Seems you know Barbara pretty well. I just know her face, we started school at around the same time. So you don't like her? No answer. Giselle called Barbara Kratia Academy's worst person ever. Yet Barbara is clinging to her. I have to say, I'm a little intrigued, it's none of my business, though. The important thing is that I'll be a noble if I make it through these 2 months. There's no need to concern myself with this kind of drama. Or so I had thought. But after a week of boring classes, I found myself wanting to poke around at Giselle and Barbara's relationship. This academy of soft nobility offered nothing to keep me from boredom. Felix said he didn't want to fight because he'd be embarrassed to lose. At this rate my battle skills will probably get rusty. I want to fight. Maybe it's all the synthetic drugs and remodeling I've received as a cadet, but now I'm really thinking like a weapon of war. Man, I want to fight. If only anyone, would try to pick a fight. Hey, you, Imperial Cadet. Yeah, you. You've been sticking by Giselle's side all week. Just what's your connection with her? I don't see why I have to answer that. Why, you in love with her or something? Seriously, this guy is in love with Giselle. Sigh, come on, what do you even see in that brat? Why you, take it back. Before I. Are you really taking it out on this small fry, pathetic, Luca? I am, so then you're not in any kind of relationship with Giselle. Right, now let me ask you something. Why should I answer? I should just break this guy's forget it. I'll put in a good word for you with Giselle. Now tell me, why is Giselle so hostile towards Barbara? She didn't used to be that way. It was only after that witch cursed her. Cursed her, what witch? Barbara. People who get close to her always get caught up in android attacks. And I'm talking android AI that's known for hardly ever going berserk. That's why we call it Barbara's curse. I suppose it's weird if there really are that many rampages happening, given their statistical likelihood. But still, it's not like Barbara's at fault for that. It's the way she upsets people. Even though she knows bad things happen to anyone who gets close to her, she still tries to make friends. Isn't that weird? So everyone treats her like trash, for example, making her the dorm leader when there aren't any benefits. So it wasn't because people recognized her skill that she became dorm leader. Oh, look, it's happening even now. Oh dear, I'm such a klutz. I'll wash your clothes for you, so hand them over, right here. Right here, it's okay, I can go change. Oh, did I hear that right, girls? Did little Barbara just reject my kind offer? Hurry and give me your clothes, I'll wash them good as new. So that's what that was. Something like this must have also happened the day I arrived. That's why she hurried to shower. You're lucky, Barbara. Lucky that I don't have any patience for crap like this right now. Stop screwing around and get lost. Do you realize what you just did? I'm not afraid to hit girls. I'll hit you right in the face. Hey, Luca. Thank you. Is this gonna get me attacked by an android? Of all people, it just had to be Kalesicano. You messed with the wrong girl, Luca. Hold on. So this is the important thing he wanted to talk about. I know who she is, she's from a powerless family, nothing to worry about. They're only powerless when it comes to outside affairs. The dirty Kano family runs a gang in the lower class zone and makes money through illegal business. They're probably already looking into your personal information. I sure hope so, I've been way too bored. Just be careful, okay? Kalesa's payback is known for being overkill. That's why she bullies Barbara so much. It started with her boyfriend falling victim to Barbara's curse. I'll remember that. Shouldn't you at least say hi to Giselle? I thought you said you like her. I'm good just seeing her from afar for now. But put in a good word for me, okay, see you. Looks like you've already made a friend. Oh, well, it is what it is. His name is Enrico Lagan, he's a nice kid, really friendly. Really, honestly, I have a bad feeling about him. He's always hovering around me. Sorry, Enrico, I don't think you've got a chance with this one. Prof. Gid Auburn. Luca, you threw a knife at another academy student. Even if it was just a pocket knife, you can't cause this kind of a scene. I get that this place is suffocating to you, but please try to control yourself. Professor for Imperial Guard Cadets Gid Alburn. Yes, sir. Being a former Imperial Guard, I figured he'd give me a pass. You're like a wolf that's been thrown among innocent sheep. The kids here aren't learning how to fight, you know. But everyone's acting as if my fangs couldn't kill them. I think I understand why Hallis prizes you. But in the end, it's the elite bureaucrats from this academy who order soldiers like us around with a flick of a finger. The students here might all look like sheep to you. But some of them are monsters in sheep's clothing. Atypical monsters far scarier than any wolf. I like your youthful vigor, but just be careful to avoid those monsters. Here you go. I'll bear that in mind. After all, what I'm after right now isn't any monster, but a witch's curse. Behind the gym. It's way past the dorm's curfew. And everyone knows that I saved Barbara. If the rumors are true, then berserk androids should be coming for me any second now. Luca the cadet, right? Man, it's just some nobody twerp. You got business with me. Kalesa told us to send her regards. Tit for tat is Kano's golden rule, you see. No way you'd report to the higher-ups about getting beat up by regular students, not an amazing Imperial Guard such as yourself. Sigh, how dull. Do they seriously think they could lay a single punch on me? I'll give you a final chance, get on your knees and apologize to Kalesa. She said she'll let you off easy if you do. I'll also give you a final chance to leave with your limbs all intact. Because I really don't think I'd lose to newbies who've never even looked death in the eyes on the battlefield before. You think you're all that? Then try. His mech suit is too high-powered for him. This on for size. Do you need help? Dumba ***, I thought you said this wouldn't happen. They weren't supposed to be doing rounds at this time. Do you need help? I was certain there weren't supposed to be any androids over here at all. Then what's that Tin Man doing here? Listen, cadet, this ain't over. Next time, we'll settle this score. What are you guys thinking? We're not gonna fight in front of an android, let's go. Way to spoil the fun, Tin Man. Do you need help? No, stupid, get lost. That's impossible. I am. What the? What? Barbara's curse, the witch's curse is real. It's. A student of the famed Kratia Academy shouldn't believe in silly curses. Oh ho, it'll only be able to keep up this level of power output for a few minutes. It knows that in order to fight with me it'll have to use everything it's got. That's because this isn't a rampage caused by a simple malfunction. This is a human's doing. Well, this should finally help me loosen up. For an android gone berserk, its moves are surprisingly precise. It must be using a highly refined battle program. On top of that, its steel claws could tear me to shreds. But I'm still not content. This isn't enough to satisfy me. I want something stronger, something exciting. I don't want to see another ordinary android. Show me something unexpected for once. No, no. This won't do. Getting distracted by a meaningless object, you're no different than the other androids. Do you need help? So you want to fight? I'm warmed up now, so let's go. I can't fully give vent to my desires like this. Pathetic. After the incident, campus security asked me to help with their investigation. Whoever was controlling the android must be someone inside the academy. I want you to narrow down the list of suspects. They'll probably hate it, but nobles will have to be questioned too, since there was a fatality. Campus security investigator Jillian Campbell. It sounds like you're saying the suspect has to be one of the nobles, but what about students from the lower class zone? Realistically, that's not possible. There's no way one of them could break through the security network and infiltrate the academy's closed network. I'm also just a cadet, but you seem to think that I'm capable of carrying out a proper investigation. Only people with exceptional observational skills can even use AC's Victima. It's that perceptiveness which will allow you to carry out the duties of an investigator. How does he know about that? What an amusing expression. Would you like to know a fun little fact? Users of AC's Victima are kept under watch and listed separately from the other students. Of course, that only goes for those like you who have properly learned it. How come? You'll have to ask the person who taught it to you. Kinyuan, just what are you up to? Luca. Why did this happen? This is going to reflect poorly on me. You know, Father trusted me to keep you safe. I warned you not to get close to Barbara, but then this. I couldn't handle everyone teaming up on her like that. What then? You're saying you'd fight for her again? If they harass her again, then yeah. I'll meet with Kalesa and ask for arbitration. If it's coming from me, she'll agree to a reasonable compromise. What for? Why is Giselle offering to arbitrate with Kalesa? Giselle saying that Kalesa would compromise for her. Must mean that Giselle has some level of control over her. Alright, let's go see her right now. I don't want to lose favor with the captain by causing any problems. Plus, there's something I want to confirm. That's what I'm saying. Barbara started it by flirting with my boyfriend. You don't seem the type to sit around and let that happen. Are you sure you didn't tell your boyfriend to go flirt with her? What? How could he refuse? You send your cronies after anyone who gets on your bad side, after all. Just like you did to me. Kalesa told us to send her regards. Tit for tat is Kano's golden rule, you see. You just needed an excuse to bully Barbara. Shut the hell up. I did nothing wrong, I just... Calm down, Kalesa. But Giselle. That's enough, Kalesa. Or are you going to ignore what I just said? Irk. Wait outside, Luca, I need to talk to Kalesa alone. Sure. So it's true, Giselle clearly has some level of power of Kalesa. But then that raises a new question. Why didn't Giselle just tell Kalesa to stop bullying people? I've only been at the academy for 2 months. Just telling her to stop would be a lot less complicated than interceding like this. Sigh, why'd you have to go and make a mess of things? I literally just warned you. I thought you said you didn't want to cause any problems. I was told no one but a noble would have been able to control that android, so I was testing her. She's one of the people who hate Barbara, after all. You think you're something special, cool it with the detective games. The other investigators don't need your help. Yeah, I'm sure the investigators are going to investigate those aristocrats real thoroughly. Are you being sarcastic with me? I'm only saying it as it is, just like how Kalesa couldn't get a word in edgewise against you. That was just because a family's reputation is important within noble society. She's not in any place to brush me aside, that's all. So you told Kalesa to bully Barbara. What are you trying to say? That someone who hates Barbara found herself the perfect chess piece. And used it. You need to learn to watch your mouth. Did you wreck your brain's nervous system with all those high-tech robotics, you're so? Sorry, I shouldn't have said that. Anyway, if anything like this happens again, be prepared to face the consequences. Under the circumstances, I would say Giselle is most suspicious, but something's off. Why does she look scared? This is the one time AC's victim's observational abilities are just making me more confused. Luca. Please, take this. Barbara, what's this for? You saved me from Kalesa, so I wanted to thank you. While you're staying at the academy. Would it be okay if I make your lunchboxes? Forget it, we wouldn't want people to get the wrong idea. I don't mind if people get the wrong idea. Does Barbara really like me? But that doesn't feel quite right. Barbara, why do you keep trying to get close to me if you know that I'll be attacked by an android gone berserk? Do you want me to get attacked? No way, I really don't know. Why that keeps happening. She's not going to show her true colors so easily, I'll have to shake her up a little more. Kalesa bullied you so persistently because Giselle pushed her to do it. You know, the girl you're so obsessed with. I already knew that. She already knew. Do you also know why she hates you? Luca. Why do I have to tell you that? I met with Kalesa's boyfriend. Her ex-boyfriend, to be more exact. As you supposed, it seems Kalesa intentionally had him approach Barbara. His family, personality, ability, none of it put him in a place to defy Kalesa. Making you an investigator in this case was the right choice. Then she really used her boyfriend as an excuse. If I pick out suspects, can I really question them with the authority of an investigator? Just one or two, there's always the risk that you'll end up barking up the wrong tree, though. You have a stronger sense of justice than I would have guessed. That has nothing to do with it, counting you, this is now the 6th incident, and someone even died this time. I just want to put away whoever it is who thinks they can get away with this. Was there anything else you uncovered about Barbara? Why, do you still suspect her? Like I said, she's from the lower class zone? Plus, she's just a student. There's no way she broke through the academy's security network and gained access to the intranet to control that android. Then shouldn't we also rule out kids from noble families, since they're students too? That's a little different, they can interfere with the manufacturing and distribution of androids. Money and power has bought off manufacturers before. Oh, and I don't know if this is of any help, but Barbara is being sponsored by the Castorias. I do think that helps, I will have to mull things over a bit more. The pieces are all there, but somehow they're not fitting. Torturing the answer out of Barbara would be so much simple, I can't believe I have to drag things out like this. I feel like I'm about to explode on someone. I should go try to talk with Giselle. In their own way, nobles are pretty intense too, I guess it's because they have to prove their worth to their family. Eiley did say that nobles who lack skill are treated like trash and completely neglected. I didn't realize she had such a determined side to her. Not bad, considering how much of a brat she was the first time we met. So, why are you here? Because I missed you. What's wrong with you? Me, you're the one with issues. Real funny. Just get to the point, I'm busy here. Jizzle Castoria, I'd appreciate it if you didn't lie to me or try and hide the truth right now. You're really playing detective. Campus security officially requested that I investigate this matter. I don't like to pull this card, but don't forget that I'm the captain of the Imperial Guard's daughter. I was informed that your family is sponsoring Barbara. Is that why you want to get her out of the academy? She wouldn't have ever tried something like this if the captain showed her acceptance. I was her curse's second victim, isn't that reason enough to hate her? I was friends with her up until then. If you were really friends with her, you would have tried to help her undo the curse. We weren't close enough for me to offer help. Happy now. Campus security believes there was someone intentionally manipulating the androids. Of the students considered so far, you're the leading suspect, Jizzle. Me, but I was a victim of the curse. It's common for criminals to intentionally victimize themselves. Plus, you had all the ingredients needed to do the job, the right family, knowledge, and skill. You can't be serious, Luca. You better lay off. Calm down, Jizzle. I'm not saying that I actually think you did it. So just tell me what you know. I have a strong suspicion that. Oh, Luca, I was looking for you. I was worried because you weren't in your usual spot. How did she find me? I'm certain I wasn't being tailed. Did I miss something? There's no way. Plus, there's no way that's the face of a victim of bullying. Especially not in front of Jizzle, the girl at the center of it all. 10 minutes, I could have got the whole truth in just 10 minutes, but now I have to put up with this. I want so badly to throw that girl against the wall. Quit laughing, Barbara, it's pissing me off. Luca, why are you talking like that? I like you saved me from Kalesa too. If there's some misunderstanding, then let's just. Luca, what are you doing? You were a fun escape from the boredom of school life. But the game's over now. You underestimated me, Barbara. Barbara doesn't know what you're talking about. Oh. Here's your lunch, Luca, enjoy. Oh, and Jizzle, it was nice seeing you. See you later. Now it's all clear to me. I know who the real culprit is, and the nature of Jizzle's relationship with Barbara. Jizzle, don't ask me anything. Just finish up your time at the academy and leave quietly. Please, Luca. Jizzle Castoria. Calling. Ever since that incident, Jizzle has been blatantly avoiding me. That day, I told the captain everything that had happened. I decided this was no longer something I could handle on my own. But I received an unexpected reply. I'll leave it up to you. Continue according to your best judgment. The Imperial Guard could easily take care of things themselves. Why are they just sitting back and watching me try and solve it? I mean, his own daughter is even mixed up in this. Acting as the higher-up's puppet. Is my role as a cadet of the Imperial Guard. I know they have a bigger picture in mind that I can't see. But honestly, it's annoying. Of course she isn't answering. It's obvious that Barbara is the culprit. But like the investigator said, someone from the lower class zone couldn't possibly control androids. You still suspect her, like I said, she's from the lower class zone. Plus, she's just a student. There's no way she broke through the Academy's security network and gained access to the intranet to control that android. But then how the hell did Barbara do it? Then shouldn't we also rule out kids from noble families, since they're students too? That's a little different, they can interfere with the manufacturing and distribution of androids. So you told Kalesa to bully Barbara. How did she find me? I'm certain I wasn't being tailed. Oh, and Jizzle, it was nice seeing you. If my theory is correct, this is really going to be a headache. I'll have to meet with Jizzle to make sure, but she's been avoiding me. Luca! Did you put in a good word for me with Jizzle? Of course. That's it, I thought you had something important to tell me. Well, since we're on the topic, I have no interest in you. Actually, you make me uncomfortable. So stay away from me, would you? Sniffle. Sorry, Enrico, I'll make it up to you later. Jizzle Castoria. I had a feeling. I've had enough of this, I'm going to tell my father about your rude. That won't help you. I already reported your involvement in this incident. You told father, really? How much did you tell him? I have no reason to tell you that. My reputation. My place within the Castoria family. Everything I've worked for, gone in a single moment. And all because of you. None of this would have happened if you hadn't come here. It's all your fault. It's not too late, tell me everything you know. That's the only way I can help you. Don't be ridiculous, how could a mere cadet help me now? How about if I become a member of the Castoria family? What? Didn't you think it was strange? That someone of such status as yourself would be ordered to be my guide at the academy. It's a little embarrassing to talk about myself like this, but I'm being treated as a rare talent. And I even received a Medal of Honor recently. The captain is certainly quite fond of me. If I get recruited into the Castoria family, my standing will rise accordingly. No matter what it is you did, I'll stand by you. How can I trust you? I have to resolve this android problem if I want to have a shot at getting adopted by the captain. Mutual understanding is the first step to trust. I was the one controlling the androids. I created Barbara's curse. Actually, Barbara was my first real friend. Not just someone I knew, but a friend I could really open up to. 3 years ago, I got curious about who it was my family was sponsoring. That was the first time I met Barbara. I thought she was a skilled and friendly person in the beginning. But I thought she seemed infinitely cold. Is this what made Jizzle the way she is now? It all started with a little bit of jealousy. There was a guy who hit on Barbara. Her smile and bright personality made her a popular student. But I didn't want to lose my only friend to some guy. I was pretty young at the time, okay? At first, I just wanted to mess with that guy since I didn't like him. All I did was create a robot in the appearance of an android. But then somehow, Jizzle placed an audio file in the robot which said to stay away from Barbara. And had the robot follow that guy around at night. But that little prank brought unbearable consequences to Jizzle. The boy fell and badly wounded his head. He dropped out as a result, and Jizzle was so frightened that she disposed of the robot. But she wasn't able to avoid being questioned concerning the accident. Once the investigation began, Barbara was the first to realize I was the one who did it. I had occasionally worked on the robot in front of her, so she put two and two together. I was scared of being discovered, but Barbara told me she had a good plan. If I became a victim myself, then people wouldn't suspect me. So you volunteered yourself as the second victim of the curse. Yes, my position allowed me to alter the Academy's androids, so I inserted the chip Barbara gave me into one of them. I don't know what that chip did exactly, but it started chasing after me in a fury. That's how I became the second victim. So that's how Barbara's curse began. And that's when Barbara started getting weird. She started making strange demands. Like that she needed to be isolated within the Academy in order to make this the perfect crime, or that we would regularly need new victims. Jizzle fell into Barbara's trap. If she had just left things as they were, the incident would have been forgotten. But Barbara made it impossible for her to escape from her. You told our secret to a man. Jizzle the traitor, my lovely Jizzle. Ugh. How did she hack Jizzle's receiver? I'm sure it's equipped with high-grade security. My intuition is screaming to me that we have to get the hell out of here. And this noise, it's not coming from Jizzle's receiver. This mechanical sound is Lou. Irk. Hup. Phew. That'll stop the bleeding for now. It must have been a battle drone that shot me. It wouldn't be a problem taking it out if I could activate my high-speed gear, but then the wound in my side could get worse. All I have on me right now is my pocket knife. And it doesn't seem anyone noticed the shot since the drone used a silencer. Boy, this is some dilemma. I'm gonna smash your face in, you hunk of metal. I'm gonna smash your face in, you hunk of metal. Ugh. Do Imperial Guards not feel pain or something? Of course it hurts, are you kidding? If I could at least figure out where exactly the drone is located. Jizzle. Yes. Do you have a mirror on you? I see it. My transmitter. Jizzle, is your transmitter working? No, internal and external communications are all down. I was trying to protect you, why did you betray me? And Luca, I like you, so. I wish you would despise me a little. There's no need to listen to a disturbed woman, I'm guessing this. No. I don't need to tell her yet. Sniffle. It hurts. We have to get somewhere safe. Yes, sir. Yes, I just arrived at the scene. Felix. Oh, Luca, there you are. Order from the higher-ups. Yeah, looks like you're receiving special treatment again. I didn't even get a heads up about this mission. I wasn't contacted about it ahead of time either. Hang on, this was all my father's plan. Yes, it was the captain's order, but... No way. Does he really think of me as a dispensable? She's not taking this well. She may be the captain's daughter, but she's still just a civilian. It only makes sense that she would feel jarred after being treated as expendable by her own father. I feel bad for her, even if she is a noble. Is it bad? Bad enough, I'll probably be dead by tomorrow morning. So you're fine for now then. Take this, you can't activate your high-speed gear, can you? You don't have to worry about me. This is Felix. I'm here with Luca and Giselle Cousteau. The gunshot sounded close, but I didn't sense anything. To think it was able to escape detection by 2 Imperial Guard cadets. Barbara couldn't possibly be this experienced. Hey, I just want to talk. It isn't Barbara. If I had aimed for your head, one of you would already be dead. Talk, you realize who we are, right? Of course, you're the precious little cadets. I don't have a lot of time here, so let's get to the point. Hand over Giselle Castoria. Planning to kidnap her so you can get a hefty ransom. The princess wants her, you see. I wish it didn't have to be this way, but the princess has quite the temper. I was hoping that at least you would understand me. At least me, what about Felix? A full-body invisibility cloak. So that's why we couldn't sense him. This isn't gonna be easy. Giselle, I'll buy you time. Once I give the signal, run away as fast as you can. But Now's not the time to argue, do as I say. 1, 2, run. How is he reacting so fast? I'd hate to have to kill 2 of my juniors. What, are you surprised to hear I'm your senior? Get a grip before you wind up dead, kid. I thought he was just an exceptionally skilled terrorist, but he's an Imperial Guard. I can't believe I let him distract me like that in the middle of a battle. He's after me right now. He must be thinking he can take me out and still catch Giselle. Facing him like this, I'll definitely lose. I have to figure something out quick. Focus, Luca. Felix, I've got to borrow your sword. Well, look at that, you knew where that sword was without even looking. Are you an Aces tactic user? Well, it'd be a shame to kill someone skilled in the Aces tactic. I was just going to have a little fun with you, but this throws a wrench in things. His attitude's changed. What exactly about the Aces tactic is keeping him from killing me? Never mind that, do I even have a chance of winning? Did Giselle get away? D***** it, I can't focus because I'm too worried about her. All this over a single terrorist. Look, kid, stand down. Don't throw your life away in the heat of the moment. I guess I must look like chopped liver to him. But thanks to him teasing me like that, I've got a bit of clarity. My injury, this guy's identity, and even the stuff about the Aces tactic. None of that matters to me right now. The only thing that matters right now is the fact that I don't like this guy. You've clearly been through some harsh training even at your young age. And yet you're gladly willing to throw your life away for the Empire. Do you really think I won't kill you? The Empire is one thing. But I'm just sick of your attitude. Phew, with that defiant spirit, you certainly don't sound like you belong to the Empire. I have a feeling we'll be meeting again, so how about we introduce ourselves? I'm Rick Kaiser, a supporter of republicanism. Aha, so you're a terrorist. How about we say I'm part of the resistance? What a load of nonsense. We'll see about that. This is your last chance, beg for mercy. Fine. If you survive this, tell Kinyuan for me that I'm doing just fine. The last thing I heard today was the sound of my neck being broken. A rare experience. Hospital of the Empire's capital. Luca, I'm hurting. Stupid, of course you'll hurt if you move your neck like that. Ugh. Felix's brain was severely damaged. His broken neck had been left untreated for too long. On the other hand, I was lucky. I heard that immediately after I was attacked. Jizzle came back with 4 Imperial Guards. If it wasn't for the swift first aid, I would have been in trouble too. No need to get up. Felix carried out his duties to the end. Then let me hear your report. That is all. Rick Kaiser, his real name is Rick Silva Nunez. You fought with one of the Empire's most wanted criminals. I've never heard the name before. Not all wanted criminals are publicly disclosed. Especially not those with ties to the Empire's dirty laundry. To think that even the perfectionist Empire has dirty laundry. Then it wasn't merely the act of some terrorist. I suppose it'd be polite for me to explain what this mission is really about. Operation Juliet has been in the works for 5 years now. Operation Juliet. The goal is to gain access to the headquarters of the anti-imperialist terror group Nemesis. Gain access, not raid. Nemesis is a perfectly decentralized organization, so a raid in the usual manner won't work. No matter how many you cut down, they keep growing back. It's meaningless unless we cut off the head. Did we fail the mission then, since we were unable to capture Rick? No, the plan was a success, Luca. We managed to plant one of our own in the heart of Nemesis. What do you mean? Barbara is one of our agents. Nemesis recruited her as a hacker. This is the fruit of our long preparations to draw Nemesis's attention to Barbara. Didn't realize she was so far off her rocker though. That monster is on our side. Then what was the point of the sacrifices made for this mission? Felix got his brain destroyed, Jillian wasted his time trying to capture the culprit. And even the captain's own daughter was constantly harassed by Barbara, for nothing. They were all just cards to be used and discarded at his leisure. Does Jizzle know about this? She doesn't know a thing. And I want to keep it that way. Do you understand why I'm telling you all this? They're disposing of me. So this is the end for me. Before I've accomplished anything, so miserably. Read this and sign it. Welcome to the family, Luca. It'll take some time to get the documents sorted out. We have some old sticklers in our family, you see. You'll feel some pain and irritation for a while. Lou, CA. Are you leaving? Yeah. Good luck. Bad Born Blood. Art D. Park Story Pumpkinbird Original Story Bakes a Noble. 028. Imperial Guard Education Center. Barbara. Barbara the Witch. A spy prepared by the Empire to infiltrate the terror group Nemesis. She still bewilders me. The strange way I saw her behave wasn't a mere act. She's a twisted human, no doubt. But perhaps she was designed that way for this mission in the first place. Was it really all a coincidence? Pulling myself out of the lower-class orphanage. Meeting Kinyuan, learning the AC's tactic. And everything I've done at the academy. I thought I had done it all of my own volition. But this means it wasn't by my own effort that I managed to overcome that horrible environment in my own DNA, it was all just. No. Don't let it get to you, Luca. It's all just in your head. It's possible that the captain told me this secret to test my loyalty. I can't miss this chance. This perfect chance to recreate myself. Oh, Luca, you're back. Did you live it up at the academy? Yeah, lived it up so much I nearly died. I feel bad for Felix. He was an excellent cadet. Do you actually feel bad, though? Instructor Rick asked me to send his regards. He says he's doing well. Oh, Rick Silva Nunez. I'm glad to hear he's doing all right. I never imagined he would become a terrorist, you know. It sounds like you two were close. Of course, we were recruited into the Guard at the same time. His reflexes are remarkable. I'm surprised you ran into him and lived to tell the tale. Have you stayed in touch? Don't get the wrong idea, Luca. I may be retired, but I'm still getting paid by the Empire. Why would I keep in contact with a terrorist? Anyway, it sounds like you haven't told the captain about what Rick said yet. If it's what you're thinking, then wouldn't it make more sense to report me first? But you could be executed on the spot if I did. I wanted to at least check with you before making my report. If this sort of thing could get me executed, I'd be long dead. What's your real reason for trying to win my kindness, good boy? Just what in the world is the AC's tactic? Why do you ask? Because whatever it is, the Empire decided it needs to have a registry of all AC's tactic users. And it's the reason Rick refrained from crushing my skull in. I didn't expect you to reach this point so fast, Luca Castoria. You know a lot for someone on the bottom rung. Do you understand the significance of that? Yes, I understand. Some 200 years ago, in the year 3518, the Empire saw its very first uprising. Rebel forces were led by the Empire's non-executive advisor, Noel Miliska. He made huge contributions to the Empire by establishing all kinds of combat theories, from guided ballistics to tactics involving cybernetic suits. Noel saw that he would stand no chance in an all-out war against the Empire. So he engaged in irregular guerrilla warfare instead. It was then that he conceived of AC's Victima, generally known as the AC's tactic. This tactic that I've been learning came from rebel forces. That's how Noel's rebels resisted the Empire. With AC's Victima users at the fore, they continued to fight in regional battles and guerrilla operations. I see, if it was used for guerrilla warfare then the downsides wouldn't have mattered. I guess they knew they could die at any moment, so they didn't care what it might do to their brains. And since they weren't an official army, they would have had no unified standard or fixed rules. So they needed a flexible tactic that would allow them to react to any circumstances. Right. Only Noel and his close associates managed to survive the Empire's extensive mop-up operations. They spread out across the whole region, gathering expendables to attack the Empire's main facilities. It didn't matter if the grunts were caught as long as the rest of them could escape. I'm starting to get the full picture now. The rebels would have easily disguised themselves as ordinary citizens. With their non-combat mech bodies, no one would have suspected them of being core rebel figures. However, AC's victim users can fight without high-performance mech bodies. Even if they were taken in for random questioning, they would be able to make it out pretty easily. So that's why Rick gave me a chance of survival. I also understand now why the Empire would keep a separate registry for AC's victim users. Then how did the Empire uproot the rebel force? They killed all suspects. They didn't have time to distinguish between civilians and rebels. Large-scale massacres left entire regions barren. In the face of that extreme measure, not even AC's victim users could escape death. That's how the uprising was quelled. Is the Empire trying to keep the incident a secret? Not necessarily, but they definitely don't teach it in school. Only people with an interest in history would know. The treason of Noel Muliska, who once played a key role in the Empire's army. The Empire's large-scale massacres. And Kinyuan, a professor who has mastered the rebel forces tactic. Did the captain send me to you? Because he thinks you're connected to the terrorists. Correct, Luca. If you can find proof that I've been secretly communicating with Nemesis, you'll advance straight to the center of the Imperial Guard. I don't believe that you're in secret communication with the terrorists. How is he so calm? You may not think so, but the captain isn't of the same mind. If you want a hint, look for evidence of my time spent in the lower class region. It'll help you get ahead in your career. How can someone being accused of communicating with terrorists act so casual? What about the captain then? Just how much does he know? Don't tell me he knew everything and still sent me to Kinyuan. I will report what I've heard today to the captain. See you later, Luca. God d***** it, they all think I'm just a fool. The captain and Kinyuan have been using me as a mere tool to sound each other out. How much longer can I walk this path before I slip and die? Kinyuan is becoming harder and harder to understand. Just who is that guy? I won't be able to find any useful intel through the regular routes. But I refuse to be tossed around like this any longer. If I want to uncover Kinyuan's past, I have no choice but to follow his advice. I have to go to the lower class zone to find traces of Kinyuan's past. The captain sent me to Kinyuan because he believes Kinyuan has secretly been in communication with terrorists. Enigmatic as always, Kinyuan seems little bothered by such allegations. And what he said to me back there. If you want a hint, look for evidence of my time spent in the lower class region. It'll help you get ahead in your career. Why did he tell me that? Why does he want me to go to the lower class region? Is he going to have the Nemesis rebels take me out? Or maybe, that, too, was part of a setup, a scheme between him and the ones pulling the strings above. Stop it, Luca, you already decided you wouldn't let them shake you. It's too late to back out now. I have to get ready to find traces left by Kinyuan. To make sure I'm no easy target. I need to be as prepared as possible. The first step will be to report my conversation with Kinyuan. Instructor Kinyuan is clearly trying to provoke us. Rick Silva Nunez used to run off the book's missions during the same time as Kinyuan. I'm sure the two are connected. Aren't you curious? I mean about why I've left Kinyuan alone until now if he's such a suspicious character. I'll stay out of it if I'm not meant to know. I'll trust you with the truth. The order to investigate Kinyuan came from an authority higher than the Imperial Guard. The superiors apparently believed that we could use Kinyuan to gain access to the heart of Nemesis. They must have observed the possibility that he's in communication with Rick. They gave the important job of instructor to someone so untrustworthy. He said he'd leave unless he was given the job. And besides, he's a good instructor. So, does that answer your questions? I've been at Kinyuan's side for a while now, but honestly I can't find any weaknesses. His self-control is flawless and he never reveals his true intentions. Stop whining and just get it done, you're the only one for the job. I've sent different cadets to Kinyuan throughout the years. But none of them ever got as close to him as you. He likes you. Then I need greater authorization than what is given to cadets. Are you nervous? I'd be lying if I said I wasn't. I'm a little bit on edge. I told the captain what authorization I needed. A passport to cross between the upper and lower zones. Passport. Weapons permits and money for the investigation. And access to a much higher ranked database. Authorization. I'm clearly not in a place to demand any more than this. Yet it's not enough. In my current position, I could be expended at any moment. I have to do all that I can. I know this isn't something a soldier should say, but I don't want to die over something this grim. Especially if I'm just going to be killed for knowing too much. I'll be frank with you, if the higher-ups give me orders, I'll have to make this whole thing look like it never happened. I'll have to dispose of a number of people, you included. But I can promise you this much. I'll do everything within my power to protect you. I brought you into the family to make that possible. Does that mean my life is in the captain's hands now? I don't like all these formalities and procedures either. But now that you're part of the family, you should meet the others. Please let me know how I should act in front of them. Just act like your usual self. You may serve as a fresh motivation to my own children in a number of ways. Motivation. I don't know what the captain has in mind. But I'll have to put up with this inconvenience if I want to receive proper protection. We're almost there, Luca. I still hate it. Even though I spent my whole childhood here. Go inside and get some rest, Luca. Your room should be prepared already. We can do introductions later. Everyone's busy trying to flatter the head of the house. I'm already tired just thinking about joining that commotion. They hardly look any different from the suck-ups in the lower class zone. Is that really the life I had so longed for? So you really became a member of the Castorias, Luca? Jizzle. My apologies for my indecent behavior, the other day. I let my emotions cloud my no, I'm just making excuses. As a member of the Castoria family, I shouldn't have acted like that. Don't worry about it, makes sense that a non-soldier like yourself would panic in that scenario. I went to see Felix, but he didn't recognize me. You can feel grateful to him if you want, but don't feel guilty about it. He was just doing his job as a cadet of the Imperial Guard. Are you trying to comfort me? I was just stating the facts. I'm not that affectionate. You're like a blue flame. You may look cold, but you burn hotter than the other embers. Her attitude feels way less prickly than before. Luca, do you remember what you said back then? You said you would support me if you became a member of the family. Well, it wasn't a lie. It sounds like we're communicating well enough now to make a deal now. I like her style. This is how a lady of the Empire's nobility ought to act. You have to know how to serve your own interests. I'll share intel with you, to return the favor. I'm guessing Father told you next to nothing. He's not the type to offer help every step of the way. The people you need to watch out for are my two older brothers, the first and second oldest. They must be feeling incredibly threatened by your appearance. Threatened, but I'm nothing more than an adoptee. That's not true. Whatever people say, Castoria is a military family. My brothers aren't fit to lead the family. And you're the only one of father's sons who qualifies to be an elite soldier. Even if you don't share our blood, you're still a threatening presence. Well, if I have a shot, then it makes sense that they'd be concerned. And I can understand why they would be guarded against me too. Right, my brothers are. What about you? Do you really have no thought of becoming head of the family? I don't see why I should share that with you. I have no intention of becoming head of the house. But I won't just sit by if someone tries to step all over me. Beyond that, I don't care what happens. Seize the opportunity if it presents itself, Jizzle. Take it as advice from an older brother. Ah ha 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 ha. Will you really take up my flag if the day comes? I promised, didn't I, as long as you don't turn against me. Then I'll act with the assumption that we're in an alliance. I'm counting on you, my dear brother Luca. That's the first and last time I'm calling you that. Good, 'cause that was embarrassing. Castoria's second eldest son Jupe. Castoria's eldest son Nicholas. Lady Eva Castoria. You must be Luca. I've heard a lot about you. She hates me, I guess that's no surprise, though. Hurry and take a seat, before the captain gets here. Yes, mother. Try not to make any blunders. Knowing father, he's not going to actively look after you. Let's eat. To the guardian of humanity. To the founding father. And to the first emperor of Acretia. His Majesty Dino Cratia, be praise. As expected. All the attention is on me. A few minutes prior. The fact that those two are so wary of me must mean they're out to become head of the house. Right, I'm sure they've already studied up on you. The oldest, Nicholas, became a government official since he can't operate high-powered mech suits. But he has won over a large number of relatives and vassals with his outstanding skills. Jupe, on the other hand, lacks skill. Yet he's a soldier, so there is a chance he could become head of the house. And our more conservative relatives do in fact support him. My presence must be quite unwelcomed then. Exactly, they'll probably try to shame you. Using your background or behavior against you however they can. So that's why they're watching me. Of course, I know how to be courteous. Try not to make any blunders. Knowing father, he's not going to actively look after you may serve as a fresh motivation to my own children in a number of ways. But that's not what Hallis wants from me. I gotta live up to Hallis's live up to father's expectations. Luca. Yes. I hate to say this at our first meeting. But I think you'd do well to work on your table manners. I don't know what kind of life you've lived, but basic etiquette must be followed. He failed to see that I was acting and couldn't wait to correct my behavior. Impotent fool. The fact that I'm an elite soldier must have put him more on edge. Meanwhile, I can't even tell whether Nicholas has seen through my facade. Or if he's staying silent because he's hoping I'll siphon off some of the more conservative supporters. In any case, Nicholas is the enemy I'll really have to look out for. It is a disgrace to my father, who brought you into this family, and the name of the Castoria family as a whole. I can't imagine I'm any worse than someone who hasn't received a single crossblade order of military merit in 10 years of service. If we're speaking of upholding Castoria's status, that is. While we're at it, how about we compare fighting ability rather than mere manners? I trained under an amazing captain. Why you, how dare you? Luca, stop teasing Jupe, you cut it out too. It's my responsibility as his older brother to teach him proper. Seems to me Luca already knows his table manners. He was simply pretending not to know to tease you. Isn't that right, Luca? I knew the rules, I simply made a mistake. I guess I was just nervous about meeting all of you. You received the Level 7 Crossblade Order of Military Merit, didn't you? I'm not a soldier myself, so I'm no expert, but I understand that cadets rarely receive such a merit. Everyone in the Imperial Guard has one. It's nothing to brag about. I've always felt sorry to Father for failing to become a soldier. So it's a relief to hear you're such an excellent soldier. Brother, is that supposed to mean you don't think I'm an excellent soldier? I think you misunderstood. I'm well aware of your ability. No doubt you will one day do great things for the Empire. I'm frustrated about my situation too. The higher-ups treat me differently because I'm the captain's son. They won't send me into any real battles. I get that you're upset. But don't you think you're reading too much into my little comment, Jupe? The more heated their conversation gets, the more I see family conflicts surfacing like an old scar. But it doesn't matter. I'm sure this is the role that Hallis wants me in. Father must be smiling big on the inside. Thanks to Lady Castoria's intervention, the family conflict soon died down. And there was nothing strange about the dinner and party that followed. At the beginning of the party, Lady Castoria introduced me to the rest of the family. Allow me to introduce a new member of the family. Lucas Castoria. She introduced me as Lucas because my real name betrayed that I was from the lower class. Not that I particularly care. Some relatives came up and introduced themselves during the party, but their names were hardly worth memorizing. I guess they decided to take me seriously after seeing my interaction with Jupe. After those introductions and a briefing with Jizzle. Nice going. Yeah, he takes after Father. Nicholas is no joke. My first day in the Castoria household came to an end. Or so I thought. Captain. I thought you'd be up, Luca. Sorry to come see you so late. I have to make it look like I'm in a neutral position. Captain, you're drinking. According to the doctors and scientists, alcohol and tobacco do harm to the nervous and hormonal systems geared for battle. Want a drink? I'd rather not take more unnecessary risks. Learning the ACE's tactic is already risky enough. I'll give you a piece of advice, not as your captain but as a senior comrade. You won't be able to endure without irrational and inefficient impurities on the inside. That's the key to opening up this box called human nature. Is human nature really necessary for us? People who talk like you are always the quickest to be taken by Legion. I think you've had too much to drink, Captain. Just think of it as a present. A present to welcome you into the family. All I ask is that you pick up a hobby unrelated to combat. Better yet if it actually interferes in your combat ability. I'm having a hard enough time sharpening my senses as it is, but now I have to add an impurity. Does he want me to become like Eiley and Kinuan? Controlled by my emotions and unpredictable. What else could the captain's words mean if not that? Sigh. When Hallis entered my room with an impurity in his system, he showed a side of himself I'd never seen before. It made him offer advice that couldn't possibly do himself any good. Just like other normal fathers. Second day at the Castoria household. I was already busy preparing to go search for traces of Kinuan in the lower class region. So I wasn't enthusiastic about this trip to see the family. Here we are. Besides the visit to their dedicated armory, that is. It's your job to show me around the armory. You didn't think I was studying mechanical engineering at the academy for nothing, did you? The armory's management is left up to the women in the family. Since outsiders can't be trusted with some of the things in here. Mother is the one in charge of overseeing the armory for now. I'll take over in the future. Really, she didn't seem like the grease and grime type. She's incredibly skilled, she even takes care of father's suit and weaponry. Don't nobles do arranged marriages? What if they were on bad terms? That's why she's in charge of his stuff. It's a long-standing family tradition. It's a way to show strength of trust and loyalty. Luca. It looks like many of its parts have been replaced over the course of time. Its right arm is bigger than its left, maybe it was refigured to handle some special weapon. Ah, it catches your eye, right? That's the full mech suit Scylla. It belonged to Castoria's founder, Agatha. It's outdated compared to Myrmidon, but it's a family heirloom anyway. And it's the only model of its kind. Agatha Castoria's very own full mech suit, Scylla. I burned the sight of Scylla into my memory like a photograph. Captain, is it really okay for the elders to be staying in such a secluded place as this? They're refraining from contact with others. Old retired folk shouldn't be exercising direct influence on things. The elders are basically nothing more than advisors, you see. Makes sense, they have to make sure the head of the family doesn't become a mere figurehead. We're here. Silver Moon Manor. Just so you know, there are 7 elders in total. It's pretty rare for anyone to survive long enough in this family to be counted as an elder. So the fact that they're still alive is itself proof of their qualification. Were none of them opposed to my adoption? 2 were opposed, 4 were silent, and 1 was in favor. I see, so more were in opposition. Silence means they'll go along with whatever I say. So the decision is more or less up to me. Even those who opposed it were just expressing their concern, so it's nothing to take seriously. Don't worry, it's sturdier than you'd think. Ah, it's you, Hallis. You ought to call him Captain. Why, he's my grandson, you know. Don't act as though you were any better than I, old man. Ahem. This kid here is Luke Lucas. Indeed, so this is he appears quite clever. He looks like a child who would even kill his own father or mother in order to survive. Come hither, Lucas. Closer. Child, live long and prosper. You must consume the chaos before it overwhelms you. Though it may tear your throat to shreds, you must live. Am I supposed to take that as a warning about my current surroundings? And all the things I haven't yet seen? I'm planning on it. Silence, everyone. Let us proceed to the next item on our agenda, Captain. Ah, we should send Lucas out first, don't you think? He can stay. What's his aim? I could be in secret communication with Kinuan for all he knows. Why let me sit in on such an important meeting? If that is your wish, Captain. Why did you let me stay for the meeting? Find the answer on your own, Luca. Then my last day at the household came. They weren't the 3 days I had expected. But it's over now in any case. Now I just have to get ready to leave. You know, my dad said guys like you can even dodge bullets. Is that true? I think this is Nicholas's son, Emilio. Where'd this fearless little puppy come from? Emilio, you realize I'm your uncle, right? Yeah, I know. But you're low-class filth. Just know that a spanking is coming if you don't put that gun down. You, lay a hand on me, don't make me laugh. He's worse than a puppy, he's a freaking spider. Why didn't you dodge? You were supposed to jump out of the way. I didn't dodge because I knew it'd miss. But I can't believe he really shot at me. This time you better dodge, you hear? Run and tell your dad. That Uncle Lucas tried to kill you. Emilio, are you okay? Daddy. Luca. Explain to me what this is about. I was teaching him that he shouldn't point guns at adults. We wouldn't want this to happen again, after all. He pointed a gun at you. Emilio. Ha, so that's what happened. But still. I could have died and all you have to say is but still. Sigh. Let's go somewhere to talk alone. All right, Luca. Now people outside will think we're engaged in an intense argument. So you used your son because you were worried people would think we were making an alliance if we met separately. As expected, your perceptive skills are truly remarkable, thrice as much as Jupe, I'd say. Emilio could have died if anything went wrong. Children are replaceable. I haven't run out of sperm yet, after all. That was a trifle I had no choice but to ignore. His own son's life is a mere trifle to him. Sounds like we're done here. I know that you and Giselle are in an alliance. But what you think you know of her is wrong. At this rate, the next head of the family will be Jupe. If that happens, I might not be able to survive the fallout. I'm listening. It might not look like it right now. But when the time comes to select an heir to the family title, Jupe will have the most supporters. And if he becomes head, it won't be long before my head rolls. He thinks of me as an obstacle, you see. A powerful man such as father has nothing to worry about. But unfortunately, neither Jupe nor I take after him in that aspect. Certainly, Jupe doesn't have what it would take to get you under his control. But why do you think you're losing out to him in support? It's complicated. There are family members who want a soldier. Others who prefer Jupe's straightforwardness to a strategist like me. And those who are opposed to father and don't want another powerful man to take his place. They're against a powerful leader because of their opposition to Hallis. Did I not see how he really is as head of the family? So what do you want from me? It's simple, feign a feud with me and raise your standing within the family. Because the stronger my position, the weaker Jupe's will become. Exactly, you'll have no problem winning the support of those who want a soldier to take over. And you'll most likely siphon off the supporters who are opposed to me. In that case, the floaters who are backing me will guarantee that I become the head. Has he come up with this whole plan in the 2 days since we've met? And he was willing to go so far as to even put his own son at risk. Now I understand why Giselle said Nicholas takes after Hallis. Okay then, I'll assume you're in. What if I grow so powerful that I could have a shot at the position myself? If you really were considering the position, I never would have asked this of you. But even if you did become head of the family, you would need an advisor like me in order to manage it. Am I wrong? This is funny, and I don't mean that sarcastically. Back when I used to rummage through trash cans, I thought that nobles lived without a care in the world. Everyone has their trials. If there's anything you need, I'll lend you my support. My position may not be as high as some, but I'm still a high-ranking official, you know. Go ahead and tell all of this to Giselle if you want to remain loyal to her. Luca, no matter how skilled you may be, you won't be able to get acknowledged by Castoria by disrespecting your brothers. Sigh. Everyone has their trials. Interested in what I'm working on, Luca? No, it's nothing. He hasn't taken a break since we boarded. Does he always take care of that kind of work? While at the house, I tried hard to meet Hallis's expectations. But now I'm not sure if that's what he wanted from me. As head of the family and as a father. He was completely different from the captain I knew. Could there be something I'm missing? It turned around. No need to be alarmed. Our aircraft has merely been hacked as expected. There are sure to be terrorists waiting for us wherever we crash. Backup will arrive from Okvaran in 10 minutes, so we just have to hold out until then. Yes, sir, should I prepare to drop? No, that'd just make you a sitting duck. But we're not exactly safe here either, so let's focus on landing. Is he used to electronic warfare too? A person in his position really has to be good at everything. Don't worry, the aircraft will release shock absorption gel before impact. Luca, here's a question for you while we wait. What do you think of the present situation? You're acting as a decoy. Indeed. In order for Barbara to win trust within Nemesis. Prepare for impact. For God's sake, Barbara again. I'm lucky I survived that. But even with the captain here, how are the two of us supposed to last 10 minutes? There isn't even any cover in this wilderness. How in the world? Now that they saw us crash, the enemy should be arriving shortly. Thankfully, the weather's nice today. I've got a clear line of sight on M. He wasn't neglecting to prepare for battle. He knew he could handle it on his own, that's why he let himself become a decoy. Watch and learn, it's not often you'll have the chance to see me fight. Thankfully, the weather's nice today. I've got a clear line of sight on M. He wasn't neglecting to prepare for battle. He knew he could handle it on his own, that's why he let himself become a decoy. Watch and learn, it's not often you'll have the chance to see me fight. I didn't think so many would survive. Luca, you'll be able to spot the enemy within 21 seconds. Distant screams and the metallic smell of blood. He's shooting enemies outside of his range of vision, how? No way, are you firing based on satellite coordinates? I am. When you're a captain. They let you have your own military-grade satellite. How could a single person possibly get to that level? A military-grade satellite requires massive processors to operate properly. But then it's basically just a tactical weapon for one man. Does the captain of the Imperial Guard really possess that much power? There he is. There's Acrisia's hound. Forget the small fry and aim for the captain. I'll take on the mechs. And you, well, just don't die. Isn't it wrong for a commander to give such vague instructions? Luca, you'll have to learn to make the best of bad instructions if you ever want to rise to the top. Because this world is full of people who do wrong. Seriously. Hallis told me to watch and learn. But that's kinda hard to do right now. They don't even care if they hit their own comrades. I can't underestimate these guys. He dodged the bullet without looking. I guess it's true that Aces is the rebel's tactic. The fact that he can put up a fight without a mech body must mean he's skilled in it. But still there's a difference. It's worth testing out. Erg. Thought so. He stopped thinking once I grabbed his arm. If his Aces had been a little more developed, he would have cut off his arm to escape. Is it all over? Rick Kaiser was watching from afar. I suppose he was planning to quickly finish me off if I got wounded in battle. Then why didn't we lay a counter trap to catch him? Even if we caught him in a trap, that wouldn't help us eradicate Nemesis. Plus, they would kill Barbara if they realized she was leaking intel. I can't let the higher-ups' hard work go to waste like that. Because I'm just another replaceable cog, you see. Even the captain is replaceable. Is there anyone in the Empire who's irreplaceable? There is one person, but only one. I trust you know of whom I speak. In other words, if it's for the sake of protecting him. It doesn't matter how many people like Hallis and I die. But then what am I striving for? I'm still just. Luca, Castoria. How in the world did you do it? Let us in on your secret, will you? I get that you're one of the captain's favorites. But actually adopting you. A miraculous success story. It makes sense that people would see it that way. But I feel sick on the inside. Sorry. I chose to enter under Hallis's protection in order to avoid getting discarded. But now I understand that it was all meaningless. Soon, I will have to pay the price for transferring families. On a perilous mission to uncover Kinuan's true identity. I have to do the best I can until then. Endless training. Along with upgrades and adjustments for my cyborg parts. And now, with less than a year left as a cadet, the only thing that remains is to go down to the lower class zone. I was finally going to become an official member of the Imperial Guard. And that was when. Imperial Guard's Lounge. He did. I wouldn't have expected that from Eiley. He was hiding his ambition behind that smile of his. He's no ordinary kid. What happened? Eiley fought with his older brother and left him paralyzed for good. Now they're saying Eiley's the most likely one to inherit Kartika. He's probably receiving a mental examination about now. Eiley returned to the Imperial Guard after his long break at home. Badborn Blood 034. Art D. Park Story Pumpkinbird Original Story Baeksu Noble. Eiley Kartika. Absent. Eiley crippled his brother and is aiming to become the next head of Kartika. But he wasn't interested in any of that stuff before. I guess, he's not able to forget it. Lillian Ramonza's death. He gave everything for her, and then lost her. And with his own bullet. Luca. Eiley. Were you waiting for me out here? I'm touched, Luca. Or should I call you Lucas now? Lucas? Nah, I'm still just Luca. Hang on, I'm gonna throw my bag in my room real quick. Okay. So you managed to pulverize your brother and become the next heir. It was a formal duel. My bro has always been easy to provoke like that. How did you provoke him? I stole his girl. It didn't take much, must be because I'm more attractive. I do feel bad about it, though. You're really the worst. How about you? It couldn't have been easy being adopted into a renowned noble family. Especially when it's Castoria we're talking about. My life's always been a tightrope walk. This is nothing different. Even the most gifted tightrope walkers are bound to fall head first at some point. But that doesn't mean I can just stop walking. Luca. I'm done running too. Because of that girl. I'll have to become head of the house if I want to fix my family's problems. And if the Empire has problems, then I'll just have to reach a position high enough to fix them. Eiley has always been incredibly skilled. So I'm sure he'll be able to do it if he really tries. If his mind is made up, then I have nothing to say. And all the more so considering my own situation. Anyway, welcome back, Eiley. If you want to become head of the family, you'll have to work twice as hard as me. You can't slack off either. Let's say we team up and work 4 times as hard. That's what we became cadets for, after all. Right. If I don't want to fall from the tightrope, I'm gonna have to fight like hell. As if to prove that he wasn't lying. The next day Eiley took on a mission to subdue indigenous lifeforms on Navas. And I. Gabriel. Calling. Nice, finally starting to feel like I'm in the right place. Anyway. How come he isn't picking up? Oh. 'Cause he's dead. No, I ain't dead, yet. How is it? Killer, right. I like the strain I feel even from just holding it. I think I'd drop it if I lower my power output at all. He made this exactly how I wanted, a true Imperial Workshop craftsman. And I didn't even ask for a blade, but this is perfect. Her name is Crucis. It's an ancient word for disaster or annihilation. And the gun you were shooting is Ruina. It means, well, you can guess. Hold these girls close as lovers. I'll take good care of them. I'm off. I'll probably have to fight someone stronger than myself sometime. The moment I need to improvise with the AC's tactic. There will be only one time. These guys will be my strength. Two shots to the chest and stomach each. That means whoever did this wasn't trying to kill him. What happened? It was a warning, things have been rough in this hood. Both sides have started adding to their forces. But you're not in a gang. That's the problem. When a fight between powers breaks out, anyone who isn't an ally is an enemy. They shot me as a warning not to step out of line. But I have no clue who the bastards were. Why don't you join a gang then? Seeing you all trashed like this, I doubt you'll last long on your own. If I die, I die. I'm not going to work for those filthy bastards. Anyway, why are you here? I haven't seen your face in months. I have business to take care of. I'll come visit you again at this time tomorrow. Take the strongest painkillers you have and wait. Is that how you treat a guy who just got out of surgery? Hey. There were armed guards all around the hospital Gabriel was in. Gangsters won't be able to harm him in a place like that. Judging from what Kinyuan said. Looking for a weapon for fierce battles. Customized weight to match your mech suit, from spears to swords, all weapon types available. 24/7 repairs offered after fight. Expert mechanic provided, weapon storage provided free of charge. It sounds like he was quite close with the old manager of the arena. If I can figure out what Kinyuan did in the lower class zone, maybe that will send me in the right direction. But what business would he have in a place like this? In this place without hope or dreams. Just what could he? My old neighborhood, I must have unconsciously wandered here. The director pocketing funds to the orphanage again, that swine. The older kids must know what he's up to. But what are a bunch of weak kids going to do about it? The world never changes. Even if I were to interfere, that would only keep these kids from starving for a few months at best. Then it'd go straight back to how it was before. Hey, who the hell are you? Get lost, you've grown soft, Luca. I can't believe you really think such a small change is worth it. We're outta here. You, Luca. What a sir. You're still living like this. You already made enough money. Luca, I was good to you. I gave you more rations than the others at the end there. That's why I'm not breaking your neck. I was wrong, forgive me. Tell me what I did to offend you. I'll apologize for everything. I happened to drop by and just got annoyed. I don't want your apology. I won't do it again, I realize I was wrong. There was never anyone to stop or punish me until now. I've been born again, thanks to you. Make sure the kids eat their fill tomorrow. D*****, this hurts like hell. What's the point of being so huge if you're just gonna act like a crybaby? I got shot by a gun a few days ago. Usually I would have kicked him in the shin for that, but I'm holding it in. Maybe 'cause I'm finally getting enough sleep. If that's the case, then I have to admit, smashing in the face of someone you hate does wonders for your mental health. Is that what Hallis was trying to tell me? Arena. Gabriel, I thought you were shot. You don't even have any matches today. Word's already out. Whatever, we're here to see Aleph. This guy's got business with him, not me. Who is this? You don't remember good boy, he fought in a few matches a while back. Oh, the guy who pummeled you like. Wow, it's been months, hang on a minute. Hey, it's me. Tell Aleph that Gabriel and good boy are here to see him. Oh, Gabriel. I heard you were shot, are you doing okay? Everyone's asking how you are, You've got clout, Gabriel. There's a reason I've made it this far. And long time no see, good boy. Call me Luca. I see Kinyuan didn't come along this time. Today I'm here on personal business. You want a match? Not that. Before discussing it, I think you better send your men out of the room. No can do, I'm not the best fighter, you see. Call them a safety measure if you will. If you mean the two guys behind you, they won't do you any good. They're nothing more than scarecrows to me. Listen, good boy, Luca, whatever your name is. Don't get cocky just 'cause you know how to fight. I respect Kinyuan. But that doesn't mean I'll give you a free pass to act rude. Let's see what you've got then. Look here, good boy. It's Luca. Gabriel. Block the door. Gabriel. Block the door. Hurry up, Luca. Look. Why do I even bother with bodyguards? My mech body aches whenever it rains. Gabriel, you haven't had waterproofing maintenance done in a while, have you? Waterproofing maintenance, is that necessary? The deal I made with Aleph wasn't half bad. Castoria's high status was surprisingly useful. An Imperial cadet. Lucas Castoria. And son of the captain. I suppose it's worth sticking my neck out for you. So what do you want to know? Tora was a friend of mine, but I won't hold it against you. He killed the guy before him to get his position too. It's only natural in these streets. Look into Tora, the arena's previous owner. I want to know every little detail. Afterwards, Aleph said he wanted to be guaranteed a place in my retinue. I'll officially become an adult next year, which will give me the right to appoint members. He said he'd prove himself with his skill before then, so I'm going to have to keep an eye on him. From Aleph. Report on the arena's last owner. This will take me one step closer to Kinyuan's. I'm telling you. My mech has waterproofing technology built in. Why should I have to waste money on waterproofing maintenance? No matter how well made your parts are, things are still going to get in there over time. Especially with the rain in Akvaran. Ouch. You should at least get it checked out once every 6 months. But it's so expensive. And I haven't had any problems so far without it. But without proper maintenance it will just get worse and worse. Mech performance always decreases over time. It won't if you take proper care of it. With proper care, your mech will still be like new even after 10 years. Gilda, give Gabriel's mech an overhaul with this. And include waterproofing treatment. Oh my, you're speaking my language. She's scamming you, Luca. You should just use that money for an upgrade. Shut up, stupid, leave it up to the expert. Good cookies, right, I baked them myself. I used an industrial oven to make them, but they won't kill you. According to the records, all of Tora's associates either died or went missing once Aleph took over the arena. Give me a cookie too. You're an adult, Gabe. So, I still like cookies. They really got wiped out clean. But there still was one survivor. I should try to reach out to him. Ken Noma. Alive/psych ward patient. Even if he is in a psych ward. Can't even go to the hospital without trouble. My shot wound isn't healed up all the way yet, those bastards. Gabriel, you're not hiding anything from me, are you? Of course not, what would I be hiding? The guy who shot us was wearing a gang uniform. Does this have something to do with you getting shot? I don't have a clue, really. But how did you even notice that? I guess if he was hiding something I would have already picked up on the fact. But no one should have known where we were headed. Yo, Gabriel. So you're siding with Aleph now. Was our warning not enough for you? I'm not on Aleph's side. We know you made a deal with him right after getting shot. How stupid do you think we are? No, I was just, man, this. Thought so, now I just need to find out why they're after Gabriel. Gabriel, you have a spare gun. What, you already have one? I can't take them alive with this. How strong can a pistol be? You picked the wrong side, Gabriel. Big Sis sends her regards. Yikes. You're a terrible shot. 3 clicks to the upper left. Who? Who the hell is that guy? Big Sis, don't tell me. Sire, don't worry, security should be here within 3 minutes. It's already been 3 minutes. I'd terminate my contract with that security service if I was you. Thank you, another driver will be here shortly. You little punk. Big Sis, you mean La Vie en Roses Martina. You're doing all this just because I refused to join your gang. What, you're a real dumba ***, aren't you? Big Sis is into you. What, I thought she wanted me to become her personal bodyguard. That means she likes you, you just hate the idea of getting tied down, don't you? But then you went and joined hands with Aleph as soon as you were shot. You think that made Big Sis happy? Probably not. Exactly, you idiot, think how much she must like you. She was trying to get you to join so that she could treat your wound. GHRRK. Tell Martina that Gabriel will come see her soon. Hey, Luca, who said you could decide that? I'm not trying to get ambushed again. I'm no expert, but I hear that a woman's resentment can endure longer than a man. She fell for Gabriel. A gang boss who's probably rich. I'd be lying if I said I'm not curious what kind of woman she is. Ken Noma. Ken Noma. My name is Luca. Lou, CA, I have a question about Tora, the arena's last owner. Looks like Aleph tortured him bad. I had hoped he'd at least be able to talk. This won't help me track Kinyuan at all. He's a wreck, Aleph totally wrecked him. Might as well be dead. I'll try the temporary remedy used in the Imperial Guard for a damaged nervous system. The report said Ken excels at close combat. And is especially good with a knife. Let's go, we're wasting our. I finally feel like I'm free from the mire. Luca, was it? I take it you still have something to ask me. How'd you do that? Okay, I have to keep parrying him so that his brain will stay active. It's about an acquaintance of Tora. An acquaintance of the boss, I think I know who you mean. But why should I tell you anything? I'll get you out of this hospital. Oh ho! Gabriel, there's a spare room at your place, right? What, you want me to take care of this guy? Just for a few days, also, find a good hideout and round up people we can trust. You're gonna be the boss of a new gang. Wah! Hang on, Luca, what are you talking about? But not if you don't wanna, I can always find someone else. I never said that. I need to have my own people in the lower class zone. Gabriel on his own won't cut it. I need a gang, it's possible that Kinyuan also. We don't have much time. Listen closely, Luca. Why had I never thought of that? According to Ken, Tora had an old friend in backer. Someone who wasn't involved in the lower zone or even a gang member. And hence, only known by his inner circle, which Ken was a part of. In the same way that I'm using Gabriel. Kinyuan also set up a gang with Tora as boss. Winning over followers from the lower class zone and building up forces in order to perform an unofficial mission. Am I reenacting Kinyuan's past even as I'm looking into it? I feel like I'm so close, but still so far. It's odd. Imperial Guard data room. So it's true, Kinyuan became an instructor right around the time of Tora's downfall. But Kinyuan's goal, his motives, and everything else are all still a mystery to me. I better make sure Ken recovers. If I decide not to involve myself anymore after this mission is over, Gabriel will slowly fall as the gang grows beyond his control. In the same way Kinyuan let Tora fall. But Kinyuan didn't really do anything wrong. If anything, Tora was only able to get where he got thanks to Kinyuan. Kinyuan merely took a balanced approach within a complicated conflict of interests. Them willing to die for you, you have to spend more time with them to FO. Obviously, you yourself will need to keep psychological distance from the. Bottom line is, you need to make them love you without loving them yourself. If you get too close to them, you won't want to expend them. That's the secret to taking charge in any relationship. And secure his own safe zone. Be prepared to expend people. You have to be the strongest. And the craftiest. I have to keep from losing my way in that chaos if I want to survive. Who's there? Amazing, Luca. I suppose it's safe to say you've got the basics of Aces Victima down pat now. Yes, the person I've been trying to become. Then let's move on to the next level. Is exactly Kinyuan. Imperial Guard Physical Training Facility. I didn't expect you to approach the level of Amista so fast. Amista. One who is capable of teaching Aces Victima to others. In the past, this sort of hierarchy existed among Aces Victima users. But now even the genealogical records have vanished, so it's pointless to categorize. I assume you didn't call me here just to explain that to me. I see you're dying to beat me to a pulp. What can I say? I've got a nasty personality, but you already know that. I suppose that is just like you. Certainly it's easier to learn by doing rather than merely talking. It always has been. Kinyuan may be a master Aces tactic user, but he still has his physical limitations. He can't beat me in my current state with his ordinary robotic body. Unless you want to be hospitalized, I suggest you guard your head and torso. It isn't ordinary mech. He only switched out his right arm with battle mech. The feel and weight of it must be entirely different, but he didn't let it show at all. His control is astounding. To think he'd risk using high-powered mech with that messed up nervous system of his. I may never again have an opportunity like today. Thank you, sir. Lost again. Kinyuan totally blocked my full-on attack with just one arm. But the conditions of the fight were strongly in my favor. Are you able to see into the future? Do you think I'd be dealing with this S*** if I could? Good point. Luca, the way to learn Ace's tactic is to steal it. So far you've learned to change the way you look at the world by expanding your senses. But your brain still has untapped potential. You have to learn how to use it. We'll continue with this in our next class. Go on ahead of me, Luca. I'm unqualified to continue to the next level if I can't learn on my own, is that it? That won't be easy. Let me lend you a shoulder. Thanks. Don't mention it. The one with all the answers is right here beside me. But I don't suppose he'd share them with me, and it's not like I'd believe him even if he did. After all, Kinyuan and I both know that when it comes to deep relationships, you have to keep emotional distance. While helping Kinyuan to the office. Why don't you get yourself a girlfriend? There's just something different about the senses of real flesh. I recommend doing the deed before you get the full mech operation done. Let me worry about that for myself. We talked about the most trivial subjects. Feeble ties, I'd be lying if I said it wasn't bittersweet. Because I know that at some point we'll have to break this tie. But I hope at least I won't have to be the one to execute Kinyuan. Just give these guys money and they'll do anything for you, Luca. I asked you to find people we could use, not these idiots. Hey, you think it's easy finding decent people in this business? At least these guys are serious about their work. Ha, never mind, what about Ken Noma? I gave him a room upstairs. Getting Ken out of that hospital and all this other stuff has left me broke. Alright, just try not to waste any money from now on. I added money to that credit chip. For sure. What should I tell the others about you? Say that I'm a sponsor. And tell them to stop slacking off. Enough drinking, get to work. Ken's name is still in the hospital register. But since no one ever comes to visit him anyway, they probably don't even realize he's missing. I mean, other than the security guard and nurse I bought off. He's doing a better job than I expected. Ken Noma, do you recognize me? Why, of course. You're someone I can trust. Then let's get started with your rehab, Ken. He must have been incredibly skilled before he was hospitalized. My mind is clear, how did you do it? It wasn't anything special, just threw together a few different drugs. I wasn't aware that you also have expertise in drugs. I'm chasing down traces of the man who backed Tora. I want to know what his aim was in coming to the lower class zone, and why he sponsored Tora. First, can I have a cig? What do you think? Then how about a beer? Loosen up, you're acting strict as a soldier. Anyway, from what I can remember, Tora called the guy Noel. Kinyuan really has some bad taste. It was quite strange now that I think about it's true. Tora was a good person, but he wasn't talented enough to take over and run that arena. I'm assuming he has the man to thank for that. Anything else unusual? Part of the arena's revenue was sent through another company too. Before I get to that, I have a favor to ask, Luca. Is it about Aleph? So you already know. I've got to get him back for making me like this. I'm working with Aleph right now. I'm not asking you to help directly, just to turn a blind eye. You're currently under the protection of Gabriel's gang. If you want to get revenge on Aleph, do it after you're gone from here. Otherwise, no need to threaten me. Unlike Aleph, I'm trustworthy. I'm no backstabbing bastard. Trustworthy. That's exactly what a backstabber would say. I'll decide who to trust after I've gotten to know them better. Look at Tora's old ledger. Aleph should have it. Look through the companies that start with the letter B. The money sent there probably ended up in Noel's pockets. What the hell's happening? Save me, boss. Does everyone from La Vie en Rose talk with their fists? You need to educate your grunts better, Gabriel. Look here, mess. Eyepatch, you can't just barge into our hideout and start beating people up. La Vie en Rose, they're more impatient than I thought. They must really like Gabriel. Didn't we tell you to come find us before it's too late? But that was too quick. I've been busy over here, you know. Who are? Irk. Even if he is late. You're the one who barged into our hideout. And you want to talk about his grunt's education. You're right, that was my mistake. Baldy, Pugnose, keep watch over this place while Gabriel and I are gone. Also, no drinking on the job, that's an order. Of course, sir. La Vie en Rose is a gang that lower-class women made in order to defend themselves. Most of its members were either born here or had nowhere else to turn. And the boss has to be a woman in order to earn the members' support. If their boss Martina likes you, that must mean you've met before. Just a few times on business terms. I used to work as a security guard for them on the side. What can I say? My manly appearance makes me intimidating. Unless I do something, Gabriel will likely either be killed by Martina or become her subordinate. But I can't let that happen. If my business relationship with Aleph gets shaken even a little, he'll sell me out. And Gabriel is irreplaceable. We're here. Gabriel. What is it? You want to fight? I'm warning you, if you value your life. Don't reject the diva this time. That's some potent incense. Why use such overpowering? They're using it to dull our senses. Nobody move. Twitch a finger and I'll blow your brains out. Enough. Who said you could be so rude to our guests? I was acting on my own, I'm sorry, diva. You gotta be kidding, how could you invite me and then act like this? Calm down, Gabriel. We came here to talk anyway. She's trying to shift the blame after attempting to take me out. I could keep pushing her on that, but that wouldn't be the best option since I still have a mission to carry out. Sorry, my subordinate was acting a little too loyal. What is your name, young master? Luca. You aren't from the lower class zone. So why are you sticking your nose in our business? I have my reasons, but that's none of your business. Oh my, it seems you're unfamiliar with the lower class zone. We're la vie en rose, young master. I'm telling you now, it'd be a mistake to assume that your nobility will keep you safe. You sewage rats think you're something since you made a little group. One moment, diva. Ha! Come with me. I'll be frank with you. I have one demand. For Gabriel to become my lover. Of course, that means he'll have to become a member of La Vie en Rose. Sure, we live in a world where plastic surgery is easy as pie. But still, a woman of this caliber likes Gabriel. What gives you the right? I hate working under others. But Gabriel, you're working under this little lord right now. I'm technically more of a patron, or client. Well said, Luca, did you hear that? Luca's not my boss. How about dating that woman just for the time being? I don't think they'll mess with you as long as you maintain a relationship with her. I don't want to. Come on, what's the matter? You think you'll ever land another beauty like that with your ugly face? I still don't want to. She's older than me, okay. So what if she's older? She's older than my dead grandma, it. But, I mean. She looks fine on the outside. I can't do it, I'd rather you kill me now. Ha! Gabriel started his own gang. So he can't join La Vie en Rose. You're making a gang, but you seem unfamiliar with the state of things here, young master. I might not know a lot, but Aleph from the arena does. I've already agreed to keep a friendly relationship with him. With his help, Gabriel's gang shouldn't have any trouble establishing themselves. I've never been denied a man I wanted. Then this will be a first for you. I imagine firsts are rare at your age. Enjoy it. Gabriel. I can give you more than you could ever imagine. Please, stay by my side. Ha, it is what it is, I guess. Since you're already here, let's talk business, little lord. So you're making a gang. Didn't you say you're making a gang? I wouldn't want to have someone as gutsy and skilled as you for an enemy. Hey, what happened to you liking me? You're giving up that easily. Ah, I like it when ugly men cling to me. I get tingles whenever I think about the audacity of such a man. Especially when he's so ugly that it's disgusting. I guess nobles aren't the only ones who get weird as they grow older. For us who haven't yet lived half a century, this woman is hard to understand. Shall we finish talking business? You certainly are a talent, Luca. To think you would strike a bargain with La Vie en Rose so soon. After making a deal with Martina, I went back to Aleph with one of her subordinates. Gabriel's gang is linking arms with the Arena faction and La Vie en Rose. Once this news spreads, nothing will stand in the way of our activities. Plus, it'll attract people who are aiming to climb the ladder. Things ended up being easy thanks to Aleph's quick wit. This is it, Torah's old ledger. Keep up the good work. Leave it to me. Do you trust Aleph, Luca? You must be losing sight in your one good eye. Do I look like I trust him? That's why I'm asking, wouldn't Diva be more? Your boss is just as untrustworthy as him. She's too erratic and hard to figure out. You could use a hand, couldn't you, Luca? I'll lend you my subordinate, Grace. She was an Imperial Guard cadet. She quit midway, but it's still an impressive item on her resume. She's only halfway my senior. It appears Martina wants to uncover my true identity and goal, but that doesn't matter. Grace will be several times more useful than those weaklings Gabriel found. Plus, it was decided that we would occasionally run security at La Vie en Rose. So we had nothing to lose with the trade. Are you from a military family? Why do you think so? Because you're stronger than me. I didn't expect to find myself so powerless against a teenager. You have a lot of pride for someone who didn't even finish cadet training. I didn't quit because of any lack of skill. I was at the top of my class at the time. Oh ho, what was it then? I don't think we're close enough yet for me to tell you about my private affairs. That's true. You can leave for today, I have nothing else planned. I'll escort you to your office. Who needs the escorting here? My apologies, I'll be on my way then. Ken told me to find a business starting with the letter B in Tora's ledger. He said the money sent to that business probably ended up with Noel. That is to say, to Kinyuan in disguise. They all went out of business a long time ago. But with my limited intel, I won't be able to follow the tracks of these closed businesses. The lower class zone's data has a lot of corrupted material. And knowing Kinyuan, he's sure to have spread a bunch of dummy data. There's got to be a more credible and uncorrupted database. Right, like the Empire's top-class network. Way too expensive of a line to use in this place, but I have no choice. I'm busy here, Luca. Cut to the chase. I want to get into the Empire's central database. I thought you'd have access, Nicholas. Of course I do, since I'm a government official, but I can't share it with you. Then can you look into just a few phantom companies for me? Will it help you rise the ranks in the family? It just might. Send the list. It'll take about 2 hours. I owe you one. Brothers gotta help each other out, let me know whenever you need something. He's really skilled. He'll probably make me pay him back with interest. But I'll think about that later. What's here in front of me comes first. Aleph of the Arena, Ken Noma, Gabriel's gang. And La Vie en Rose. Going through all that non-stop, I was hardly able to sleep the past 3 days. My brain is fried. I'm so tired, I feel like I'd snap even if Hallis called me right now. Please. Nobody call me. Sender, Nicholas. Cadet Mission Log. Ilay Kartika. Ilay, just how many missions did you complete while I was away? He's been taking care of things that are hardly even necessary. I guess that's why I haven't seen him around much. I'm done running too. Usually he'd be coming to see me about now. Well, I could just go find him myself, I guess. Ilay Kartika. State, resting/personal maintenance room. I'm in a pretty decent mood right now too. Alright, I'll take the initiative this time and... Luca, you saw that. Ilay's on a rampage. He might even be able to break the record for most missions completed as a trainee. I don't know what you've been up to. But at this rate Ilay might just take your spot at top of the class away from you. Then let him have it. You don't even care now that you're a member of Castoria, do you? Then again, if I was adopted by the captain, I'd feel comfortable coasting too. Coasting. She has no clue what she's talking about. Sure, it'd be easy if all I had to do was pull the trigger on command. Without having to judge friend and foe for myself. But I do have to judge for myself. When it's so uncertain who to follow or believe. I've had to repeatedly suppress my desire to quit. Sometimes I miss the old days. But I know, I'm the one who chose this path. I can't back down now, one wrong step and I'll be disposed of on the spot. Once I solve all the problems standing before me now. Then I'll become just like them. I'll join the likes of Kinyuan. Or Hallis. That's the only way for me to survive. Hey, Luca, I didn't mean any offense. If anyone deserves to become a Castoria, it's you. We all know that better than anyone. I was just worried because I haven't seen you much lately. So no hard feelings. Right, this is the power I hold. The status and authority that I wanted more than anything. Students from noble families have to walk on eggshells around me. This small amount of authority is just the beginning. Sorry, I haven't slept much the past few days. It's no cakewalk being a noble. I have to grow this authority, make it snowball into something bigger. Personal maintenance rooms. Yo, Luca. I lay. Looks like he's gone through a lot in the short time we've been apart. I hear you've been overworking yourself lately, young Master Kartika. This is nothing compared to what you used to do. I got a late start, so I've got to work hard if I want to catch up now. I don't know what you've been up to, but at this rate Eiley might just take your spot at top of the class away from you. It's possible I'm weaker than Eiley now. It's not like I'm just goofing off either. But my current work is very different from direct combat. I better start thinking about my next step with the ACE's tactic. Anyway, I'm flattered that the one and only Luca would come to check on me. Becoming your friend was worth it after all. You're such an idiot. Follow me. I'll show you my spoils. How about it? Cool, right? A mech beast, definitely something to brag about. Beasts like this are occasionally discovered on Navas. They're made up of metal and machinery instead of flesh and blood. I heard they're hard to capture alive because of their electromagnetic shields. You really did, man. Is this mech beast tied to the arcane civilization? Well, I'm not positive about that, but there's a good chance. Although mech beasts are made of mechanical parts. Their internal structure is as sophisticated and complex as a living organism. And no one's sure how it works. But they're even said to be able to grow and reproduce over time. Is he tameable? I can't say for certain, but there's definitely no precedent. I see. What's going to happen with that mech beast? That's probably the last time you'll see it's gonna be moved to the Emperor's personal research lab. I'd say it sounds more like a prison transfer. This is my second spoil. Graken butt, a knife that only Equesian commanders are said to possess. It's made from the bones of an animal only found on their mother planet. And now that animal is extinct, so it's impossible to make more. It looks decorative. Can it be used in real battle? I mean, it's made of bone. Hold it tight. Didn't you say it's a value? It's like magic. It's my gift to you. Think of it as congratulations on becoming a young master of Castoria. Graken but is the Equesian word for immortality. Or no, they say it literally means eternally white. It's not easy giving it up, you know. I'm not sure if you're messing with me or being serious. I'm serious. I'll put it to good use. Graken but, eternally white. But everything has an end eventually. In this universe headed towards destruction. Our lives are nothing more than a little twinkle of life. That's why we dream of eternity. Because we don't want our names, our lives, or these relationships to ever reach an end. Yeesh, it's not like me to be so sentimental. But I guess that only makes sense. After all, this is the very first meaningful gift I've ever received. Wow, Nicholas sure knows how to get work done. Beyond the info I asked for, he even included whether the people registered in the Phantom Company are real or not. If I had tried to do this on my own, it would have taken months or even years. I really owe him one. P.S. After some investigating, I'm starting to see an outline of where the funds ended up. I should be able to figure it out within a few days. He must be determined to help me like this because he realized the kind of person I am. Well, I'm not the type to get help from someone and then pretend it never happened. So if destiny would have it that I really become Castoria's future leader, Nicholas will make an amazing advisor. Maybe I'm overthinking it. In any case, I'll put this aside until Nicholas sends the results of his additional investigation. Notice of death. Nicholas Castoria. They say a flying vehicle fell on top of Nicholas on his way home. A more detailed investigation is currently underway. Is it because of the investigation I requested from him? The timing was too perfect for it to be a mere coincidence. If he died because of me, it must mean he learned something he shouldn't have. But if even a high-ranking official was silenced over this intel, I can't imagine it could be anything other than the final destination of the Ghost Company's funds. P.S. After some investigating, I'm starting to see an outline of where the funds ended up. I should be able to figure it out within a few days. But is that really such dangerous intel? If my suspicion turns out to be wrong, at least I'll be able to escape this guilt. It could have just been an unfortunate accident. Or an assassination ordered by Jupe. I need to report to Hallis about the deal I had with Nicholas. Because it might have been my request that led to his death. And if his death is really connected to Kinyuan, I'm sure even Hallis would decide to interrogate him. Anyway, I better first report this. If the nature of our relationship gets revealed too late, I could get marked as an accomplice. Luca! Can we talk for a moment? Something strange about this, it doesn't make sense for Nicholas to die right now. And it doesn't seem like Jupe's doing either. Her oldest brother just died, yet she's more suspicious than sad. Then again, even Nicholas used his own kid like a tool. So much for blood being thicker than water. Luca, do you know anything about this? Is she trying to read my face? Sorry, miss. But when it comes to hiding my thoughts, I'm on the next level. I would have told you if I did. Anyway, what are you going to do now? It looked like everyone was swarming around Jupe back there. That sounds like more of an issue that you should be worried about. It wasn't long ago that you humiliated Jupe. If Jupe gets the better of me, then I guess I deserved it. But you. MPH. What are you two chatting about, my dear siblings? I'd like to join in the fun. Nothing serious, I was just asking about funeral etiquette. Since that's one of my weaker suits. Right, you can always ask any of us if there's something you don't know. Because we're always willing to help. Isn't that right, Jizzle? Sure, I suppose. I'll be brief, I don't want surprises in the future. Luca, Jizzle. If you had any thoughts of betrayal, put them away now. I'll be generous and overlook our history. You're being rude, brother, the funeral isn't even over yet. Says the one who slipped away to conspire against me. What a joke. I have something to say too. You're not like Nicholas, you're a soldier like me. If I win, it'll be because I'm more skilled. And no other reason, don't forget that. What's that supposed to mean? How dare an orphan off the street like you? Master Lucas. The commander wishes to see you. Father's calling, you better go. But I won't forget this way, my lady. You wanted to see me. Don't mess with Jupe so much, Luca. I just got angry. Did you summon me because you were afraid we would fight? No, that wasn't the reason. The door's open, close it tight. Why is my son dead? I didn't sense a thing. When did he move? I don't know how much Hallis knows. But if I lie to him, I'm dead. 041. So you found a survivor from Tora's gang which was assumed to be backed by Kinyuan. And traced the funds of a ghost company recorded in Tora's ledger. Then after asking Nicholas to investigate. This happened. It's only natural that he's angry. He may be a hardened soldier, but still he lost a son. Especially since it was his oldest son dying under suspicious circumstances. But I have no hard evidence that Kinyuan backed the gang yet, that's just my suspicion. If that's what you think, then it's probably true. You have more faith in me than I do, sir. I have no reason to distrust your ability, you're a skilled subordinate and my son. I'm not sure whether to be grateful or scared of his trust. Then I'll continue with this mission as I am now. If you keep digging into this, whoever attacked Nicholas will come after you too. But I'm different from him, I'm a soldier. Yeah, a mere soldier, this might be too hard for you. After all, the enemy was able to see the database viewing history of an imperial official like Nicholas. You mean, enemies of the Empire have taken root within the bureaucracy. And in a high position. Nothing strange about that, the Empire's been around a long time, this isn't the first time something like this has happened. The rot is always cut out, but it keeps coming back. Not people from the lower class zone's poor population. But officials with all they could ask for, they're the ones revolting. I feel sorry to Nicholas for saying this. But the fact that he's dead means we're getting close to the heart of the rebellion. With the data he left behind, we should be able to find where the funds that Kinyuan pocketed ended up. And then use that information to root out the Empire's internal corruption. I personally felt that I owed Nicholas for what he did. It seems I finally have a chance to pay him back. Once Nicholas's funeral was over, everyone went back to their regular lives. Hallis didn't interrogate Kinyuan. I'll finish the work that Nicholas started. He simply bided his time in silence. I also returned to the hideout. That is, to the office of Gabriel's gang. What the hell is this? Are you kidding me? No. I just had a little to boost my mood during break time. It was only a little. Master, you're back. Save me, please, save. Why haven't you been answering my calls? Do you know what happened while you were gone? I had a family funeral. Oh, really? I'm sorry. In that case, I guess it couldn't be helped. But what happened while I was away? He was definitely here just last night. But Ken Noma has disappeared. But what happened while I was away? He was definitely here just last night. But Ken Noma has disappeared. He disappeared. Weren't they keeping watch over him in shifts? That's what I thought too. But when I came in the morning, Baldy was gone. And that bastard was high. Acting like some fool. It. These gangsters are even worse trash than I thought. To think they couldn't even guard a single withering has been. You think someone came and took him? No, there's no way to climb to this window. And if they came in the front door, there's no reason they would have gone out the window. Oh ho! Did you contact Baldy? Oh, yeah, of course I tried, but he didn't answer. Ask La Vie en Rose to unleash their people to find Baldy and Ken. I'll contact Aleph. But would La Vie en Rose do us this favor? You'll probably just have to spend the night with Martina. The old woman seems to have quite a sexual appetite. What, are you kidding? Who the F*** do you take me for? You're the one who brought those idiots to watch over Ken. Making up for your mistake this way is getting off lightly. Don't you think? But still, man. If you really don't want to, I won't force you, I'll just get Aleph's help and... Fine, I'll do it. I'll sleep with her. Seriously, this, ha. Hey Martina. I have a request to make. What will I give you? Come on, aren't we closer than that? That's what happened. Look, my little lordy, I'm not going to blame you for this, but if you were planning to hide Ken, you should have told me first. He's definitely blaming me. If you find Ken, let me know. Sigh, he probably thinks of me as his sworn enemy. Anyway, I'll call you right away if I find him. Just to be clear, I want him alive. You owe me one, Luca. Ha, feels like I've been indebting myself to everyone. Have mercy, boss. Young master. I didn't have high hopes to begin with, but he couldn't even meet that. What should we do with him, Luca? Just this once, Pugnose. I'll let it slide this once. Next time. You'll lose more than just an eye. GRRHK. Hate me all you want, Pugnose. As long as you fear me, hate means nothing. Luca, La Vie en Rose found Baldy. Over in their turf, they, found his body. I see. There's a stab wound in his neck. They slit his artery with precision. Whoever did this knows their way around a knife. You think it was Ken? It's true he's good with a knife. But he shouldn't even be able to walk right now. Any witnesses? A nearby camera caught it on video. We should be able to check who entered the alley. I'll play it back now. Ken, that ungrateful bastard. They wrestled and Baldy got pinned to the wall. He was caught by the shoulder so he couldn't get away. And then... Same as the pollutants on the wall. You did your duty. I thought he was some worthless recruit. But he stuck with the mission I gave him to the very end. I saw just one side of him with my poor judgment. And believed that was all there was to him. Nicholas isn't the only one I have to repay now. And now Bald. I mean, Argo. Gabriel, if Argo has family or a lover, take good care of them. Help them resolve any problems they might have. Anyway, your rehabilitation treatment really worked on that guy. He used to not even be able to walk, and now he's swinging knives. It's not a result of my treatment. A couple of therapy sessions couldn't have helped him recover that much. But he definitely wasn't able to walk before. Was Ken hiding something from us? Luca, an illegal drug dealer's corpse was discovered in the area. The cause of death was excessive bleeding due to severing of the artery. It was likely the same criminal. Putting the facts together should give some kind of lead, but... Luca, come quick. Aleph. Ken Noma busted in here. Hurry. Keep him back, you bastards, keep him back. Does Ken have some other gang helping him out? Or did he break into the arena alone? I'll think about it on the way. Be taxi. Are you serious, this taxi? Take us to the arena. I'll go see for myself what Ken Noma is hiding. You have arrived at your destination. My God. Black taxi drivers make a lot of enemies with their job. And FYI, black taxis won't let you out unless you pay. Please make your payment. No one knows what happens to those who don't. Bad born blood. Art D. Park Story Pumpkinbird Original Story Bakes a Noble. 043. Luca. I knew that guard. Was this cut Ken's doing? Should I take the front? No, I will. And no need for you to fight, Grace, this is our business. No. Diva instructed me to offer you active help. In particular, she told me to keep Gabriel safe. I'd rather just get shot dead here. So this is why the drug dealer was killed. He doesn't care if he dies today, does he? He injected so much. But even with all these combat stimulants, at best, it would only bring him back to the level he was at when he was on active duty. Is this really how good he was? This is way too good for a gangster from the lower class zone. I don't like this, Luca, let's be careful. He broke through their ranks with only a knife, didn't even bother to loot their guns. This is well over the level of a first-year cadet. Aleph's got to be long gone by. He's still alive. The young master has arrived. You broke your promise, Ken. What promise? I'm not under the protection of Gabriel's gang anymore. His mental faculties were so heavily impaired before. I have no further of need your protection, I came here to finally accomplish my goal. Have you ever heard the old saying revenge is a dish best served cold? Even with all those stimulants, how could he be so sober? Well, it doesn't matter, I won't be able to get any answers if I slit his throat. So I have no choice but to take him alive. Hey, Luca, why'd you run off without us like that? I'm gonna take Ken alive. You'll just get in the way, so stay back. I'll get in the way, who do you think? HRRK, hey, what the hell? I'll keep Gabriel safe, Luca. Since you got me out of that hospital, I'll give you some advice. Forget about trying to take me alive. Cause I'm like a venomous insect. Oh, good. My personal weapon, a highly compressed gun. In the form of a sword. I wouldn't be able to put this to the test if you were too weak. Crucis finally gets its debut. Aces, meaning perception. Everything in this office is present in my mind. That posture, Ken really must have been an incredible soldier before he was made an invalid. I don't know what the point of that was. The way to overcome a difference in mech performance is to look for an opening in the opponent's counter. And his mech specs are lower than mine. That means the first move is mine. I'll cut through the desk and his arm. He took out the sword and dodged my attack that fast. He's using Ace's tactic. He moved as if he could see right through that object. And positioned himself with unbelievable foresight. You can use Aces. I don't suppose you'll answer that. It's finally starting to make sense. Tora was nothing more than a puppet boss. So you were the arena's real boss, Tora was just a front. Well, I couldn't care less about that now, the past is in the past. Now, I just want to stay true to my desires. I'll make you an offer, little lord. Can you give me just an hour alone with Aleph? Give me that and I'll be content. Sure, if Aleph consents. What do you think, Aleph? MMPH. You hear that, he said no. Cry baby. Just wait, we'll have a great time together. Then I suppose I have no choice. I still have unfinished business with Aleph, you see. Ken didn't deny my inference. It must be as I thought, Ken received backing from Kinyuan. And Tora was placed in his position as a mere shield. On top of that, if Ken and Kinyuan have a personal relationship, then killing Ken right now wouldn't be a good choice. So now I really have to take him alive. He caught on. He's dodging all my attacks because he knows that his sword will break if it clashes with Crucis. Cutting that iron desk in half probably tipped him off. The whole point of Crucis is to create an element of surprise. It's not meant for fights where you have to take the enemy alive. Maybe I should just kill him. GHRRK. No, get a grip, Luca. You can't let this opportunity get away. The only way I'll be able to capture Ken is if I read much deeper and further into the flow of his moves. Kinyuan said that my brain still has untapped potential. It's not a matter of easily computed visual data though. But your brain still has untapped potential. You have to learn how to use it. And it shouldn't impede my battle calculations when I tap into it. Cool, I'll give this a shot. I can form a second mental space. One that will assist my first. And keep the bigger picture in view. First, I'll use my knowledge of our surroundings to create a three-dimensional virtual space within my mind. Then I'll insert the enemy and myself inside to run some simulations. If I use the live data from my first mental space to correct my simulation's deviance from reality, I'll be able to calculate possible outcomes faster and to a fuller extent. Come now, little lordy, even if you think I'm a joke. You can't get distracted like that. Trying to rearrange my thought processing slowed me down. You sure have a screw loose, Luca. Whatever, at least I'm finished optimizing my mental space now. My original mental space will take care of the battle in front of my eyes. It's my combat mind, one I can use it to quickly react based on a couple possible moves. The second mental space is my tactical mind. It leaves the immediate battle up to my first mental space, the combat mind, and draws a bigger picture. It can calculate a larger number of outcomes several seconds in advance. In other words, it's optimal for gaining the initiative in order to take Ken alive. That's what I expected, Ken. When you're up against someone stronger than yourself who needs to take you alive, it's not necessarily a bad move. I once used it myself while fighting against Rick Kaiser. Now, all the experience I've gained since then is shining through. You're defenseless, Ken. Your neck and back are wide open. Phew. What the? It's over. Gabriel, take Aleph and Ken to the medical ward. Oh, okay. Oof. That was a brilliant fight. You're even more talented than I realized, young master. Are you an Imperial Guard cadet? None of your business. So she was watching the fight. I'm not surprised she made the connection. The Imperial combat style is the basis of my own method as well. I won't tell Diva about this for now, it seems like highly dangerous information. It'd be great if I could have a few subordinates of my own like Grace. I'm feeling kind of jealous of Diva Martina right now. Grace. Could La Vie en Rose manage the arena? If that happens, there would be a lot of pushback from within. Although we're a gang, we still have our traditions and standards. And if we got involved with the arena's business, other gangs would immediately try and put us in check. Because no gang wants to see a single group gain unilateral power. Gabriel doesn't have what it takes to run the arena. And neither do I. And Aleph is in no state to run it right now either. What happens to the arena makes no difference to me. But my interference is what caused this mess in the lower class zone. There's the good boy I know. Go help Gabriel. I'll catch up. As you wish. I assume it was Kinyuan who taught Ken to use the AC's tactic. In a way, you could say we were fellow students. He wouldn't have gone down so easily if he had been equipped with proper weapons and mech. At least once, I wish I could have fought with you in peak condition, Ken. But now that's impossible. Perhaps some would call it karma. But either way. Rest easy, Argo. I sent Ken Noma to the hospital to receive treatment within detention. Due to his acute drug poisoning, missing limbs, and attempts to kill himself. We weren't able to get any information about Kinyuan out of him right away. Aleph's surgery was a success. But by the time he recovered, the arena had already been divided among surviving executives. Gangs are no different from a pride of lions. A weakened leader will always be cast out. As the remaining executives try to form a new organization, they'll probably end up fighting over who will lead the arena. That's none of my business though. And then 3 days passed since the incident with Ken. Luca, why you little? Do you know what she did to me over there? Do you? Is this what apples taste like? I wouldn't know, since I've never had an apple before. Last night, Gabriel was dragged away by Grace like a pig to the slaughterhouse. And then he and La Vie en Rose's boss, ahem. I suddenly feel disgusted. Thanks for taking one for the team. You better be thankful. You think I do that just for the money? I am, in a number of ways. You aren't acting like you are, you're always so frigid, man. You're as cold as ice, it. I'm embarrassed to say it. But Gabriel must want to be friends. That's impossible though. Gabriel must remain expendable to me. In the same way that Tora and Can were to Kinyuan. If we get any closer than this, I won't be able to use Gabriel as a tool. Who could this be? Our security guards are all gone. Jizzle. Smells awful in here. Ah, this guy farted. Luca, who's that lady? I'm Luca's younger sister. Younger sister, really? Luca, you punk, why'd you never tell me you have a sister? Why should I thought we were closer than that. Just get out of here. If she came all the way here to see me, it must be serious. Don't you think he might try to eavesdrop? He's not that kind of guy, his hearing isn't good enough anyway. You sound like you really trust him. This is from father to you. Not even I know what's on it. It must be about where the ghost company's funds ended up. If the enemy is a high-ranking official, then not even the Imperial network is safe. Judging from the fact that he sent his most trusted daughter to me as a messenger. It's clear that Hallis is being as careful as possible. How's the situation at home? Since you and Nicholas are both gone now, things have only gotten better for Jupe. That's alcohol. I know. I'm not gonna talk about this stuff over fruit juice. We're not children anymore. Cadets are prohibited from drinking alcohol. Yes, I'd imagine so. Wow, this tastes terrible. You people call this a drink? Jupe has been practically living at home recently. Since you and father have been absent so long. Everyone's starting to shift their allegiances to him. That can't be helped, I'm not half jobless like him, I have full-time duties. If you don't like the way people are acting, keep them in check yourself. I wish I could, but I'm powerless right now. I can't do anything until I officially become an adult. That's when I'll be able to take members in my retinue and run a business. That just sounds like an excuse to me, Jizzle. I admit that you're a talented guy, but don't say things like that when you don't even know how I feel. What I'm trying to do can't be negotiated with swinging fists. I need to have the legal rights of an adult. Then I'll be able to graduate from the academy and take that talented kid I have my eye onto. And so you can use a transmitter to send condensed signals from your nervous system. That will be reproduced in the receiver. It might not be as good as physical connection, but it'll still beat the current wireless connections I can stand on my own. I'll take you to where the drones do their rounds. It's more dangerous at night. It's okay, I brought a gun. I have pretty good grades in my shooting class. If anyone weird comes up, I'll stick it to them. You see that, don't be so careless, a single gun can't ensure your safety. And what would I do if something happened to you? Sorry to be a nuisance, Luca. I meant to leave as soon as I handed you the chip, but I guess I was just a little too excited. Excited about finally getting out of the house. This was my first time coming down to the lower class zone on my own. You don't have to go on and on, as long as you're sorry. Is this really where you grew up? I tried not to go out after dark. There were other kids who went out at night and never came back. That's what makes it all the more terrifying. If I fall, it will be into that bottomless pit. I'm different from real nobility. See you. Mind if I come see you just to have fun next time? Wake up, this isn't a place to have fun. I was just kidding around. Why would I want to come back to a dirty place like this? I know how she feels. She made it too obvious for me to possibly not. But I'm a member of Castoria. Right now, even the smallest of mistakes could put me in peril. I don't need relationships and emotions that only serve to muddy my judgment and reason. And I've even seen someone as elite as Eiley make bad decisions because of a girl. I can't get too close to her. Outhankerts of Akvaran abandoned district. Is this it? The files Hala sent me contained intel about where the ghost company's funds had gone. Before this place fell into ruins, it housed a security service called Dedrinin. For payment, they took antiques and artwork instead of credits. Or sometimes intangible assets like intel. So they were the preferred option for VIPs who needed guaranteed confidentiality. In short, they were a premium security service. The ghost companies in connection with the arena occasionally did business with Dedrinin, after changing their credits into untraceable assets. Unless it was a high-ranking official, tracing the funds would have been difficult, as they even involved other businesses to conduct their transactions indirectly. I guess that's why Nicholas wanted to do an additional investigation. Hello there. I'm not sure what you're looking for. But if you need a guide, I can help. I mean, for the right price, that is. He must have undergone a ton of illegal operations to get reflexes like that. I was hoping that kick would leave him all but dead. In any case, people will think twice now before trying to attack me. So Dedrinin's office is somewhere over there. To hell with it. It's this building. Looks like Dedrinin's on the 9th floor. Honestly, I'm not expecting to get much out of searching Dedrinin's office. If an organization powerful enough to assassinate Nicholas is behind this, I doubt they would have left behind any substantial leads. Unless they made some big mistake, there won't be any important evidence. I guess one of these was Dedrinin's office. But the enemy interfering with my investigation is thorough. Which means they'll probably want to get rid of every last shred of evidence. But just in case, I better take any files I can find. Then how would one stop the investigations? And completely destroy the evidence? They'd kill the one doing the investigating. That'd be the most certain approach. Then it makes sense why there are energy particles in the dust. If they killed Nicholas, there's no reason they wouldn't come for me. The enemy will come to kill me. We meet again, Luca. The one who broke my neck and paralyzed Felix. Rick Kaiser. I prepared my personal weapons just for you. Rowena needs to preheat before you can fire it. And without a refrigerating cartridge, 2 consecutive shots will overheat the thing. After losing to you, I kept on running simulations in preparation for this day. Its range isn't so good, but the reason for using a shock pistol is that it packs the greatest punch as far as personal firearms go. Just as predicted. Interesting weapon you have there, looks like you came prepared. And you improved enough in that short time to even break through my armor. You're quite a fighting genius. I'm pleased to hear that, even if it is the enemy's praise. Rowena's shock bullets can't be stopped by Rick's battlesuit. So his only option is to dodge my attacks. Even just eliminating a single response like this makes reading his moves way easier. You have to be quicker than that, Luca. Whenever I cram my brain with sensory information, my mind is bathed in the overflowing chemicals and hormones. It feels like all unnecessary emotions are being paralyzed. Mercy and fear disappear, leaving nothing but aggression and barbarity in grotesque proportions, turning me into a killing machine. On top of that, my mind is split into two, with only combat logic and reasoning building up inside me. In its overhauled state, I never feel any distance from my suit, not even for a second. It's in top condition. And it makes this hunk of metal feel like my own flesh and blood. I'm leaving everything on the battlefield today. Die, enemy of the Empire. This is for Felix. What a thrill! Landing an attack never felt so good. I can only imagine how delightful it'd feel to cut off his head instead of his arm. My brain would be sure to melt with pride. But there's one thing bothering me. You're on the same level as a full-fledged Imperial Guard now. Why isn't he using any weapons? He doesn't seem to be hiding any either. The fact that he still isn't using any weapons after losing an arm must mean there's a reason. Luca, to congratulate you on your development, I'll show you one of my talents. What is that? It's not simply high-speed movement. He literally evaporated. Luca, I'm not going to talk to you about the voice of the people or how the Empire doesn't deserve your loyalty. Such clichés wouldn't mean a thing. Not to an extreme individualist like you. I'm getting déjà vu. Isn't this the Force? I can't just let you go now that you've seen this. Don't count on getting lucky again, things are different this time. I'll squash that brain of yours until you're dead beyond doubt. It's hopeless, no matter how I run my calculations. It's clear I don't stand a chance against that teleportation skill. Final offer, Luca. Will you live as a machine? Or a human? You still have a choice. Machine or human, I'm not smart enough to understand what he's talking about. All I know is that if I refuse Rick, he'll kill me. And my chances of winning this battle are slim. In the past, my loyalty to the Empire was pure. Like a child's naive belief that mom and dad are always right. But now I know. The Empire isn't always right. And it's full of hidden corruption. But the Empire affirmed me. Hallis accepted me. Plus, Ailey Kartika is my friend. And Jizzle. Well, she's family. And then there's Gabriel and Gilda too. No matter what others may say, the Empire is where I belong. My name is Lucas Castoria. Sword and shield of the great Empire. You're prepared to spend your whole life doing dirty work only to get exterminated. If it's for the sake of the empire. Ha! Did you hear that, Kinyuan? I know you value this kid, but he's a hopeless cause. I knew this would happen. That Kinyuan would someday become my enemy. So it's true, you're an enemy to the empire. Luca! Are you friend or foe? That's all I want to hear from you. I want to be on your side. What an ambiguous answer. Why did you choose that kid, Kinyuan? Wouldn't Ailey have been a better choice? He's already disillusioned with the empire anyway. No, he's always been that way. Ailey is an outstanding soldier, but he's not fit to use AC's Victima. Kinyuan is just that kind of person. Does AC's Victima really matter that much? It enables a way of thinking that double agents require. Few are so perfectly cut out for it as Luca. But still, he can't equivocate forever. Let's talk a little, Luca. I believe we may yet arrive at a different answer. Hey, Kinyuan, he seems pretty determined. Is there really any need to? Rick, I want to talk a little more with Luca. I'm asking this favor as a friend. I won't drag this out. The point is, I need someone who can take over when I'm gone. I don't have much time left. I have no thought of betraying the empire, you should know that. I do, but I also know you keep having doubts. If you stay on your current path, you'll become an Imperial Guard. You'll have fame, status, wealth. And become the Empire's most honored soldier. But in return, you'll have to become part of the machine. That's a matter of perspective. I'd say Imperial Guards don't become part of Legion, only make use of it. It's a tool just like any other mech suit. It's not a matter of perspective. Legion can't be controlled by a human brain. Which is why Imperial Guard training strips you of your humanity until you're nothing but an emotionless weapon of war. That's how Imperial Guards are reborn as Legion's core component, a living computer. You're smart enough to understand. I'll give you a piece of advice, not as your captain but as a senior comrade. You won't be able to endure without irrational and inefficient impurities on the inside. Did that advice from Hallis come from a place of genuine concern? Even if what you're saying is true, that's no reason to betray the Empire. Plus, it won't even matter if I'm not consumed by Legion. That's enough now, Kinyuan. You won't be able to convince him. Let's end this. What a shame. It really is. I didn't want to have to kill you here, Rick. It's so very unfortunate. What just happened? You saw for yourself, I killed an enemy of the Empire. That's not what I'm asking. Looks like Rick was quite fond of rare items. He even tried taking one with him to the grave. Is that an arcane artifact? If you had accepted Rick's offer, I wouldn't have had to kill him myself. Because then I would have just kept tabs on you as a cooperator of terrorists. Are you a double agent? I don't know how much I can trust you. Well, that's music to my ears. Means I haven't grown rusty yet. It was all an act. Do you really think I'd be able to fool you and Rick with a mere act? The Empire isn't perfect, and my critiques of it have been sincere. Then you really are. But the Empire must not fall. It'd be folly to destroy a dam just because it has flaws. Who are you? Before answering that, I have something to say, Lucas Castoria. You've been caught in a dangerous reality that blurs the line between right and wrong. You've had to wade your way through a thick fog of chaos, uncertain of the future. And even in the face of death, in moments of total despair, you never lost your way. I understand the anxiety and alarm you've had to put up with, and I want to express my respect for that. And in the end, you took the Empire's side. Even though you knew the Empire was wrong. And that the world isn't so simple. Your experience and determination brought you to that point. My reasons weren't so impressive. I just praised the protector of humanity, the founding father. The Empire's first emperor, Dinokratia. I work for the current emperor, Eurykratia. I'm his eyes, and my job is to keep watch. My title is the Aces Domini. I speak with the emperor's authority. Neil, Lucas Castoria. I still don't know what's right or wrong. Wherever I look, all I see is unreasonable corruption. Upper and lower classes, the privileged and the destitute. But I guess the Empire isn't the only place like this, the world, the whole universe. It's all the same. You who were born as Luca but have become Lucas of Castoria. With absolute authority, I command you to take on the duties of an Aces Domini. We are nowhere and everywhere. We are nowhere and everywhere. Arise, young watcher. Aces Domini, the Emperor's watching eyes. There are no records of them. AVCH is 00, no signal, check the line. Even the Emperor would deny the existence of the Aces Domini. I don't know how many there are, but probably not many. Maintaining the secret would be too hard if there were hundreds or thousands of them. It's even possible that Kinyuan and I are the only ones. The Empire learned from its past. A rigid society with strict government leads to fierce opposition. And carelessly squelching that opposition can lead to chaos. So forces like Nemesis and Rick are allowed to run amok. But the scope of their power is kept under control so that they never pose any threat to the Emperor's rule. That's how most opposition and complaints are resolved. There aren't many who really wish to overturn the Empire. To think all of that is just to pave the way for surveillance. It's not that the Empire has no internal enemies. It's just that it lets out the water little by little before the banks burst. Just how much power does the Empire actually have? Remember this, Luca. Complaints wane when people believe that things are changing for the better. No matter what they say, humans run on hope, not despair. The belief that things will get better helps us overcome pain and discontent. And it helps us get through this horrendous reality. So his subversive attitude itself was actually loyalty to the Empire as a watcher. Did Rick Kaiser really want to overthrow the Empire? Keep acting like you're investigating my past. Take Rick's body with you, it'll help with your reputation and getting a promotion. You're going to become the Imperial Guard's most accomplished cadet of all time. So not even the captain knows about watchers. Hallis is too loyal for his own good. Life would have been easier for me if he was more laid back. You did nothing to stop Nicholas's death even though you knew it would happen. Nicholas was a high-ranking official and the captain's eldest son. His death came as comforting news to seditious forces. Assassinating someone like that gives them the sense that they've accomplished something. Though in reality he's easy to replace. In any case, they'll stay quiet for now because of his death. So you let him get assassinated, since his death was more useful. Was Rick the one who instigated the assassination? Luca, good boy, you're still a watcher in training. You can't learn everything from me. Even now, standing at the border could get you killed. Know your place. It's not like I had any affection toward Nicholas. But I continue to feel guilty about him. With everything so mixed up, I don't know who to blame for his death. Kinyuan, a terrorist group, Rick. Or the Emperor will summon you when the time is right. You'll probably have all kinds of doubts and dissatisfaction until then. But try to bottle them up. So much vague information. Aces Domini. You who were born as Luca but have become Lucas of Castoria. With absolute authority, I command you to take on the duties of an Aces Domini. I wonder how this position relates to Aces Victima. Could it have to do with Aces Victima's creator? Was the first rebellion central player Noel Muliska really a traitor? Or was he also working for the Empire with political interests? I left the underground space and moved to a place within range to call and report to the captain. I killed Rick Silva Nunez. I encountered him while investigating Dedrenin. And we engaged in combat. Yes, that's correct. There was no signal underground. Yes, I'll remain on standby. Kinyuan left a while ago. The Emperor's Watcher. The Empire's Ghost. It's really him, Rick from Nemesis. This is an amazing accomplishment, Luca. Updating Intel viewing privileges. Imperial Upper Network / authorization number, ARC-12. Complete. Auto-initiating in 3 seconds. They'll probably award you with a level 4 crossblade order for this. That's never been given to a cadet before, you know. My Intel viewing privileges were updated. Congrats on your outstanding success with this mission. Rainbow Tega Soars Imperial Guard, 14th year. Awards level 4 cross military mare. Details intelligence / Imperial Com ultra long range firing / SNE miscellaneous. See more. I can see all of the Imperial Guard's intel now. The fact that I'm able to see all this about a higher ranking guard. What is it, Luca? The adrenaline rush is probably wearing off. His nervous system must be in a wreck right now. It must mean that Kinyuan, or rather, the Watcher truly is the Emperor's eyes. Sorry, excuse me. All this new info flying into my vision is making my head spin. What I need now. Would you like to lower the Intel display level? Yes, no. Yes, no, is a break. I slept for a whole 16 hours. It makes sense that I was tired after everything that happened. Still, I didn't think I'd start snoring in front of my seniors. I still can't believe any of this. Kinyuan tricked Captain Hallis and his own comrade, Rick. And the Empire is using him as their tool to control everything. There's only one person who understands the meaning of all this confusion. The Emperor. It gives me chills the more I think about it. Plus, if the captain had that which Barbara infiltrate Nemesis. Operation Juliet. But doesn't know himself that Kinyuan is a Watcher under the Emperor's command. Hallis, I trust you've woken up by now. Once you're done gearing up, come to my office. Then I have to continue to hide the truth about Kinyuan from him. Imperial Guard main building. Scanning. So this is the world that Kinyuan sees. Kinyuan said that the Emperor would summon me soon. So I have to suppress any complaints or questions I may have until then. I'm confident that this has all put me in a safer position. But just when exactly? Will I finally be able to get down from this tightrope? Enter. Have a seat, we have lots to discuss. Access denied. I guess the captain is the captain, after all. All right, let me hear your report. So it was just you and Rick? Yes, Rick pressured me into betraying the Empire, but I refused. Then we engaged in combat. Rick Silva Nunez is a most wanted criminal the Empire was never able to catch. He also used to be a talented member of the Imperial Guard in the past. The Aces tactic helped me out, and even then, I only won by the skin of my teeth. I wouldn't have made it out alive if not for what I learned from instructor Kinyuan. Any more intel on Kinyuan? I wasn't able to find anything. Not even any evidence that Tora's backer Noel was Kinyuan. I see. As I'm sure you're aware, your achievement was a truly unexpected victory. It almost feels unnatural. I see what he's doing. Don't feel guilty about deceiving Hallis, Luca. If he knew the whole story, he'd understand, this is all for the Empire. If it is for the Empire. Hallis would betray me as well. Like I said before, my victory was thanks to the AC's tactic. And a soldier's great achievement shouldn't call for interrogation. Luca, as you're probably aware, no cadet has ever been conferred a level 4 Crossblade Order of Merit before. It's unprecedented. But considering the big role you played, I don't think anyone will object to you receiving the medal. Your accomplishment boosts our family's prestige as well, so we will be holding a celebratory banquet at home. I hope you were paying attention during dance class at the academy. You will be the hero. Time passed and I received the level 4 Crossblade Order of Military Merit. It was a trifling process just to add a single line to my resume. I also invited my peers including Eiley to the banquet. Most accepted the invitation, perhaps because they wanted to see the venue. At last it was time for the grand banquet, with me at the center. Akvaran. The Imperial Banquet Hall. Luca, you memorized all the names of the officials and officers coming today, right? Of course. Jupe must be feeling super on edge right now. He couldn't have imagined a cadet would receive a level 4 Crossblade merit. I didn't either. I was just lucky. Oh my, I didn't take you for the modest type. Jupe will probably be pulling all the strings he can at this banquet. He'll try hard not to be overshadowed by your achievement. It should be fun to watch. Seems likely, since he hasn't achieved anything even with all his privileges. He was wandering around anxiously a little bit ago. The Empire's nobility aren't allowed to be ordinary. Especially when your father is someone as impressive as Hallis. You look great. You really look like a young aristocrat now. And I don't usually. I'll have you know everyone in the lower class zone calls me young master. People who join late are always treated as less important. Thanks for the opinion, I guess. It's not an opinion, it's fact. Jizzle's a smart kid. It's a shame she doesn't have a soldier's temperament. I can tell she wants to become head of the house. That's unlikely, she isn't a soldier, after all. Family traditions are much stronger than you think, especially in a family as old as ours. That tradition was a headache even for Nicholas despite all his wits. But Jizzle is still better than Jupe is still an undecorated soldier after all these years. There's no telling what lies ahead, though. But anyway, we're here to celebrate your accomplishment today, so there's no need to be on edge. Though that is one of your strengths. There was something I wanted to ask. Go ahead. Jupe and I are bound to clash in the future. Regardless of my intentions, he sees me as competition. If you want your biological son to become the next head of the house, please tell me now. I'll stand aside for Jupe if you want me to. Being head of the house means leading and protecting the family. I don't care who that is so long as they're committed to that duty. But from what I can see, neither you nor Jupe are there yet. Because I know you wouldn't die for Castoria. Don't talk so lightly about becoming head of the house. Hallis is right. If even I call myself an outsider to the family, how can I talk about who's qualified to become the head of the house? On the other hand, Hallis has viewed me as equal with his other sons. More than anyone, he's actually the one who acknowledged my skills and took me in. I feel like I'm acting so petty. What a chaotic and leery night. Nice to finally meet you, Lucas. It's an honor, Captain. I've heard much about your fame. So you recognize me, I guess I've still got it. But really, I'm just an old has-been. You're the one who represents the future of this empire. I can't stand this, I can feel the corners of my mouth spasming. Hang in there. Don't forget, you're the face of Castoria today. Will I always have to put up with these nauseating gatherings if I want to be a member of this family? The Hallis I saw on the battlefield was clearly a soldier and warrior by nature. But he's been doing this work that doesn't even suit him because of his duty and role as head of the family. If I want to join this family, I'll have to become like that too. Aha, if it isn't the captain of the guard. Director Jean, this is my son, Lucas. The star of today's banquet. Oh, but I want you to take a look at this, Hallis. Director of the Emperor's fourth lab, Gao Jin. He's one of the most influential figures in the Empire, a childless eccentric completely obsessed with his research. But I actually feel more comfortable talking to him than those other fake people. Isn't it something, a holy stone the size of my palm? Emits enough energy to power a spaceship. It's dangerous to expose yourself to a raw gem without an energy shield. It's fine, I covered it with a newly developed shield. What's different about this is it's liquid-based, which makes it easier to process and more versatile. Although it's technically still in the testing stage, so there may be some slight energy leakage. But short-term contact won't hurt anyone. You brought a test product from your lab, aren't all the lab's projects classified as imperial secrets? If a spy from Cora or Bellato is at this banquet. Oh, you're too young to be such a stickler for rules. If we can develop a stable way to extract energy from these raw gems, it will change everything. And all three nations will come to participate in this research. No matter what it takes. Do you know why that is? Not a clue. Because I want to see that final product before I die. How can someone in that position be so freewheeling? He really is as eccentric as they say. You look healthy enough to live at least another 100 years. Not a chance, I'll be lucky if I make it even another half-century. I know myself best, and my mind isn't what it used to be. I get that same feeling when I wake up each morning. I know that feeling too, but that's not what I meant. I'm becoming polluted. Anyway, it was nice to see you, Hallis and Lucas, was it? Lucas. I'm back, honey. The toilets here have an amazing automatic cleaning function. My crotch is squeaky clean, you'll be pleased to know. I wish you hadn't done that. I prefer decently smelly to squeaky clean. Oh, right, this is Martina. My girlfriend. Good job, Luca, just enjoy yourself now. Ha! Enjoy myself in a place like this. How did La Vie en Rose's diva Martina get here? Even my watcher's eye shows that she's not a noble. She's a bit older than I thought. But what's she dating that oddball for? And it seems like someone with Gao's authority can bring a woman from the lower class zone to a banquet for nobles. He's so powerful that he can do whatever he wants and people will still tolerate him. I feel as if I could. Director Jean, don't, /. There he goes again. He's always like that when he's drunk. He's extraordinary in more than one way. Hey, star of the banquet. Don't be ridiculous. Come on, lighten up a little. You know how many girls you scared away who wanted to talk to you. Eiley, do you know about Director Gao Jin? You bet I do. Director Jean is one of the leading researchers on the arcane civilization. Don't you have anything you want to ask him? I'm too late again. He's not as easy to talk with as you might think. He gets blind drunk way too fast. I guess getting recognized for your ability gives you a license to do whatever you want. Director Jin's a special case, did you know? He's even permitted to travel to Bellato. To Bellato. Even if it is a potentially hostile faction, we have to keep making visits. If two factions decide to enter a joint research agreement, the other faction will inevitably fall behind. And of course the need for interactions on a civil level goes without saying. There are also many who go back and forth in secret. Especially to Border City. It's time to dance, star. Find yourself a pretty lady. Hey, can I have a moment? Sorry, I'm in a bit of a rush. May I have this dance? Yes, gladly. How many more of these banquets will I have to attend before I become accustomed? I still would rather be back in that small space. Luca, don't just stand there watching, dance a little. I can't dance to save my life, I'd probably step on my partner's feet. People will think it's weird if the star doesn't dance, plus it'd be bad manners. And if you don't have anyone to dance with. Looks like the star of the party needs a dance partner. How about a dance with me, young master? I feel bad doing this to Jizzle. But I have to talk with Martina right now. Jizzle. That's great. I was going to find you a girl to dance with if you couldn't find a partner. But I'm glad you found someone nice, Lucas. See you later then. When I heard who the banquet was for, I thought I had misheard. I didn't realize you were such a big shot, young master. I was shocked, really. How did you get into the banquet? And what's your relation to Director Jean? There's no need to interrogate me. I'll tell you everything. La Vie en Rose's diva has for generations played the role of lover to influential officials in the empire. To be mistress to an imperial leader is one of the diva's hidden qualifications. The very first diva was the emperor's paramour, as the legend goes. But of course, there's no way to verify that claim. Is that why she dared to attack me even though she knew I was from nobility? If she has connections with one of our leaders, she has no reason to be afraid of a low-level noble like me. All the incidents that have been covered up in the lower class zone were committed by these guys. So, does that answer your question? Well, more or less. So they're also working to overturn the corrupt power structure of the lower class, then. In that case, would you satisfy my curiosity as well? A favor for a favor, right? If it is one I can answer. What's the captain's son doing down in the lower class zone? Do you have some indecent hobby? That's easy enough for me to answer. But if I tell you the truth, it'll be all over for you. Not even Director Jean will be able to protect you. And I can't guarantee La Vie en Rose's safety either. Considering your age, I'm sure you're wise enough to catch my drift. It's not proper to tease a lady like that, young master. Don't worry, though, I understand. And I always put La Vie en Rose's survival first. How absurd. But they both seem like the kind of person who would gladly lay down their life for their gang or family. So I guess that explains it. Looks like I should be able to leave soon. G. Jupe's crew. And I lay. Help. Me. Lucas. What do I do now? Thank. I'll have to talk with Jizzle later. Eiley, do you have a minute? Banquet hall corridor. Ugh. I don't feel so good. Getting Eiley away from Jupe. And reporting to Hallis all went okay. I was quite impressed with you today, son, go get some rest. Ahem, my senses are getting more and more fuzzy. Why in the world do people like drinking? Why purposefully lower your physical and mental capacities? Not that there were any non-alcoholic options at the banquet. The current emperor, Yuri Krachia. The only one who has all the answers. And the one I am to serve as a watcher. Besides deceiving Hallis. I wonder what his mission is for me. Look who it is, the star of today's banquet, Lucas Castoria. Access denied. He looks similar in age to me. But I can't access any intel about him. The only member of the imperial family in public office is Francis Krachia, the famous Crimson Prince. And since I can't access information about this minor even with my watcher's eye, that must mean, Your Highness, you figured that out. I see you truly are worthy of that military merit, despite being a cadet. Stay alert, Luca, get on his bad side and it's off with your head. I must not ask any questions. I have to let him lead the conversation. Get up, Lucas. Follow me. I'll show you around the garden. The banquet just ended. But I haven't run into anyone else so far. They always say seeing a member of the imperial family by chance is unlikely. I guess this is what that meant. I'd been wanting to speak to the star of all the rumors. These creatures are idiots. If I just stick out my hand like this, they rush over thinking that I'm going to feed them. And then the rest follow suit without even knowing what's going on. They all simply follow the status quo set by others. They don't have any interest in facts or the truth. If you have something to say, go ahead. But, they're gathering around like that because you have fed them before. Experience has trained them. Right, Lucas, and if I never fed them, eventually they'd stop coming to me. So every now and then I really do give them food. I make them think that their effort actually means something. So that I can make sure they'll keep following me. But those who lose spirit and give up won't even be able to get that reward, even if it's only given at their master's whim. That's true, I'm glad I decided to talk with you. How about a walk around the garden while we're here? They're all species native to Earth and haven't undergone even the slightest modifications to adapt to their new environment. So this garden is like a small Earth. What do you think? Now that I'm watching them, they seem kind of cute. Is that so, Lucas Castoria? I command you to kill them all. Well done. Want some? If you command me to. That sounds like a no. You can go now. I'll see you again, Luca. Where'd all these people come from? I'm tired. I feel like I've been possessed by a ghost all day. A week after the banquet. Lower class zone checkpoint. I visited the lower class zone, still with that uneasy feeling left by that Imperial boy. I'd learned that messages sent through the network could easily be tapped after what happened with Nicholas. That's probably why Hallis had Jizzle deliver his message to me directly. The fact that there are watchers in the Empire means not a single security network can be trusted. Luca! Why did you ask me to come all the way here? Everyone's staring. And the drones keep following me. Didn't you know I'm allergic to rich people? I hate this place. My throat's already getting all scratchy. Stop messing around and get to the report. Ah, yes, as you wish, boss. Honestly, I have no reason to be obsessed with the lower class zone anymore. A maniac named Julek took over the arena gang. The bastard gathered up all the arena executives and had them shot. So now if you're looking for someone in charge over there, Julek's your only option. I no longer have a reason to dig into Kinyuan's past. Still, I hope Gabriel will maintain the gang. Do you think Julek will be friendly towards us? At least on the surface, we're the ones who stopped Ken Noma's attack, after all. The arena's going to outsource some of its security jobs to us. No one else would be able to understand my intentions like he does. But in that case, the gang will need a firm foundation. Just like La Vie en Rose. Keep an eye out for now. If anything comes up that's too much for you to handle, call me. That's all. Ah, also get rid of Bayan, he looks too smart. Isn't that a good thing? I'm already struggling since with it being just me and Baldy. The gang is still starting out. If you let in someone smarter than you, they'll end up taking over. Come on. I have to see Ken's condition before I can decide what to do with him. Hey, wait for me. I don't think I'm that stupid, though. Ken Noma. I went with Gabriel to the hospital where Ken Noma was. It was a proper hospital, so the medical fees were quite hefty. I planned to send him back to that gutter hospital if it looked like he would be of no use to me. The hospital didn't contact me about there being any other visitors. And there was no record of entrances at the door either. But I sensed the presence of someone else in there. Gabriel, I'm going in alone. If anyone else tries to enter, stop them. Have a seat, Luca. So it's true you were Tora and Ken's sponsor. Were you the one who taught Ken AC's Victima? I did it to use them as a source of funding for Nemesis. They ran the arena gang well, just like I knew they would. Thanks to that, Rick was able to become a central executive in Nemesis. At the time, he and I had infiltrated Nemesis as part of an off-the-record mission. And then one day Rick asked me to join him in taking down the Empire. Him from the outside and me from within. But of course, I had no intention of doing so. Rick really switched sides in the middle of his mission. I guess at that point, or even before that, Kinyuan was already a watcher. Barbara the Witch also infiltrated Nemesis not long ago. So clearly the Emperor's influence is plenty powerful enough for that. Why did you choose Ken instead of Tora? Was it because his combat skills are better suited for Ace's victima? Of course, even I was surprised at the decision to appoint Tora as boss in order to divert danger. I really valued Ken. Yet you left his side knowing that he would be destroyed. My mission ended as soon as Rick turned coat. The authorities were quick to order my return because they worried I might switch up too. Even now, I'm still not trusted. Kinyuan has quietly endured all the countless suspicions directed toward him. Even when one wrong step would cost him his life, he remained resolute. You're planning to kill Ken today, aren't you? Because there's a possibility that I could bring him back to his senses. As you know, Watchers can't leave behind any loose ends. I'm sure it's because I was the one who pulled Ken out of that abyss he was in. Don't blame yourself. He got to experience the outside world with a clear mind thanks to you, even if it was only for a short while. Even if it means dying now, that's what he would have chosen. Now I get it. The reason why Kinyuan left Ken alive when there was no hope of recovery. Why he didn't kill him even though he knew he could pose a threat. Because just like me, Kinyuan doesn't form fake bonds. He's been completing all his missions while suppressing his true emotions. His conscience. Kinyuan. I'll finish Ken. No, this is my responsibility. Having to kill multiple comrades can't be easy, even for someone like you. It can't be good for your mental health either. I always say this, but you really are a great student. You're a quick learner. Sometimes it's kind of scary how fast you grow. Ken Noma. I'm executing you in the name of Imperial Peace. Your stance is always too shaky, Pugnose. FRRK, son of a. Next. Recently, Grace has been living together with the rest of our gang. The gang has been steadily growing while working security jobs. Come on, can't we just use guns? What's the point in learning these annoying techniques? So I needed her to systematically inspect the status of our members. We've got a long way to go. Why that little? Of course, to ordinary gang members, Gabriel is their superior and not to be taken lightly. Shut your trap and start training. If we shot all our rude customers, we wouldn't have any left. Yes, boss. But many other gangsters in the lower class zone are similar to Gabriel in skill. I need someone who can watch Gabriel's back until the gang is fully grown. Someone with enough skill and motivation to take care of Gabriel even while I'm gone. Grace. Arrange a meeting with the diva for me. Luca, did you come into contact with the diva recently? I see, there's no explanation for why I take the initiative to see Martina in the lower class zone. So she's thinking we must have met somewhere else. And I mean, we did run into each other somewhere I'd least expected. I guess you weren't lying when you said you were top of your class as a cadet. I wouldn't have any reason to lie about that. Then let's have some fun here. If you tell me why you left the guard, I'll tell you about how I ran into Diva Martina. I became a cadet as an irregular from the lower class zone. I didn't even come from a single-digit orphanage. Talk about an amazing opportunity, most wouldn't be so fortunate. You're right. Compared to the other cadets, I was extremely desperate. Makes sense, she didn't have any home to return to. Most irregulars picked as cadets are the same way. That's how it is for them to be chosen in the screening process. But why did you quit? There was another irregular who had come in just before me. It's incredibly rare for irregulars to be admitted back to back. So we quickly became just like siblings. To put it in sentimental terms, we would have died for each other. He still came to see me occasionally even after becoming an official Imperial Guard. He was skilled enough to be given a full mech suit, Legion. He was a Legion user. Every time there was an important mission or battle, he would use it and... You don't need to beat around the bush, just tell me. I don't have time to be reporting a single gang member for sedition. You don't seem like the highly loyal type. I mean, it's true I've never been accused of being submissive. Though ironically, that's how I ended up as an Imperial Watcher. Before I answer, can you promise me one thing? I won't ask about how you met the diva. But in return, I want to know what happened to my friend. It's nearly impossible for me to look into the Imperial Guard's internal data. His name is Rosen. An irregular like me. Who's a member of the Imperial Guard and is a Legion user. I'd like to know more about this guy myself. Okay, I promise to tell you if I meet Rosen or come across any info on him. Because of how talented he was sometimes sent to the battlefield with his Legion suit. But every time he went out to fight, the more his character began to crumble. Yeah, that's no surprise. To be specific, he began to lose his human side. The last time we met, he told me through tears how scared he was. He said it felt like he was going to lose himself. I guess in the end he wasn't anything special as far as irregulars go. Hallis was able to fight countless battles with Legion. Legion takes serious willpower to endure. Your friend must have been lacking in that regard. Without losing his humanity. It's almost time for my meeting with Martina. We can finish the chit-chat on our way. I don't want to keep her waiting. On the way to meet Martina, I heard from Grace about how she came to join the Lavion Rose. I'll stand by the Diva's side from now on, Luca. Grace was one of Diva's regulars, who often came to the higher sectors. In the Diva's embrace, she fessed up her inner emotions. You seem to have gotten more intimate with Grace. She said she was scared that she might lose herself like Rosen. After hearing that, the Diva got her out of the Imperial Guard. You two haven't shared a bed without me, have you? Just thinking about it is making me jealous. To think Martina's connections would stretch so wide. Oh yeah, I slept with Gabriel too. Gabriel, he let me down. I thought he'd be a real stallion. You've got to give him some slack, after all, he was offered to do it with a granny. I've already told you this before. You shouldn't tease women like that. Ha, I just require one thing, Martina Diva. Foo, go ahead. I want you to take care of Gabriel even after I'm gone. If you must, then you may even put Gabriel's gang under the Lavion Rose. With your skills, I'm sure it'll be manageable. You seem worried about him. Feel free to think whatever you want. Are you going to protect Gabriel or not? What will I gain from this? My friendship. Real confident, aren't you? That I am. To be honest, I didn't think you'd go so far for Gabriel. I feel like I'm getting the short end of the bargain, but I'll think of it as an investment. Even when you aren't here. Grace will look after Gabriel's gang. Phew. Imperial Guard training room. What is? Looking at that emblem, he's a member of the 1st Centuria, the most elite members of the Imperial Guard. He's taking them on all by himself. Is that the power of the Chief Centurion, Hylas? I wasn't able to tell from that aerial car crash plan. No wonder he's called a one-man army while having the Legion on him. Even so, Hylas today feels somewhat perfect timing. Come on up, let's have a quick sparring match. He feels frightening, as if he's holding something in. Ah, and you can use your personal weapons. I should be able to see your real skills then, right? All he has is that spear that would shatter the moment it touches Cruxus. So why do things feel so ominous? Don't disappoint me too much. Thank you for the lesson. Chief Centurion, aren't we going back home? Oh, you caught that. I guess you familiarized yourself with the way there. More importantly, why are we using a car of the Castoria family? Listen well, Luca, we're going to be doing some family stuff. Not as members of the Imperial Guard, but as men of the Castoria family. Does it have something to do with why you were doing combat training all day? To be exact, it has something to do with Nikolos's death. I thought the investigation was over since Rick wasn't captured alive. We're heading to a place where a contact of Nemesis is located. There are records of him doing things the day Nikolos died. Was he still investigating by himself? I don't know when we'll get another lead if we lose him. Failure is not acceptable. On the day of Nikolos's funeral. I'm sorry to say this to Nikolos. But his death means we're approaching the heart of it all. We must find the final destination of the funds Kinyuan diverted. And use that information to eliminate the traitors within the Empire. I thought Hylas had buried his emotions. I believed he was a man who was willing to give up his own son if it was for the Empire. If it was for the Empire. I thought he would sacrifice me as well. But the Hylas I saw in the training room. This matter is one of the Castoria families. We need to handle it internally. I'd be able to if I was the same as ever. But I was compelled to become a watcher of the Empire. If it's family business, shouldn't we get Joel as well? Joel isn't suited for covert operations. He's much more suited for matters that require him to be in the light. If I was Joel, I would want to know about this. Leaving the path I took to survive is no longer an option. I must report everything to Kinyuan now. I still haven't forgotten. You vowed you'd pay Nikolos back the favor you owed. It wouldn't be right. If that opportunity were to be taken from you, I shouldn't feel guilty for this. As I said, Luca, these are matters that stay within the family. If you have something you want to say, you'd better say it now. I have nothing to say. It's all right, Luca. Welcome back, Master. Who is the young man beside you? He's my son. Ah, so he's the adopted child. Nice to meet you, my name is Pagon. Think of me as an extra pair of Hylas's eyes and ears. There are too many onlookers nearby, follow me. Please wait as I open the entrance. Luca, this'll be something short. This mission requires quick speed. Our enemy will take their own life if they realize they have no way out. We need to take him alive at all costs. Let's go. I see why you said Joel wouldn't be suited for this mission. I don't think it'll be easy for you, either. Some bugs will crawl on you, but you should get used to it. If you waste time flicking all of them off. Oh. Dear. Your body is still mostly organic, so you can't help your biological reflexes. Don't worry too much about it. Yeah, I'm not weak. But maybe I should look into some other implants besides just my limbs. We've arrived. What I'm showing you right now is the movement pattern and height of the target. He changes his face constantly, so keep that in mind when attempting to locate him. If you head to those two entrances up there, it'll each lead to the waste treatment facility of the front door, and the boiler room of the back door. Sewage works. Boiler. Shower room. Then you can lock down all the exits. If you want to time things perfectly, Luca, then you should head in 5 seconds after my master. After searching the 3 floors, capture the target alive and bring him here. Master, head to the right, you, to the left. I'll keep watch of things from the roof. We're kidnapping a contact of Nemesis to interrogate them for information. Rick's death is not sufficient to repay the price of killing the eldest son of the Castorias. Hylas intends to see things to the end, so that they'll never be able to mess with the Castoria family again. We're going in. "5 seconds after, remember that. 1. Few. 2, 3. 4, 5. Who? Hyla's already finished and headed up. I need to get to the 2nd floor quickly as well. Is that the contactor? Whoever it is, I'll knock him out first. Arky's combat method. He's the contact of Nemesis. Adjusting my visible spectrum rapidly is making me want to puke. I could blast it all away with one shot if I could use Rowena. Beep. Shit, did he reach the exit already? I need something that can restrain him. If only I had something that could attack a wide range without being lethal. Concrete. Got you, mother beep. Phew. Who's the contact? It'll be either one of them for sure. What if neither of them are the target? I doubt we would be that incapable. Hylas, I've cleaned up our tracks. Nothing will be recorded on the cameras either. Good work, Pagon. And you too, Luca. This should be a good end to the family's mission. A good end. I don't think it'll be easy to question this man. You don't need to worry about that. Pagon will take good care of that. Maybe it'd be a good ending if I wasn't a watcher of the Empire. But the Empire will know what happened today. Ah, Pagon, one more thing. What is it, Master? Luca will visit you instead of me. He's not going himself to visit a secret aide of his. Just what are you plotting, Hylas? Finish taking care of the target until then. Finish taking care of the target until then. It seems that Lord Hylas cherishes the young master quite a bit, since he revealed my existence in such a manner. Or perhaps it's because he can silence me any time he wishes. Brilliant, young master, that's what makes you a true soldier of Castoria. You're different from the young nobles these days, who think the world will bend to their will. You remind me of Master in his younger years. Speaking of that, back then, Master once asked me to investigate Lady Yatanori. Enough idle talk, you've grown old and chatty, I see. Even as a secret retainer, he dares to speak so lightly of the patriarch. It's because a certain someone hasn't accepted my retirement yet. There's little I can do since there's no one as good as you. It seems Hyla's values Pagon's skill quite highly. Then I'll take my leave. May I investigate Kinyuan's background further using Pagon? He seems capable in many areas. Luca, the only reason you're still alive is because Kinyuan finds you useful. Even Pagon would die if he pried into Kinyuan's affairs without permission, and besides, Pagon is not to be used for affairs outside the family. That's the rule. The Castoria family's mission has already been secretly completed. That's probably what Hylas thinks. But, I am the Empire's watcher. I have no choice but to report today's incident to the Empire. 3 days after the secret mission ended, I went to the rendezvous point to retrieve an item from Pagon, and saw what became of the informant we had captured. That's a brain in a container. The processing is complex. But this method can extract even subconscious memories and information. Can something like that even be called alive? Few can endure interrogation in this state. How many humans had to end up like this before interrogation would become this? As expected, that's efficient. My apologies, young master. I'm already used to such sights. It's fine. Deliver this to Lord Hylas. We've reconstructed a compatible AI personality to fill in the fragmented memories. But verifying them may be exhausting. You'll understand better once you see it yourself. All this is for Niccolo's revenge. Yet this sense of disgust won't fade. To think an entire person's memories can fit into a chip so small. Was this truly the best method? Chief Centurion. Chief Centurion's office. The noble families seal their secrets by encrypting the data. Analog security layered on digital storage. Castoria's method involves coating the memory chips with special chemicals. If I had tried to access it first, by now I'd be. That should do it. If it stays submerged any longer, the chip will corrode. Was withholding this information from me a sign of trust or another test? Well then, I'll take my leave. No, you've earned the right to see it. Since you were involved in this mission. From here on, this is the family's business, so security has been reinforced. Now, play the video. Deliver it. Carefully. 2-day gap. So this is what was extracted from his brain. To think a man was dismantled for such crude scraps of information. Complicated, he was a mementory. Mementory. It's what we call humans with severely impaired long-term memory. They retain only fragments of the past. And their current memory lasts minutes to days. Perfect couriers for classified information. They deliberately broke people to use them as tools. So this was all meaningless. No. Even computers struggle to delete data completely. There will be traces that we can use. Focus will speed up the playback. This time. Important. Cuss. My. What is this strange sensation? For hours, we couldn't make sense of it. I even requested that segment to be transmitted to my terminal. But it felt like it was something just beyond reach. If you ever figure something out, come to me. No prior approval is necessary. This isn't a matter of the Imperial Guard anymore, it's a family business. A family business. Not even I have mastered Archie's Victima. As if I could detect something Hylas himself missed. Then, why am I so drawn to this segment? Maybe it's just instinct, something beyond what can be explained. And instinct isn't a superpower. Something I know, but Hylas doesn't. It must be something buried in my experiences, in my memories, my knowledge. Something caught my attention for a reason. So then, which part was it? It's Barbara. Just as I thought, Hylas never met Barbara in person. If he had, he would have noticed immediately when he saw the footage. The only way to uncover the truth behind Nicolo's death is through Barbara. But since she only recently went on infiltration, even the slightest suspicion could lead to her disposal. Would Hylas really use Imperial resources for something so personal? Luca, this is where it ends. Until further evidence surfaces, focus on your duties in the Imperial Guard. If I speak further, it may go against the role of a watcher. Besides, if I take this approach, there might be a way to contact Barbara naturally. A way to send Giselle out of Akbaran. Send Giselle out of Akbaran. Barbara is excessively fixated on Giselle. It was Barbara's request that sent Nemesis to kidnap Giselle. It is highly likely for Barbara to make contact first. This could very easily go bad for Giselle. Do you want to put that child in danger? You yourself have used Giselle as bait in the academy before. Giselle will gladly accept the role of the bait even without us tricking her. It's for the family. She has enough sense of duty to do that much. Give me some time to think. Let's go along with your plan. Sit first, Giselle. What's going on? The atmosphere makes me think it's something serious. There's a mission, family business. About Nicolo's. Giselle, Luca and I are looking for the one who ordered the hit on Nicolo's. We are getting quite close already. Wasn't it Nemesis who did all this? I heard that even the Empire is having trouble since they are so compartmentalized. This is about the honor of the family. There is a need for a show of strength. So that they never mess with House Castoria again. It wasn't Rick Silva Nuez who ordered the hit. And Luca killed him. Rick is of Nemesis, but he still receives orders from above. He isn't the one planning and ordering. For sure. Because if Rick was truly the one ordering everything, he wouldn't have been seen so much. So there is a role for me to play. We are going to bring out Barbara of Nemesis. The girl who attended the Krathia Academy with you, Giselle. Barbara. According to Luca, you can play bait to lure out Barbara. Do you agree? That girl was quite obsessed with me. I don't know if she will show herself because of me, but Luca is probably right. We need to make contact with Barbara, Giselle. I'll get ready once you have more details. If you leave Akbaran as Giselle's bodyguard, then they are sure to go for you, since you killed Rick. According to the investigation, Rick seems to have had a lot of friends. They must want revenge. But we can't send Jizzle out without a proper bodyguard either. Wouldn't Aili Karthika be enough? That much I can decide by myself without further meetings. It won't raise any eyebrows either. Aili, you say, what if? Luca, doesn't Aili have a lot to owe you? He's sure to keep a few secrets. I won't say much more. How much does he know? Then I'll leave some distance and follow Jizzle and Aili. No, that won't do. This is going to require quick action from you. I have prepared another identity for you. What is this feeling? Like what I felt back at the academy. This. Are you serious? I don't joke around regarding family matters. Beep, wait, what kind of cocked up plan is this? I said it. Something that would have gotten me executed instantly 3 years ago. Not cocked up, but cockless. This is the best way to disguise yourself, Luca. That's right. I'm now Jizzle's. Hyla's plan was simple. Create some reason to send Jizzle outside of Akbaran. So long as Barbara still has interest in Jizzle, she's sure to attempt contact. Of course, we can't let it show that Jizzle is bait, and this is all a trap. Also, open your eyes, and look here, Kisa. The mission hasn't even begun yet, if you call me Kisa again. Then what? Kisa. A servant employed by the Castorias on paper. I better get used to that name so I don't mess up later. Shouldn't a soldier be prepared? The name given to my fake identity. Were you the type of person to risk mission failure because of personal feelings? Kisa. Fine. You are good looking, but your facial features are too manly, so you'll only look like a woman with a lot of work. This will help mask the lack of fat in your face. And with some of this makeup on top. That's good. You always looked sharp, so this worked well. I can't change your physique, so I prepared something loose-fitting. We also need to cover up your Adam's apple, so a choker. A skirt, but women wear pants too. Are you going to keep whining, you do not have women's legs? Shut up and wear it, Lucas Castoria. Jizzle, I know you're enjoying this, but this is still a mission. I'm well aware. Lucas, my brother. Who created a plan with me as bait. There was no other way, I need to repay the debt I owe to Nicolos. Yeah, how noble. As expected of a decorated soldier. You want me to clap for you for making me play the bait. I'm also in danger, just like you. If we get into trouble, I'll gladly die for you, so stop worrying. You will not die alone. Don't say something like that. This should work. Don't forget the signal disruptors on your arms and legs. Damn it. I'm losing my brain cells as I'm in front of that bastard dressed like this. Sorry, anyway, you being here means. Lu hey, Kisa. We're all checked in. You're back, miss, well, yeah, I am, sure. Jizzle being nervous can't be helped. I'm Aili Karthika, I've been sent by the Imperial Guards to guard you. Jizzle Castoria. I've seen you many times, but it's our first time speaking with each other. She must be new to stuff like this, so I should be on high alert. This is Kisa, my servant. It's an honor to meet you, Sir Aili. Nice to meet you, Kisa. Is that it? Switching to manual guidance. I'll fly it. No, I like working with machines. Right about now the airport system should have recorded Jizzle checking in and her destination. Eiley, I'm going for the Autonova's labs. They have a new prototype car, apparently. People are sure to be interested in a new Autonova's prototype. I am, too. We just have to wait for Barbara to take the bait now. Nothing here seems out of the ordinary, even the destination given Jizzle's interests. As expected of a plan made by Hylas. That probably means that this is a big deal for Hylas as well. It could be anything, for the honor of his house. Or revenge as a father. Graken boot, the dagger I got from Eiley. Rowena and Cruxus aren't weapons a regular maid would carry. So this is all I have to respond to anything. Well, it should be fine, since Eiley is here. Is there something on my face, Kisa? You are quite the looker. I can't help. Eiley, please take over the wheels. I thought we had to be serious for this. Jizzle's right, I shouldn't have messed around back there. It's mine and Eiley's fault for messing around. But hey, we aren't 100% machines yet. That's right, we are not full-on clankers, just at the brink of falling over the edge. So, for now, we are humans. Autonova's labs. Security protocols will proceed according to our corporate policy, please cooperate. Is this feeling of confusion being caused by the signal disruptor? I'm sure to be found out if they ask me to take my clothes off. But surely they won't ask something so rude of a maid of House Castoria. Our corporate policy insists that you surrender your weapons, Mr. Eiley Karthika. I'm here as an escort, also. Those people there are getting off with their weapons. Unlike them, Mr. Eiley, you're considered a red-level threat even when disarmed. It's a relative measure, so please cooperate. Fine. The flower of this show, the transforming multi-legged car. Arachne. It rolls on its four wheels normally. And in rough terrain, its support legs will descend. Ah, Jizzle, you're here. Oh ho, Eiley Karthika, to think I'd see you here. Nobody recognizes me, which means the disguise is working. If I was Barbara, how would I kidnap Jizzle from this place? We're touring Autonovas for 2 days. We heard the presentation on the new prototype on day 1. Now tomorrow, on the second day, we can test drive it outside. According to Hylas, Barbara is even more of a rare talent than I am. Even though she has antisocial tendencies, she is a genius technician. Given that, it's hard to predict from which direction she'll make her move. But it's likely that it'll be tomorrow. That's quite impressive. Enrico Locken. He came all the way here even after Jizzle already rejected him. Crazy-ass stalker. Now then, I'll be in the next room. Enjoy a good night, ladies. Ah. Why did the rooms have to be assigned like this? No, I'm her maid, so this is only natural. Yeah, well, it's no big deal, we're siblings. Though we're not related. Wait, it is a big deal. Honestly, this is troubling. My lady, I'll talk to Autonovas to get more rooms. What are you talking about, Kisa? I can't even change without you. I am being so dumb. This disguise was so that I can stay by Jizzle the whole time. Lock in, Luca. Take the bed, I'll stand by on the couch. I'm fine, you can be at ease. It's just one night. I'll be alright. Okay. If Barbara makes a move, she'll aim for Jizzle during the prototype test or when she returns from there. The worst case is if nothing happens. Then my actions will have been a worthless waste. If I don't get anything from going this far to dress up, that's terrible. I almost want to pray that Barbara does something. Stop. Focus on the mission. Stupid brain. You can look this way now. Kisa. You know Lucas, my adopted brother. Of course. I thought he was just a proud idiot at first. But I'm starting to see him in a different light now. I'm starting to understand why my father holds him so highly. He folded that pride of his for the sake of our family. Don't you think it's because he's a soldier? I heard soldiers of the Empire obey all orders. Luca isn't the type of guy who follows all orders. He moves of his own volition. I don't think that's a positive for a soldier. Yeah. Kisa, more importantly. Come here and give me a hug. Like a babysitter would. I left my sleeping plushie at home. She must be nervous because of Barbara. I think I'll be able to sleep well tonight. Thanks. No problem. I wouldn't have been able to fall asleep even if I wasn't on a mission. Did you sleep well, ladies? I can tell what he's thinking. I'd love to punch that laugh down his throat. At our company, we have prepared a small present to whoever can complete the course with the Arachne first. Please think of it as light entertainment. Jizzle, are you going for a test drive? Of course, that's why I'm here. Then I'll ride with you since I'm here to guard you. I'll leave her in your hands then. It's time to show off my skills. Beep that, just don't crash. There's a low chance Baraba will make a move now. She's received training from the Empire, so she'll try to be covert. The third machine. Enrico Lacan. Is he getting on because Jizzle is on no? 2. Ha, I can't tell if he's just determined, or an idiot. Or maybe both. As for the guards. Netter alone. His background is clean, almost too clean. A bastard child of a noble, but he lived a good life in the lower sector, he's received good education as well. He underwent basic office training at a trade school. That's suspicious. A noble family would use such a half-assed bodyguard like him. Preparing for activation. So cool. That's. Ah, that must be the Arachne. Scanning. Barbara. Shit. These people are in the way. I don't know what you're trying to do. But I'll catch you before you do anything. That's the break room. It'll be empty with everyone focused on Arachne. Oh ho! She looks pretty cute. Where are you headed to, miss? Gotta use the bathroom. If you want to keep your limbs, then shut up and move along. Nod twice if you understand. Shit. I don't know which family's servant you are, but I'll make you pay. She's gone. Where did she go? Between the second and third floor, the stairs. I made the right choice of training my hearing. What's with her acting? Is it a trap? I caught up way too easily. That's why I need to stay wary. The Barbara I know is a girl who can only be described as freakish. With darkness inside her so deep it even creeps me out. I don't sense anything off about the surroundings. The only thing off I feel is this Baraba. Her biological signals indicate that she is indeed Barbara. However, my intuition tells me that it's not her. Who are you? Are you really Barbara? Oh, of course, I am. Barbara. I don't have time to interrogate her for long. I've always wanted to beat Barbara up until she was half dead, anyways. Barbara would never let loose such a feeble scream. She'd mock me for choosing to torture her. Please. I want answers, not screams. Who are you? I'm Barbara. Well, whatever. Your answer doesn't matter anymore. I'm going to skin you slowly until I hear you begging to get killed. That's what you get for pissing me off. Wait. I'll tell you every. My eye. My name is never alone. Please stop. The pain is unbearable. Please, never alone. Enrico Locken's bodyguard. What the beep is she saying? Could it be? Eat? This crazy bitch. She swapped brains. The fully cyborg guard with Enrico Locken, that's Barbara. She said she'd give back my body if I followed her orders. Barbara isn't going to give you your body back. What? Stay here if you want to live. No way. Jizzle. I lay. Neither of them are answering my signals. Something has already happened. We're entering the rocky terrain now. If we deploy all supporting legs and activate its 8-legged mode, I've lost control. Could it be? Jizzle's vehicle suddenly stopped. Alone, stopped the car. Jizzle. What's going on? Did they crash? Wasn't the lady of the Castoria family in that vehicle? Is it a malfunction? What's going on? Hurry up. This is an emergency, call the first aid squad. The workers of Autonovas seem to have their hands full. I have to calm down. Jizzle's being guarded by Eiley. His skills surpass what Barbara could anticipate. Jizzle, are you alright? Yes, thank you. I'll lead the way. Watch the gap. Eiley. Don't worry. I didn't kill him. It's finally just the two of us again, Jizzle. So this is where you were. Electric stun rounds, sorry, but it'll take more than that to neutralize my cybernetics. We've arrived at the scene, lower the rope. Hey. Are you crazy? Who the hell was that? I heard they're a servant of the Castorias. What kind of servant girl can do that? Yo, Luca. Things have been pretty much wrapped up here. Jizzle's fine. Yeah, I knew you could handle it. I'm glad that I brought Eiley. If the situation dragged on till more witnesses arrived, it'd have been difficult to conceal. Jizzle and I are on a covert mission. So what happened here must be recorded as a simple accident. They aren't dead, Jizzle told me to take them alive. It was tough making sure to not kill them. Barbara, a wanted criminal of the Empire, is back at the building. Use your authority as an Imperial Guard to bring her here. I'll explain the situation later. Are you alright? Let us treat you immediately. Hey. Move. I deeply apologize. I'll identify the malfunction and punish whoever's responsible immediately. There probably wasn't any issue with the Arachne. Though, Barbara's little prank is getting quite a few people fired. Ah, hold on. We'll be escorting Enrico Locken and his bodyguard. What, but, our medical team will. The accident was caused by your company, I cannot entrust their safety to you because of it. Perhaps you have some ulterior motives. I hear there's been incidents of nobles being kidnapped recently. We're all medical professionals hired by Autonovas. We can hand them over to you after a proper vital scan. Wait, just let them do as they want. It just seems like they fainted, they'll be fine. But what if something happens to these two? We'll take responsibility. You can record my statement as verbal evidence. But still. She said she's taking responsibility, drop it. And so the situation ended with a doctor's responsibility being overruled by a fool's grasp at self-preservation. The Locken family is coming for Enrico. They'll intercept us in an hour, so if you have some business to take care of, do it now. Alright, then. Let's start with you, Enrico. Get up, Enrico. It's me, Giselle Castoria. Giselle. What's going on? An accident happened during the test drive, how much do you remember? I'm worried about you. You're worried about me. What about my bodyguard? Unfortunately, he passed away. Was he important to you? No. I only met him recently. He offered his services at a cheap price, so I hired him. I'm assuming he must have tried to get on my good side to become my aide. What a fool, he has no clue how dangerous the world can be. We'll take care of the rest, all you need to do is go back to your family. It's a relief that you weren't too hurt. Let's get dinner sometime. Sure, I'd love that. Soon after, a servant of the Locken family came to collect Enrico. Thankfully, Enrico had no memory of the incident, and seemed satisfied at procuring a dinner with Giselle. Now, it's time to question Barbara and Netter alone. I don't know how to explain this. Where do I even start? Giselle. I have something to tell you. Come inside. So this man is actually Barbara. Undoubtedly, she switched bodies to reach you. If it's hard for you to confront her, you can stand outside. It's all right, you're with me now. Ah. Everyone. Yeah, I can tell as well. Yep, it's definitely Barbara. It's already at its limit. Your body is over there. Still alive for now. You can dispose of that. I was merely born and it's time to throw it away. So you have a full cybernetic body prepared for yourself. More importantly, nice outfit, Luca. I couldn't tell it was you at first. This is nothing compared to what you did. Is that a compliment? I'm disgusted, body snatcher. Though, are you sure it's okay to keep me tied up like this? You know what my role is, don't you? Barbara is a spy for the Empire. Eiley and Giselle must be kept oblivious to this knowledge. Here's the deal, Barbara. Tell me the people involved with the assassination of Nicolas Castoria. All the names you know, and then I'll let you go. Sure. That's it, that's all you wanted to know, dear nobles. No wonder, you baited me out here. I knew you'd go for Giselle. So you used her as bait, are you hearing this, my dear Giselle? Even your own family uses you as a tool. So, come with me, I can really give you the affection you need. We were such good friends. Cut the bullshit. And answer the question. Okay, I lost this time. Put your ear here. This is all I know, if you want to dig deeper, you'll have to brace yourself. That's none of your business, you aren't lying, right? We're both here for personal reasons this time. I welcome getting off so easily. Dispose of my biological body however you wish. Maybe now's the chance to erase myself from the records. Alright, Barbara. I'll drop you off where you want. Just drop me off in any scrapyard, I'll find my way myself. Ekbaran out Hankert's abandoned scrapyard. Keep serving the Empire, Barbara. But if your madness overwhelms your mission, then I'll be there to finish you off. They want answers. You must be curious as to why I released her, but this was for the best. She's not the type to squeal over torture. I'm sure she had a few tricks up her sleeve, so this was our only real option. It doesn't matter if they accept this or not. I can't tell them Barbara's true identity. So what now, is the mission complete? Yes, it's been completed successfully. She certainly seems unsatisfied. Eiley, you aren't going to ask any more questions. You realize now that it wasn't just an escort mission. I owe Luca quite a bit. As his friend, I'll keep my mouth shut. Maybe for the sake of my future as well. Unlike Eiley, who's a soldier, Jizzle is unable to accept this. Now, let's go home. Fly it. One of the most important rules you learn during the training is to never try to find out what the higher-ups won't tell you. But even I don't always follow that rule. 2 days later. Castoria Mansion's Silver Moon Chamber. This is my second time coming here. A place only the head of the family can access. That's just how important this report is. Hylas and I are sharing more and more secrets. It's too early to judge if this is a good or bad thing. It means that to keep his secrets, he just needs to eliminate me. What did you do with Barbara's body? I disposed of it. I see. Sit. This might take some time. I don't know if Barbara returns safely. If something happened to her, then it'd mean having wasted a precious talent of the Empire. Don't worry about that. We found Netter Alone's cybernetic body today. The head was crushed, but we could tell by the ID number. Barbara must have made it back, probably even has a new body to switch to. Jizzle still doesn't know that Barbara is a spy for the Empire. Eiley might have figured it out by himself. But he isn't the type to dish the dirt. You accomplished the mission better than I expected. It's more like Barbara gave in very easily. Well, she works for us, after all. As long as we get in contact, she won't be too uncooperative. I know it isn't my place to say this, but Barbara's obsession with Jizzle has crossed the line. I believe a warning needs to be issued to Barbara for Jizzle's sake. As you said, it certainly isn't your place to worry about that. I'm well aware of the situation. Like what happened to Nicolos. It'll be too late if we wait for something to happen if we consider his case. I said, I'm well aware of the situation. It won't turn out the same way. Yeah, I better shut up now. Normally, I would have never brought it up. But I felt I had to clear things up. I'm saying this as a member of the family, Father. I can guarantee that Barbara will approach Jizzle again. We might not always be able to stay by Jizzle's side. I swear upon my name. As long as Jizzle is with Baron, Barbara will not be able to lay her hands on her. I've prepared several deterrents. What happened to Nicolos will not repeat itself. Do you understand? Lucace Castoria. Yes, I do. Phew. Now, let me ask again. Are you sure that the one behind Nicolos's assassination is Veo Zakanin? According to Barbara, yes. I don't have it on tape, but I can guarantee that is what she said. I see. Got it. I would have questioned it as well if I were him. When I investigated Veo Zakanin, I thought Barbara was screwing with me. Veo Zakanin was Nicolos's direct superior. Castoria Mansion. I have to move my cybernetics. As if it's a natural part of my body. Our brains are still the most efficient computers as of now. If a computer or AI superior to the human brain were to exist somewhere, then it would not be of human creation. That's enough for today. Are you all right? I heard a loud noise. I'm fine. But I chipped the floor by accident. I see, I'll have it repaired. Today's schedule. Duel with Joel Castoria. Joel's a soldier, does he not understand the difference in our skill? Or does he have something up his sleeve? So you came, Luca. Thanks for listening to your brother's request. No problem. I've always wanted to do this with you. Joel's followers have gathered to watch the duel. That's good, I've been itching to show them the gap between us. Eva Castoria is here as well, she still makes me as uncomfortable as ever. Honestly, I'd rather spend time with Joel than her. No Hylas, though. It could be that he's still analyzing everything, since he's so cautious all the time. Luca, are you ready? Seems like he's been training consistently. It's enough to call himself a soldier of the Empire. He's targeting my biological body parts. So he doesn't care if I get crippled or die. That's alright, let me stop playing around then. Are you alright, Luca? You're bleeding. This is nothing. Keep going. Unlike Joel, who's full cyber, my head and chest are still organic. I'm at risk of dying from a single unlucky blow. It's a smart move as that's the only way he has a chance against me. I see why he challenged me now. His skills are enough to defeat most first or second year Imperial Guard trainees. And his cybernetics are as powerful as those of a trainee about to graduate. But that is all. He lacks real fighting experience. Shit. A feint. I didn't think you'd kneel at such an attack. I guess you aren't used to your cybernetics yet. It seems to be the newest model. Its defensive capabilities are worth the price tag. Ha! Shit, his neck. It's a mechanical body, so even if his neck breaks, he'll live. But today's fight is over. Joel's going to be knocked out soon. Shit, I got cocky. I almost lost my head. It's not over. Yet, Lou. They seem grossed out. Even if it is a mechanical body. People instinctively hold distaste towards a non-human form. To others, you look like a freak. Stop. Let's leave it here for today, my children. Luca. Your skills were more impressive than I heard. I'm glad to know that you're putting those skills hard at work to help your father. He's getting old now. But this is it, no more. You're a bright kid, so I assume you know what I mean. There's a simple reason for why I feel creeped out by that woman. She does not think of me as family. Hylas, my father, Nicholos, who died, Joel, who envies me. And Giselle, whether they like it or not, they fundamentally accept that I am an insider of the family now. But to Eva Castoria, I'm still an outsider. She does not accept me at all. And so my plans at the Castoria mansion ended. Luca, are you leaving? My business here is done. I'll come visit you. In the lower sector soon. I told you already, the lower sector isn't a place to play. I won't come to play, it'll be business related. Business related. You'll figure it out soon. Are we good to leave now, Luca? Yes. Are the family matters temporarily put on hold? Yes, for some time, return to your original mission. What you need to do. Looking into Kinuan. But that mission means nothing now. He's a man of the palace. I know information that Hylas does not. I don't think I need to feel guilty. We're using each other, anyway. Announce Joel your successor as the head of the Castoria family. If not, Joel will drive himself mad with paranoia and jealousy. As a watcher, I may have to do things that might harm the family. This is the least I can do. Luca, choosing my successor is my right, not yours. I understand, but I think that you want me to succeed you. Please feel free to mock me if I'm being delusional, but if you appointed me, I'd refuse. I wouldn't mock you, but this isn't like you. The Imperial Guard trainee Luca I know was much more ambitious. Leading a family doesn't suit my personality. I realized this when I created a gang in the lower sectors. Oh ho! In what way? I don't want to elaborate because it'd make me seem weak. But I will answer if it is in order. If I was speaking to you as the chief centurion, I would have done so. But this is more of a conversation between family. Now, I don't think it's right to pry deep into my son during his phase of puberty. I think I'm well past puberty. If you really were, you would have taken the joke better. You're still at a very sensitive time. That's why you have room to grow. I was able to talk with Hylas on various matters. I enjoyed these short times we spent in the vehicle. I even thought that if it's for this man, I could gladly throw my own life away. Is my trust for him natural, or did Hylas instill it into me? How's the tea? I made a more subtle brew this time. Isn't it about time you stopped trying to get me into tea? I still don't get why you drink this. You just haven't figured it out. Savor it, and feel its deep flavors. Use your nose as well. I almost think you intentionally made it as bitter as you could to mess with me. I do not play around with tea. It's a real hobby of mine. More importantly, Luca. I know you must have been through a lot. The time has come. Now, I need to report the matters of the Castoria family. How much should I tell him? The Castoria family has not committed treason against the empire. However, it is true that we have performed matters unbeknownst to the surveillance of the empire. Do I exclude the facts that could harm the family? Just how much does Kinyuan know? Don't get confused, Luca. The essence of my loyalty is the empire. You are the eye of the empire. The Castoria family and its leader, Hylas. I began my report. I told him everything, even the facts that could be detrimental to the family. I had no sense of how deep the empire could see to make out a lie. Maybe he already knows everything that happened, and is interrogating me here. To test me. Although Kinyuan favors me. He killed his friend of several decades, Rick Sylvanways, without any hesitation. Meanwhile me, who he's known only a few years. I puked up every piece of information that I knew. I really felt like I was puking, literally. That is all. You can head home for today. I just skittered across the brink of death. Probably. The time has come. Luca. I know better than anyone how busy the chief centurion's duties are. Even so, Hylas is still making time to spar with me. He trusts me. That's why he even entrusted me with the family's mission. But that decision turned out to be a mistake. My heart feels heavy. Your sword feels light. Do you have something weighing on your mind? I'll focus. I called you here to assign you a mission. A member of the imperial family specifically named you. Does anything come to mind? Seems His Highness from the West has taken an interest in you, which is understandable. Your record is exceptionally unusual, and irregular among irregulars. A royal has assigned me to a bodyguard mission. By common sense, it's absurd. There are plenty of people in the Imperial Guard who are more competent than me. Curiosity. That's why the young royal chose me, not exactly a reason I'm thrilled about. I need to remember that this is an Imperial Guard assignment. My judgment is the Imperial Guard's judgment. Come, sit. Is there really no one else but me here with him? Nice to meet you. Lucace Castoria. Your name is kinda long. Do you have a nickname you go by? Please call me Luca. So it's Luca. Well, it doesn't sound bad. Luca, I want to decide on a name I'll use for a while too. Nero, Ivan, Salim. Which do you think suits me best? I don't know with my limited knowledge and insight. Ivan seems best. Truth is, I like that one too. Now that you've chosen it, I like it even more. This is driving me crazy. Lower sector. Luca, I'm entrusting my protection entirely to you. When it's about my safety, you can talk to me as if you're giving orders. Where would you like to go first? Anywhere my feet can reach. I'll leave that to you as well. You're originally from the lower sector, aren't you? So I'm acting as a guide too. If she wasn't a royal, I'd be grumbling out loud by now. I stuck to the areas with the best security I could find. Places that still feel like the lower classes. With some pickpockets around, but no gun-wielding robbers. She looks like she's having fun. We've already been in this odds and ends shop for God knows what it even sells for 2 hours. Is this enough to satisfy her? It's getting dark, Miss Ivan. Call me Ivan. Miss sounds too stiff. Understood, Ivan. And ease up on that stiff demeanor too. No need to be so tense. Well, maybe it's in my nature as a soldier. That was a mistake. That could come off as sarcastic. Exactly, Luca. You talking back a little makes it feel like we're closer. What a relief. But I should be careful. Who knows when she'll suddenly decide my backtalk is insolent. Hey, look at this. This is my favorite food. So this isn't her first time in the lower sector. There are a lot of thieves here, so you'll want to check the bill carefully. You rat bastard. You just grabbed it and walked off brazenly. Get back here right now. Who the hell are you? Calm down, if it's the bill, I'll. Luca. This is an order, Luca's Castoria. He's too noisy, kill him. Luca. It's too loud, kill it. It's different from killing a fish, this is a human. GGH. GH. This guy was just confronting a thief, he didn't do anything wrong. No, even if he didn't know, he still yelled at royalty. But is that enough of a reason to kill someone? I'm joking. Were you really going to kill him over that? Cough. Cough, cough. Pay up. Did he notice me hesitate? It's late, so let's find a place to stay the night. We'll sleep here. In the lower sector. There isn't a place suitable for royalty here. This will do. It's an unmanned place, so it should be private. The room seems fine. You can enter. I'll wash up now, Luca. Turn down the lights, will you? Look at me, Luca. I've never seen or heard of anything like this before. A state-of-the-art shape-shifting technology. Come here, Luca. Let's have some fun. I'm here to protect you, Ivan. I'm royalty, my orders are absolute. I'm not joking anymore, will you defy the Empire? I'm not telling you to kill like before. You know what I'm like. Do you want me to refuse your order? How headstrong, I think I like you even more. I think I like you even less. A disturbingly bright smile. There is somewhere to go today, Luca. I'll call a taxi if you tell me where it is. No, I want to walk. I like the air down here. It's unpleasantly warm. The more I listen to him, the more I realize how weird he is. He likes it because it is unpleasant. It's hard to see anything like this above, where it's so orderly. I like the vibe down here. Don't you? You might feel that way looking down. But the people down here will do anything to get up there. The feelings you just described are felt by you only because you don't live here. Thank you for being so honest, Luca. It was a good idea to bring you with me. Lighten up, it's your hometown. I hardly have any good memories here. People only succeed in life with an unfortunate youth. Although I agree partly, I don't like that those words came out of a royal's mouth. Now, shall we? Office. Office. Luca. Why are you back here? I didn't take anything since then, really. I mean, well, I'm not here for business. Don Alkin of the 72nd Orphanage. Yes. You're a parasite that feeds upon this empire. I don't know what you mean. But if you need something from me. Luca. Here's a gift for you. I'm sure you couldn't kill the head of your old orphanage. It would have been hard to clean up. The death of Don Alkin is my gift to you. I already chose someone proficient as his successor. They're talented and with integrity. Thank you, Ivan. Mission completed. You seem ready. Luca. Ready to meet His Majesty. They've kept the decorations simple, yet it looks grand. Anyone can tell that this is owned by the royalty. The current emperor's name is Yuri Krathia. He is considered as someone who brought the empire into stability. Even with border clashes with Bellotto or Kora, Yuri found a way to smooth things out with diplomacy. Furthermore, he opened the market secretly, allowing us to have some of the technology of Bellotto and Kora. That was what Kinyuan told me. Doesn't opening up lead to conflict and dissonance? There is no progress without opening up. The reason why the Empire has its advanced technologies is because we accepted the technology of aliens before Bellotto or Kora did. The Empire looks down upon aliens. Only a few have been allowed to live here, having been recognized for their usefulness. This is about the past, which is far behind us. So far back, we could have lived 10 lifetimes before we even reached it. Anyway, the Empire doesn't blindly discourage change. No organization can do away with something irreplaceable. Like you, instructor. You already figured out how I survived all this time, excellent. Around Kinyuan, the surveillance devices stopped activating. The paths we take are no longer being recorded. This is a special privilege of a watcher. You will soon have this ability. No organization can dare spy on my whereabouts. The electronic devices within the Empire's networks ignore my presence. So that's why even the Imperial Guard couldn't dig up anything about Kinyuan. So you're a ghost of the Empire. Then how would we respond to a watcher turned traitor? I'm sure there is someone, it's a process we aren't aware of. There's definitely someone who keeps watch for traitors. Don't you know it as well now? Nobody except the Emperor sees the whole of this empire. We don't see everything. We are but one of the Emperor's eyes. I feel dizzy. I would almost rather be dropped into a battlefield filled with enemies than meet the Emperor. Relax, Luca. Even if you do mess up, or be disrespectful, he won't kill you instantly. What a relief. Trust me, if not yourself. I have seen the potential for you to be a watcher. Trust my insight more than your own senses today. Thank you, instructor. Kinyuan is a great man. A different type of beast than Hylas. He sees through everything, and doesn't lose his cool no matter what. Such a man shows me, I think I heard the first good piece of advice today. We're here. Prepare yourself. Luca. The guide of all Empire citizens, and the guardian of the Empire. We greet thee, Emperor Eurycrathia. It's a pleasure, child. A remarkably kind response for an emperor. Like it almost makes up for all the hardships I've faced so far. Raise your heads. I am not more than 10 meters away from the owner of this empire. The one next to him is the Crimson Prince, Francek Krathia, the publicly known successor of the emperor. He is called Crimson for he only wears red. You are the next watcher. Like Kinyuan, who has spent much time with my father. You will spend much time with me. I wonder how I should respond. Thank you, Your Grace, I look. No need for the formalities, I know what you are like. You can speak freely, like my nanny does to me. I will listen to your words as I do hers. Francek is a prince popular with the people. Seeing him in person, I see why. Francek, have you seen your future watcher? I like him even more seeing him in person. Almost enough for me to want to ascend to the throne now. I've still got a while left, Francek. Hearing this, they almost seem like a regular father and son duo. How warm. To think that the ones at the center of this cold empire talk so warmly and amicably. What is this? I will take my leave now. I cannot intervene in the business of watchers as a prince. Lord Francek is as spirited as ever. Well, I think I did a good job raising him. He is loved by all. Sufficiently enough for him to serve as a trigger. His death will change everything. What did he just say? Francek has become a well-beloved man. He's grown enough to be a trigger. His death will change everything. Trigger, death. Are they? When it is time, I will carry out your orders. Are they discussing killing the Crown Prince Francek to use him as a tool? Luca. Do not falter. The true Crown Prince exists elsewhere. This damned empire has a depth so deep that even when I'm engulfed within the water, I see no bottom. Let me ask you one thing, young watcher. Would you be able to kill the crown prince for me? I'm quite competent. I know what the answer I should give here is. Your Majesty, you are the empire itself. Any order from you is ought to be interpreted as the will of the empire. However, I have a tendency to veer course at important times. My temper that hates bowing down to authority sometimes rears its head. However, the death of an innocent child causes the grieving of the father. Even if it was for the sake of the empire, the citizens of the empire will agree. You couldn't resist yourself, Luca. What an idiot. Did I make it all the way here just to say something so stupid and die? Kinyuan, I've always believed in you. This child is young. But he truly does have what it takes to be a watcher. He's quite sharp. More so than me. I guess I must have passed some unknown criteria they were looking for. Just what is it that a watcher needs to be? But Francek must die. It is essential for the future of the empire. It's not something I'd enjoy. But doing such dirty deeds. It's a part of my duty. That's sufficient. Well said. It's about time I introduce you. It's so nice to see you here. I'm surprised you've kept your head attached till now. You can be proud of staying alive so long. Lucace Custoria. It's an honor to greet you again with my head atop my shoulders, Your Majesty. I told you to call me Ivan. Even when I'm emperor, I intend to use the name you picked out for me. Ha! Is your new watcher to your liking? If I were a woman, I'd wed him as my husband. Lucace seems to not like you, though. I understand, even I'd hate someone such as myself. Who would like someone so cruel and moody and eccentric? So he's well aware of how others view him. That's what makes him so scary. That is one of the qualities an emperor must have. Luca, do whatever it takes to survive and be by my side. I will grant whatever it takes to compensate for your suffering till now. This person is a snake. A viper that lures in its prey with its beautiful colors. I intend to do so even if my soul and mind fester in the process. But I do not intend to be expended as you all are thinking. If I die, it will be a result of my own will and choice. On the way back, Kinyuan didn't say anything. If I am unable to meet the standards of the imperial family, I will be disposed of. I'm glad that what they want isn't just a subservient dog. Of course, if that was what they wanted, they wouldn't have appointed me to be a watcher. What Kinyuan and I have in common. That must be what it takes to be a watcher. But I'm not sure what it is. I'm being graded without knowing the criteria. Just like when I learned Archi's Victima. I needed to steal it from Kinyuan to learn from him. So I guess figuring out the criteria is one of the criteria to becoming a watcher. I'm overloaded. There's no point in thinking more in this state. What I need is rest. What is it? If it was really important, a notification would have popped up directly on my retina. Gabriel. I want to pretend it's nothing. Luca, your little sister is here. Damn it, Giselle Custoria. Of all days, today. Giselle. She's not picking up, shit. Stop torturing me so much. I've suffered enough already. I told you not to go to the lower sectors by yourself, Jizzle. I smell gunpowder. Gabriel. What's with the getup? Is it your birthday? What are you talking about, Luca? Today's your birthday. That's what your sister told us. What the hell is this, Jizzle? Hey, you. I heard today was your birthday, Luca. The diva wished for this present to be delivered to you. Hey, Luca. I don't know what the problem is, but your sister wanted to make sure to celebrate your birthday. Everyone's here for you, so stop making that face. And chug your birthday drink. Ha! Beep. I'm the coolest man in the world. The coolest man. Gabriel's gang is growing day by day. It's more thanks to Martina, Diva and Grace, rather than Gabriel's own efforts. The diva is upholding her side of her bargain with you. The time will come when you must repay her trust. The bargain. The diva will look after Gabriel while I'm not around. In return, she will ask me for favors far in future when I've climbed much higher. Luca. About Rausen. Did you find anything? Rausen, the irregular. Grace asked me to look into her old friend. That completely slipped my mind. I don't intend to egg you on. Please look into it when you can. She read me quickly. I'll contact you as soon as I find out. I rarely ever desire to sleep with a man, but tonight. If I'm not mistaken, I believe you are interested in me as well. Shut up. Your reaction is quite adorable. Anyway, this is a form of experience. As I've lived even a little bit longer than you, I'm more experienced in various ways. Even the most competent people have trouble responding to situations they aren't used to. I'll keep your advice in mind. You can speak first. Rock, paper, scissors. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Damn it, I shouldn't have challenged you to this. Go ahead, miss. That woman called Grace. Is she your lover? Grace is She's a business partner of mine. You two seem rather intimate to be just business partners. She isn't as annoying as you, nor does she pry. My turn, right? Why'd you host a fake birthday party for me all of a sudden? I wanted to see you out of your element. You're more socially adept than I thought it'd be funnier to watch. What? You did all this? Just for a dumb reason like that? You're the one always lying to me. Not only did you use me as bait, you didn't even explain what was going on. I felt like I was just being used by you as a tool. We're all tools of someone. If you have a problem with that, then go ahead and become someone who uses others as tools. That's what I plan to do. You know that's not what I mean. What were you talking about with Gilda? You two just met. We got along better than I'd have expected. She's quite knowledgeable about machines and cybernetics. She's also knowledgeable about engineering. In fact, I don't know why she's in the lower sectors with her skills. She's here because this is where she was born. Engineers as skilled as Gilda are a dime a dozen in the upper sectors. Being slightly above average isn't enough to move up from the lower sectors. Either way, I plan on doing a partnership with Gilda. A partnership. If I want to start a business in the upper sectors, I need to graduate and become an adult. But I can skip those dumb prerequisites in the lower sectors. Jizzle. I can't always be there to protect you. I never asked you to. I'm going to see what I can do by myself, like you suggested. I wish I could go back in time and sew my mouth shut. Ask Gabriel if you need any help. He may look like that, but he's quite handy around here. Anyway, Luca. When is your real birthday? I'll get you a proper present sometime. I don't really have one, no clue when I was born. Today was the first time someone ever celebrated a birthday for me. The first time. It's nothing to be surprised about, it's the norm down here. Then. Why don't you make this day your birthday from now on? That's not a bad idea. And so the party ended, and I headed to the landing strip with Jizzle. Are you returning to the Imperial Guard quarters? Well, I have work tomorrow as well. Sorry to take a busy man's time. I'll be on my way. It's no problem. I had fun too. For the past 4 years, I've been on the brink of death numerous times. Thinking back, it's a miracle I'm still alive, I vera messinas accumpsum lacus vel facilicis. My body has grown quite a bit since then. And I'm approaching the limits of physical growth. I trained my body to survive, even if it'll be thrown away in the future. If I want to get stronger, I need to switch to a full-body cybernetic. To throw away one's body. Hey. Haven't seen you often these days. Yeah, I've just been busy. Hey, Luca. You back from another mission? What else am I going to do in my free time? I can't contest the top spot, but I gotta do something. The top graduate of our class has been guaranteed to be me. Killing Rick Silva Nuez was that important of a task. You could complete every mission open to trainees, and it'd still be hard to match that feat. In the arcane fortress tunnels, I far exceeded Ile. But I wonder. How strong is he now? I want to fight him. Not in a practice match, but in real combat. Ah. Here are our future Imperial Guard members. As you all know, this is a first-rank security facility of the Empire. I don't need to ask this, but if any of you have a recording device turned on, turn it off now. The armament display. The Empire tends to be direct in their names. But military facilities are especially straightforward. This is the first and last day that I'll be so kind in showing you all around. This is Vestia. A well-rounded full-body cybernetic from the early days of the Imperial Guard. It was state-of-the-art for its time, but its specs are comparable to that of standard-issue cybernetics today. You are the most elite soldiers of the Empire. Different from other soldiers. We use the very best, even in our cybernetics. This is Caligo. It's the newest generation cybernetics used by the Imperial Guard. The backup neural wiring that was on Joel's cybernetics is installed by default. It really is a cybernetic made purely for combat. Now, let's move on. Next up. Close Combat Specialized Legion Hector. It's the Legion I saw fighting the Paladin from Korra. Light Frame Legion Achilles. It's categorized as a light frame, but it's really more of a multi-purpose model. Having good mobility means it can react more flexibly across different situations. Artillery Specialized Legion Hercules. It's bigger than Hector despite specializing in ranged weaponry. Legion, and the Archies fighting method. Doesn't that mean that Archies can't be used with legions? They cannot coexist, both wrench the human brain to its limits until it breaks. Even Kinuan is slowly dying from the side effects of using Archies. The full-body mechanical armor, Legion, cannot be worn at all times by any man. I'll give you some advice, not as the chief centurion, but as a fellow Imperial Guard. You need some illogical and inefficient impurities in you if you want to last long. That's the key to opening the box known as humanity. Do we need humanity? The men who answered like you were the first to be devoured by legions. Luca. The captain wants to see you. You're here, Luca. I have something to talk about. It's about Veo Zakanin. Veo Zakanin. The man suspected of ordering Nikolos's assassination. Can we bring up something like that here? Don't worry. We can trust them. Did you cover up Ilei's fault because you were not loyal to the Empire? You two are that close after a few years. My fellow guards and I have spent decades on the battlefield. We all have a bond deeper than you and Ilei. Ah, I'm still young and inexperienced, that's what Grace said. Hylas must have several Ileis, people he can trust with his most dangerous secrets. So you are aware of Ilei and my ventures in the arcane fortress. It was quite obvious from the details, that was something I could overlook using my authority. You two were too talented to be eliminated for such a reason. So may I interpret the fact that you are bringing up Veo Zakanin here? Because you wish to use the authority of the Imperial Guard on him. I tried my best using our family's influence to make it happen, but it just wasn't possible. We intend to find evidence that he was in contact with terrorists, and arrest him. Then we can make this into a matter of the Imperial Guard. Hylas has broken the balance, he used his authority as an Imperial Guard for private matters. I know I'm crossing the line, but let me say this. I'm quite used to you crossing the line, so go ahead. There's a chance that Barbara's information may be fake. Barbara also reported that Veo Zakanin is a traitor already. The Empire could be leaving him alive for a greater purpose. If we interfere, it could disrupt the Empire's plan. Is it really worth continuing to investigate Veo Zakanin despite the risks? Please, end it here, Hylas, you're a wise man. Nikolos would be satisfied with how much you've tried already. Your words are absolutely correct, excellent insight. If I were to report to my superiors that I was investigating Nikolos's death, they would tell me not to interfere. The fact that someone as high-ranked as Veo Zakanin was found to be a spy, yet hasn't been eliminated, almost guarantees that there is some other plan that I don't know about. He's listening. If so. But Luca. Nikolos is my son. I would act the same. If you were to pass away as well, I will do what I can to help. That was all I could say. A watcher is not permitted to do anything besides observe. Is he heading straight back home today as well? A mechanical life of work, home, work and home again. I've been following him for 3 days, but the same regular schedule repeats. He's eerily clean. That's exactly why it's so suspicious. I've seen many figures of the Empire till now. From higher-ups to the bottom feeders. We cannot become perfect machines. Our irrational desires and unfillable cravings are what drag us down to become imperfect humans. I need to do whatever it takes for Veo Zakanin to act out of order. I'm sorry, I was in a hurry. Are you all right? I guess it can't be helped if you're busy. I'm usually never so clumsy. But I was just in such a rush. Oh dear. I'm so sorry. It's all right, more importantly. If you want to apologize, I think it's only right that you at least take off your mask and reveal your face. I can finally sense anger in his voice. He wants to check my identity, he'll try to punish me in a more civilized way. I don't know if I'd be comfortable with that. After all, tons of people cling onto me when they know my family. Not that you would do something like that, you seem like a government official. I remember your face, so I'll make sure to ask Father to give you a push. If you suddenly find yourself being promoted, you can thank me. Alright, I'm the perfect asshole, just by emulating Enrico Lacan. See you around. Wait, He's quite stressed now, so he'll have to let it loose somewhere. From my experience, well-mannered people like that often have the darkest desires. I see why the captain loves you so much now. You can call me old man when we're in private. I call Hylas by his name when we drink. Veo Zakanan's penthouse. To him, even that massive apartment is just a place to sleep. Luca, do you know why? The upper and lower sectors were divided to secure the safety of dull-witted nobles from the scum of the earth. You aren't wrong about that, but the biggest reason is to leave room for chaos. The empire has an overly stagnant system, like a machine, with no room for error. But changes that shake the world are only found in unpredictable chaos. The empire inducts those irregulars who have crawled out of chaos into the upper class to bring change. If something is perfect, why would it need to change? Even the most intricate systems become imperfect and worn with time. In a sense, change is the closest you can get to perfection. I didn't take you for a philosopher. There's a lot you inevitably learn when you live 80 years. 80 years originally wasn't a short time for humans, you know. Remember, Luca. No matter how much of your body becomes mechanical, your brain is human. But our duty to be soldiers exceeds our identity as humans. This is why I love talking to young lads like you. But the people who said that were the first to be devoured by Legion. Devoured by the Legion. I heard it from Hylas and Grace as well. Could I ask you one question? Sure, not like we have anything else to do. Have you heard of an Imperial Guard by the name of Rausen? Rausen. Rausen, now I remember. He was an irregular, just like you and me, that's why I remember him. How do you know of him? An acquaintance of mine was wondering how he was doing. If it isn't some secret, I'd like to deliver the news. Well, he died. He was too uptight, not the type to last long. Imperial Guards need to have some guts, just like you need to have what it takes to even screw over all your superiors sometimes. I didn't know the Imperial Guard encouraged insubordination. That's one of the boons of being in the Imperial Guard. The Empire has no need for men who are incapable of handling their subordinates. Unlike the rest of the army, nobody gets a sweet spot for being from a powerful family. I agree, I saw it myself during the training period. Even children of the greatest families didn't stand a chance if they weren't able. So Rausen is dead, I'll need to tell Grace. She'll want to know the news. Talk's over, get ready, Luca. Veo Zakanan is on the move. Alright, it's working well. I put the tracker on the black taxi. Luca! We're moving. Thank. So he just jumped down like it was nothing. I have no choice but to follow. You made it. I don't like losing. Anyways, we'll be chasing them on foot. You learned adaptive omnidirectional mobility, right? I was second in my class in omnidirectional mobility. The first was Ilay. Alright, let's get going. I'd have left without you if you took any longer, newbie. Not a chance. I don't know if the wetness all over my back is sweat or rain. I feel like I'm actually going to die. He's heading in a completely different direction than the typical red light district. Considering how expensive a black taxi is, I doubt he's traveling too far. Even if he wants secrecy, it'd be difficult to justify spending that much money on something like this. He's already moved quite far, I don't know what it could be. But to him, it means it's worth using this many credits. Ekbaran Ruins. The place where the worst of the worst gather. An area of complete lawlessness. An official of the Empire has just stepped foot in such a place. This is something. Users of Archi's Viectima often have incredible intuition. Luca, is your intuition worth trusting? It's not too bad, I put my life on the line for my intuition all the time. Then I'll leave sensing danger to you. This place exists outside what the Empire is able to monitor. Nobody knows what might happen. It's been 2 minutes since Veo Zakanin entered the building. We have no choice but to follow him in. Luca, you take the lead. Already here, there's some time until your appointment. You retard, those aren't customers. What? Whoa, calm down, I'm here as a new customer as well. New customer, we're reservations only, beep. Can't you make an exception? I barely found out about this place by word of mouth. I heard this place is the only one that's the real deal. Then why did you bring another person? Are you screwing with me? He's my bodyguard, I can't come alone when I'm visiting for the first time. This brat. He's pretty good, try shooting him. What, you think we won't? I don't mind if he dies. So you must be quite wealthy to hire someone of that level. You didn't make a reservation beforehand, but we can put you in with someone not accounted for. Are there any specific tools or setups you'd like? Tools or setups, what a cold way to phrase things. No need, I brought my own. So I assume there's something you've been planning. I'd rather not be vocal about my embarrassing desires. I understand it's hard to talk about. Follow me. I'll lead the way. I'm getting sick of going underground. I'm sorry, but may I ask you one question? I don't think a bodyguard should be asking any questions about these matters. Do people not come through this path often? What could you mean? We walk through here every. Tell me before I tear out your throat. What the? I had my suspicions. But I must have been right if you felt the same way. This isn't a passageway meant for customers, right? Just answer the questions. If I judge that asking you will be more work than finding things out myself. I'll just kill you and move on. I understand, so please. Remove the knife, please. We really don't care what kind of shop you're running here. We just have business with one of your customers. If you comply, nothing bad will happen to you. Can keep doing what you were doing, just with one less customer. Now lead the way. We don't want to kill unnecessarily, including you. What the? A repulsive odor. The smell of piss and shit, grease and rust. Cleaning chemicals, incense, the odor of full-body cybernetics, gunpowder. Too many smells are struggling to make themselves known. Just what is this? Sorry, we don't have a ventilation system in the corridor. Where is the customer who arrived right before we did? Please, take care of this quietly, so that it doesn't disturb the other customers. Help me. Please. Hi, good, it's nice to see you so healthy and full of energy. Your flesh is soft too, this makes it worth the money. Beeping sure, ma'am. How many times do I need to tell you to shut the damn door? They need some hope that they can run away if I want to see them struggle. I really like this one as well. Of course, we only deal in 100% organic humans. Now let's go back to the room, my baby. No. Please no, please, lock the door shut this time. I apologize, we had a temporary incident. She always does this. Luca. I'm listening. Search the rooms for Veo Zakanen. I'll be cleaning up the trash. Hi, what? Extra on the house. Yep. Extra service straight to hell. Do you know who I am? Oh, I didn't know trash could talk. Veo Zakanen. What? My name is Lucace Castoria. You know why the Castorias are here, right, you mother beep? Castoria. Could it be? You. Revolting beep. It wouldn't be as gross if there was some real motive behind the murder. But this stems from a sexual desire of wanting to tear apart a pure human being. How disgusting. You know who I am, you're of the Imperial Guard. I'm a high rank, stop, my head will cave. I'm here on business of the Castoria family. Answer my questions, why did you kill Nicolos? What do you mean, me? Nicolos. Well, maybe I got the wrong guy. So just die. Wait, I'll say it. I'll say. You are the adopted son of the Castoria family. Are you here for revenge? I just have a little debt. Why does that corpse behind you resemble Nicolos? I think I know what your revolting fetish is already. Fetish, you aren't wrong, but... beep, why the hell is this happening to me? He was the one who made advances on me first, believe it or not. He probably wanted to climb the ranks using me. I thought of him as my lover, and pushed him along. He was capable, so it's not like it was a problem. What the beep are you? I can't think that fast, unlike you modded freaks. Do you really think I could make this story up that fast? A lie made up on the spot would be obvious to spot. But that mother beep just dumped me, do you understand? He used me, beep, I really did love him, but that beep, he tossed me aside. You knew that's why he went for you in the first place. I do, but that's why you're just a brat. When you're in love, it makes you want to believe lies. I'm not here to listen to your life's sorrows. So, you came to hate Nicholas because he abandoned you, causing you to order his assassination through Nemesis. Hey, brat, you're just an adopted child. If you want to protect your family for the sake of your success, I wouldn't dig any further. This is the only way both of us make it out alive, cut it here. For the first time, I sensed determination from him. He won't reveal this so easily. Nicholas's assassination was probably an equation. My name is Ile. Ile Karthika. Lillian. She was a living doll, our lives were the same. I intended to meet my end with her, together. If only he hadn't arrived. I did the only thing I could do at that moment. Ile Karthika, you idiot. No, you really did the best you could. Sister-in-law. Don't regret so much by yourself, you have a shoulder to lean on. We're family. Regret. Yeah, I never want to feel regret again. I never want to lose someone important again. I need to become stronger, so that I will never lose anything again. Ile. You'd better have prepared yourself, Ile. You bastard. Ile. Are you going to fool with me until the end? What are you hesitating for when you've come so far? Are you going to make the same mistake again? Do you really think Lillian would have survived if it wasn't for me? You know the answer, Ile. Lillian died. Because of your weakness. Yeah. The reason that poor girl. The reason Lillian died is because of me. Because I was so stupid. If I had more power within the family, I could have gotten Lillian out of this mess. Everything is because I am weak. I need to do it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, brother. But I irk. my name is Ile. Ile Karthika. The next head of the Karthika family. Imperial guards performed a covert operation for confidentiality. The underground facility is presumed to be one of Nemesis's income flows. Several deaths, including those of nobles, occurred. Everyone in upper society found out about this incident. But even those who had their close ones killed did not publicly reprimand the Imperial Guard, keeping silent. Even the most degenerate of nobles will never publicly support killing people for enjoyment. In fact, many funerals were limited to a small family-scale event. I was relieved as I heard the news. I've erased the names of every Imperial Guard who participated in the mission. Though it was just, there may be those who wish for revenge. Hylas was in charge of cleaning things up. I guess it must have been hard even for him. You seem tired. I presumed this would happen when I sent Iskin on the mission. I know how he is. We were trainees in the Imperial Guard together. He certainly doesn't look as old. I use a more elderly face because my position demands authority. Iskin has no need for that. Is there a reason you sent him on this mission even though you knew he'd cause this problem? Because I can trust him and he's capable of protecting you. I'm a soldier, I can protect myself. You're still a trainee. Iskin already had decades under his belt when you were a baby. If you want to complain, do it after you get stronger than us. Anyway, was there something insufficient about my last report? Hylas wouldn't have asked to see me just to chat. Veo Zakanin felt betrayed by Nikolos, who he thought to be his lover. So he requested an assassination to Nemesis. And Nemesis complied, intending to put another leash on Zakanin. This is what you reported the day you returned. But this doesn't explain everything. The fact that Nikolos died as soon as he dug into Kinyuan's tracks. It's hard to believe this was a coincidence. I expected this question. I've prepared additional explanations as well. Nemesis advertised their assassination services to Zakanin as they approached him. I believe that Nemesis predicted Veo Zakanin would request an assassination if he was notified of the possibility. Nemesis wanted to eliminate Nikolos for eliminating Kinyuan. So I believe they used Zakanin to procure more information about Nikolos. Yeah, this should be enough. This ties everything back to Kinyuan. Anytime someone wishes to unearth the Empire's secrets, Kinyuan stands in the way. Blocking the flow of any investigation is one of Kinyuan's duties. So it's Kinyuan again. The Castoria family is safe as long as Hylas fixates on Kinyuan. No matter how hard he digs, he'll never arrive at the truth. Kinyuan is the phantom of the Empire, and an illusion. But now, I need to make a decision. The royal family, or the Castorias, whose side am I on? Lower Sector Gang Office. We have special discounts for our grand opening. Please join us in celebrating *G&G Industrial's new beginning. OTG&G, a new company formed by Giselle and Gilda, named after their names. TL note, Giselle's name has been changed back to Giselle. I'm down in the lower sector because my schedule is free for some time. It'll seem as if I'm continuing to investigate Kinyuan the more often I'm around. We can take care of it free of charge this time. But remember to bring back the tech report chip in 1 month, don't remove it. Of course, miss. Never thought I'd be able to get a free upgrade. The way she's talking so nicely to lower sector humans. Considering how Giselle used to be, it's unbelievable. So are you conducting some human experiments? We're installing high-level implants and modules you'd never find in the lower sectors normally. I'm paying for all the loss in credits out of my own pocket. Of course, it might cause some problems that I haven't foreseen. We're collecting data before a proper launch. So it is human experimentation. It's a fair deal. Everyone here essentially lives with tiny bombs strapped to their bodies with the implants they use anyway. Did you think I was here to do charity work? I don't have anything to refute that. In fact, I was the one who advised her to be the one using people rather than being used. I even told her that not being able to run a business till you were an adult was just an excuse. I planted these seeds. If you have something to tell me, just go ahead. I'm ready to hear whatever it is. Giselle is quite smart. She could tell from how I was acting that I was about to bring up something uncomfortable. Eiley asked us for a favor. He wants us to visit as guests to express support for him. He seems to be in a rough spot. His father fell ill recently. He's going to have to compete for succession faster than he expected. I understand what you mean. Dozens of his relatives will bare their fangs, trying to hijack the family. If someone else assumes control of the family, Eiley will die, or be crippled at best. There's no way someone who takes control would allow a rightful heir to survive. Eiley invited you as his fiancée. Of course, it'd just be for show, just until he manages to solidify his position. That would ensure that his relatives wouldn't be able to interfere in fear that the Castorias would pay revenge. So now you're finally acting like a real noble. You can mock me however you want. I know this is asking a lot of you. I'm sure our father would allow it. In fact, he'd probably suggest I marry him for real. If it allows us to indebt the future head of the Karthika family, then it'd be good for the Castorias. You seem to understand, so I'll go ahead and schedule the visit. What if I refuse? Then it can't be helped. I can't force it on you. Knew I wouldn't refuse, anyway. You know that I would never do anything that goes against the good of our family. I did. You go ahead and tell father. I will. And just know that you're a real asshole. It hurts, just at the same time that it doesn't. I know very well I'm doing something wrong here. 1 week later, Karthika Tower. We've been waiting for your arrival, Sir Lucas and Miss Giselle. Thank you for your welcome. It feels quite strange. Nobles are bowing to me, an orphan from the lower sector. I hear that you received the 4th rank Cross Sword Medal. The first in the history of the Imperial Guard. I was lucky. Luck, of course not. Any other man who meets a top-level criminal would consider it a disaster, not a stroke of luck. I'm sorry I wasn't able to greet you as you came in. I wasn't finished talking to all the guests. It's nice to see you, Giselle. I didn't think this was how I would encounter you again. I see that you're quite well versed in scheming. Well, there is some true emotion behind the request. Enrico Lacan. My head hurts. I feel like I'm getting more headaches now than ever. We need to talk. Lucas Castoria. Hold on. You mother beep, dude, you said you would hook me up with Giselle. I never said that. I said I'd put in a good word, that's all. Eiley's your friend, you hooked them up, right? What can I do if they just happen to fall for each other? Also, you know Eiley's better looking than you and from a better family. What? Think about it. Honestly, Giselle has a real temper, and she never caves, either. She's not easy to handle. But that's exactly why I fell in love with her. It's because you've never actually had a girlfriend before, I'm right, aren't I? And not that I have either. I've always only ever loved. Get real. What, were you planning to die alone if Giselle didn't marry you? Well, I wouldn't say that. Look, I really owe you, so I'll introduce you to a girl. I know a girl who really likes men like you. I'll have to ask Martina Diva for help with one of her girls. The La Vie en Rose wouldn't turn down an opportunity to make more connections either. Luca, do you have a little sister, not Giselle, I mean blood-related? What? I remember a servant girl who gave off a similar feel to you. By Giselle's side some time ago. No. Oh really, I thought that was the girl you were introducing me to. Dude, why are you hitting me, beep you? I can really tell you have a type. Just give me your caller number, you'll get a call soon. Well, did the talk go well? Straighten up, you two look so awkward. Well, it can't be helped, after all. Ivan Krathia. Why are you here? Luca. Are you listening? Luca, you know him. I met them on a mission. Congratulations on getting engaged, Eiley. My dear cousin. Garcia Karthika, one of Eiley's competitors. He has all the qualifications to become the leader of a military family. It's an honor to meet the daughter of the head centurion, Miss Giselle Castoria. It's an honor to meet you. To forge a deep connection with the Castoria family. A great joy for the Karthika family. And you must be Luck Ace Castoria. The first in the Imperial Guard, no, in the history of the entire empire to receive a 4th-class cross sword medal at your age. I'm quite jealous of what a good friend Eiley has. I'd love to hear your stories. I need to figure out why Ivan is here. I need to go after him, it's time to follow my instincts. Excuse me. I have some important business. To think you would be so rude. I guess your birthplace really can't be changed, can it? I will apologize in my guest's stead. But I will not allow any further insults about my friend. And with what authority are you claiming such things, Eiley? Luca, go do what you need to. After crippling your own brother yourself, you really know no shame. I was not the one who challenged him. And it was a fair duel, observed by many witnesses. Does he want to mess with me? What a pain. It seems you enjoy putting me in uncomfortable situations. So my existence makes you uncomfortable. I just wanted to see you. Tell me if you need something from me. I am ready to follow orders. Ha, you don't believe me at all, I'm dejected. You already know your mission, don't you? The royal family intends to eliminate the Castorias. I am aware of it, yes. Luca, my father, and I are two people. This current plan is of my father. If Ivan's words are true, then there's a sliver of hope to save the Castoria family. If you wanted to grasp my weakness, you've succeeded. From now on, don't trust anyone besides me. I understand. By the way, are you armed? Armed. I have a knife and a pistol. You'd better get ready to fight. I'll be off now. Screw all this. Everyone, this way. Ailey recognized that the armored helicopter was after me right away. I'll entrust Giselle to you, Ailey. If I had my personal armaments, destroying that thing wouldn't be an issue. But all I have now is a knife and a standard issue pistol. Things aren't looking good. But I'm dreadfully used to these situations now. Luca. Shit, there's Enrico, but why the hell is he here? That should be good for now. Just now, what was that? What did you just do? So Garcia not only didn't run, he even prepared to fight back like a real soldier. His help will be useful. Find a spot and get ready to cover me. What? Move it. Surrender and you will be spared. Lucas Custoria. What? Beep, these bastards are here for you. Shut up, just get ready. 5 combat androids. They're illegal models that I can't identify the owner or affiliation of. I guess information about Iskin and I killing the nobles from that torture den has been leaked. Do they want to capture me and torture me till I die? It'd probably be a more suitable revenge than death. Wow, Luca. Didn't think you'd still be fine. You took down an armored helicopter with nothing more than a standard issue pistol. You've really become a monster. Hurry up and help if you're going to. I'm tired as hell. Ailey's personal armament. It's probably a gun that amplifies Ailey's expertise. Those androids are combat models. So they should have some trajectory calculation capabilities, but they're helpless against Ailey's bullets. That seems to be it. Lucas Custoria. They were after you, weren't they? Answer me, this isn't just a personal matter, people have died. People of the Karthika household. Ailey. Wait. I didn't kill him to protect you. It was a good opportunity to eliminate a competitor. Now it'll seem as if he died during the incident. He wasn't a real threat to you to warrant killing. You're too soft, Luca, that's how you die. The noble society isn't that easy. I know one thing for sure. That was a dirty move, Ailey Karthika. Then I'll leave the glory and honor to you. I'll take the power for myself. It's infuriating, but he's not wrong. Due to the attack of the armored helicopter, 22 people died. Ailey was responsible for one of them. To the public, it will be announced as the work of terrorists. Thinking about it, a terrorist organization is a rather convenient excuse from the perspective of a ruler. If there's anything you need to hide, you can just blame the terrorists. Iskin was attacked as well. The intel must have leaked from within the Imperial Guard. I'm investigating the Imperial Guards who are relatives of nobles killed at the torture facility first. Then did Ivan really come out of goodwill? All just to warn me. If it weren't for his warning, things could have been much worse. I could have even died. It's a complex feeling. To think such an incident would occur at an event I invited you to. I am truly sorry. I won't ask for any details. You would have told me already if you could. He's always cunningly smart. I'll keep shut about Garcia's death as well. Though it never happened in words, we had just made an agreement. Then, see you later. Luca. Do you remember Lillian Ramonis? I couldn't forget that woman even if I wanted to. What's the matter? Don't make the same mistake I did. Don't make the excuse that you're just being realistic. You only have one chance at life. Once something is gone, it never comes back. What are you talking about? Are you drunk? I still regret my choice every day. Not taking my chance when I could. I just kept making excuses for myself. The attack was related to you, wasn't it? You were acting strange right before the attack happened. And you sounded like father just now. He never answered any of my questions. After all, he was a great man doing great things for the family. I'm sure you'll give the same answer, won't you? Everything is for the family, and I'm not allowed to know. You know all too well. My brain is moving at maximum speed to figure out how everything is connected. This isn't something I can control. It's like how your heart beats regardless of your consciousness. My logic and intuition, trained in Archie's Victima, runs off on its own and refuses to stop my brain from overloading. I don't have the emotional leisure to listen to Giselle's whining. I was worried about you. I couldn't stop thinking of all sorts of bad possibilities even as I evacuated with Eiley. I wasn't worried about you too. Eiley would do whatever it takes to protect you. I guess you'd be happy if Eiley and I really got married then. Since you're so close to him. Do whatever you want. What kind of answer are you even looking for? We're siblings, but I'm only adopted. I don't have a say in who you marry. I'm not talking about. Listen closely, Miss Giselle Castoria. I barely grasped the opportunity to make it all the way here. I have my hands full taking care of the endless stream of urgent problems. I get roped into new situations for every breath I take. I don't have the leisure to waste time worrying about you, understand? Be real with me, I don't want what I've built up to come toppling down. That goes for you too, you're a smart person, so I don't know why you're acting like this right now. I'm in pain too. I feel like I'm going to go crazy. I've wanted to just throw everything away countless times. Before those weak words could leave my mouth, I stopped talking. Sorry, just don't stare at me, please. I'm ready. Luca, I'm sorry for acting so emotional with you. Thinking about it, I guess I really was stupid. As long as you get it now. I woke up thanks to you. So I know what I need to do now. I'm going to tell Father that I'm officially going to get engaged to Eiley Karthika. It's the logical choice, it benefits everyone. Eiley's a good guy, he'll treat you well. That's irrelevant. This engagement makes me a useful person in the family. It'll help you as well. It means your best friend will now be your relative. Everything is clearing up. Giselle will get off. And tell Hylas that she's getting married to Eiley. The wedding would probably be next year, or the year after. Hylas will happily agree, and likely hasten the process. This makes Eiley's position steadier, so it really is better for everyone. The faster it is, the better. We have arrived at the Castoria mansion. Goodbye. And stay safe, Luca. Ha. 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 Don't make the same mistake I did. You only have one chance at life. Once something is gone, it never comes back. Damn it, Eiley Karthika. I tried not to say it. I tried not to even think about it. But I have no choice but to admit it. I am in love with this woman. Didn't you say it was stupid? It's delightful. I feel like I could even forget this grim reality, where only tragedy awaits. You beeping retard. Do you actually want to die? I did something I can't handle. I should have distanced myself from her from the start. I should have made sure I didn't interact with her often. But I didn't, because I wanted to see her. Even now, I'm itching to go see Giselle. I want to go and make sure that yesterday's events weren't just a dream. Ha! Now really isn't the time. I gain things I love, and things to lose. If I don't want to lose them, I need to get stronger. I need to sharpen my mind. I need physical power too, and connections that can help me. My desire to become stronger has never been this urgent. This must be the impurity Hylas mentioned. You handled things well despite the situation. This is all my fault. I must apologize to you. Did you find out who orchestrated the attack? We've lowered the range of suspects down to less than a dozen. But we can't be sure yet. It'll take us some time. If you give me the list of suspects, I can investigate on my own. With Kinyuan's help, it'd be possible. I don't know why, but Kinyuan favors me. And he knows these sorts of underworld matters better than us. I should be able to follow the tracks with his network. It'd be much easier if I had the list of suspects. You seem to be much more deeply involved with Kinyuan than I had anticipated. If I wasn't, he'd have killed me already. Just keep Rick Silva in mind. He was once a loyal Imperial Guard. Loyal enough that he'd be sent to infiltrate as a spy. I'm the one who killed Rick. I'm not the type of idiot to mess up over some fantasy. Let me know if you need any assistance. I'm sorry about this, Luca. What do you mean? It was my judgment that made things go wrong. Just kidnapping Veo Zakanin was the logical choice to make. Even if I was your superior, I'd have made the same choice. No, you wouldn't have. You'd have made a better choice. I wasn't able to defeat my emotions. I don't know if I would have. Especially considering what I did yesterday. But I think that killing them was the right choice to make for the future of the Empire. It may not have been the best choice, but it wasn't the worst. You'll be a good Imperial Guard. Thank you for the compliment. But I'm still not sure what it means to be a good Imperial Guard. Someone who hasn't lost himself. I hope to be that way as well. It's been a while, and Kinyuan still hasn't replied. I'd typically have waited for him to contact me. But things like this are better done sooner than later. I believe that Kinyuan and I have a bond. That grants me permission to visit him without asking. Silence. Is no one inside? Unlocked. Kinyuan's on the ground. It wasn't an attack. He must have attempted to lock the door before passing out. He's not dead. However, he's completely defenseless. There's no surveillance inside his office either. At this rate, a dysfunctionality of the brain. It's the side effect of AC's victima. The great Kinyuan is lying in front of me, helpless. With just a simple strike, I could kill Kinyuan. If Kinyuan were to die here, what would I hope to gain or lose? Would it work in my favor, or would I be eliminated immediately? Will the Imperial family use me in Kinyuan's stead? Could this situation itself be a trap to test my loyalty? If my assumption is correct, Kinyuan likely carries around a drug synthesized to alleviate his brain state. Instructor. Instructor. It's me, Luca. It's a relief you were the one who found me here. You've discovered my weakness. Has your condition worsened? I don't have much time. More importantly, why did you visit me? I don't remember contacting you. Was it because of the attack the other night? To think someone who was just unconscious could think so clearly. But now's not the time to be impressed. I want to know who ordered the attack. The one behind the attack. You think I'd know? I do. Ivan warned me about the attack. The Imperial family is well informed about the current situation. Even if I did, why would I tell you? I will bring down Hylas and become the next head of the Castoria family. Ha 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 ha. So that's the answer you arrived at. I have no other choice. In order to protect what I have, this is the only solution. As you said, the Imperial family knew about this attack. They even figured out who's behind it. Even though they knew, they chose not to prevent the attack. They must have had a reason to not do so. The Empire controls and uses the deaths of its citizens, even that of nobles. It has a firm grip on the collar of each noble family, and attempting escape results in retribution. Kinyuan told me the name of those behind the attack. The Corvus family. The culprit is on the list of suspects created by the Imperial Guard. Enacting justice is not my duty. Hylas and the Imperial Guard will handle that. You really got intel out of Kinyuan. Kinyuan appears to have his own intelligence network. I thought so too. He must also be connected to some higher-ups of the Empire I am not informed of. If he wasn't, he wouldn't have kept his head till now. I suggested the elimination of Kinyuan to my superiors multiple times. It wasn't personal. I had suggested it before Niccolo's death. Kinyuan might be part of a bigger plan created by the higher-ups. That may be, however. Kinyuan is not a man who will benefit the Empire. If the Empire truly is using Kinyuan as part of their plan, the Empire is being deceived by him. Hylas has the wrong hunch on Kinyuan. Kinyuan reports directly to the Emperor, deceiving the Emperor himself. How ridiculous. Hylas no longer feels as incredible as he once seemed. I'm still not sure how I can oust him. But I think I'll have a chance soon. If I bide my time, the opportunity will come. I'm certain of it. The issue is time. Will the Empire topple the Castoria family first? Or will I overthrow Hylas before that? I plan on staying in the lower sector for a while. I hear Giselle has been frequenting the lower sector these days. Take care of her. Do you know what she's up to? I heard she's doing business. I personally think she could wait until after she graduates the academy. But I'm sure she's thought it through. She seems to be working diligently from what I can tell. She'll produce results. Does the head of the Castoria family have to be a soldier? Niccolo's was proficient and the eldest son. But the fact that he was not a soldier caused his odds to be even with Joel. Do not underestimate the significance of tradition. While Giselle is intelligent, she has too many flaws to become the next head. Even aside from the fact that she is not a soldier. Nobody knows how people might change. Though that saying has some truth to it, people also don't change easily. Traits you're born with often stay with you your entire life. I'm speaking from experience. Has my weakness been there all along? G&G Industrial. I lay. What brings you here? I doubt he's here looking for Giselle, his fake fiancée. Someone I've really wanted to meet is here. Let's go in. Chief Scientist Jean Gao. Oh, Miss Castoria, you're doing something quite interesting. I remember that paper of yours was very entertaining. It was quite creative for something a student would write. But are you aware in places like Border City in Bellato, there have already been prototypes built with your theory? Creative approaches are one of the few things that Bellato is a step ahead in. Is that so, more importantly? You've read my paper. I read every paper published by the Imperial Academy. Whether it's that of a professor or a student. I'm surprised. I didn't expect you to read papers written by students. Pardon me, my name is Ailey Karthika. I've reached out to you a few times before. So you're the kid who's been spamming me. I didn't come here to talk to you. I've seen the teleportation device in person. You saw it yourself. I heard that the teleportation device was taken by another laboratory, at the time. It would have been mine, but those damn second laboratory bastards. Luca! I heard there was a commotion. Why is that guy here? I'm not sure, he just showed up today. That's why I contacted Ailey too. He's been wanting to meet with Chief Scientist Jean Gao, so I wanted to repay his favor. Good job, Ailey seems pretty satisfied. Where's Gilda? I haven't seen her today. She's on a work trip, more importantly, Luca. What? We need to talk about what happened before. We haven't talked about it since then. Damn it, Eilei. Keep acting like normal. Did you see Eilei's face earlier? He was smirking like MMPH. A secret meetup. I never knew I'd end up doing shit like this. As much as it makes me sigh, I can't stop myself. If the emotions are temporary, they'll go away one day. But if this isn't going to end as a temporary fling, I need to get ready. I haven't been able to sleep since that day. I've been thinking countless times about what to do. I was even ready to leave the Empire with you. If that's what you want, I'll get things ready. But, if you don't want to lose what you've built, we can end things here. We've had our fun already. It's my fault, I knew how much you've worked to get here. I don't want to ruin you. Leave the Empire. I've never considered it. But there's nothing to consider. You know nothing, Giselle. I can no longer leave the Empire. And it's not because I don't want to lose what I've built. Luca. Like Kinyuan. I need to maintain a delicate balance, so that nobody can touch me. Just trust me for now. Whether it's good or bad, I'll bring you results. I can assure you this. We will avoid the worst-case scenario. Yes, if that's so, I might be able to get the machine. Why didn't I think of this before? Sometimes, your genius prevents you from the obvious answer. Oh, Luck Ace Castoria. It's been some time. Let's be polite. Even Hylas is polite to this man. I was too drunk to notice back then. Wow, you might end up melting your brain. If your hyper-reflexes are active at regular times, you're really in the dangerous stage. Concentrating is not something that should be the default. It's not something you should keep turned on at all times. I'm an Imperial Guard trainee. I withstand it better than the average person. I'm saying it's high, even for Imperial Guard standards. You understand, right, just as you can't operate the Legion at all times. The same goes for AC's Victima. You should request an extended leave to rest while you get some psychotherapy. I can write you a recommendation for it. I'm fine for now. I can take care of my own body. I like people like you always push yourself to the limits, treating side effects as if they're something insignificant. It's people like you who create real advancement in the world. Visit my laboratory sometime if you're free. This is my unique contact number. So write it down. See you next time. Luca, are you sure you're all right? Luca. Of course, don't worry. Back when I was at the orphanage, I used to look up to the upper sectors through the mesh of wires. I thought that if I worked hard, I could make it there. I thought I could get out of this damned place. And not have to worry about dying over someone's whim. That's what I truly believed. But it's no different here. We're all just slaves for someone. Corvus family residence. They're a very historic family. They were even the Queen's family at one point. You see that weird structure there that doesn't really fit a mansion, right? That thing is a massive aircraft, which was modified to act as a living space. I hear it's one of the first ships that began the colonization of this planet. The captain of that ship was the founder of the Corvus family. The Corvus family attempted to harm the Imperial Guard. The ones who ordered the attack on me and Iskin were part of this family. That is why over 100 Imperial Guards are gathered here as part of a military protest. If the Corvus family does not wish to end their history here, they will admit to their mistake and forfeit. Luck Ace Custoria. Come forward. When I showed them the list you gave me, they admitted to their crime. They asked to avoid total extinction, as it was performed by a few idiots within the family. A few idiots have ruined the entire family. I'm glad I was able to help. Things are proceeding well. If this were to go public, everyone associated with them would die. But considering they can get off lightly just by losing some power, they probably think it's a relief. They haven't been able to produce any high-ranking officials for over a century. They've only made it this far thanks to their ancestors' contributions. They have a mine that produces high-quality minerals on this property. That was how they were able to maintain their power. They never needed to try because they started off with so much. All they needed to maintain their riches was to sell mining rights. Those who tried to kill me in Iskan. I don't even feel angry, even if they were subhumans who deserved to die. They were part their family. And they are ultimately victims. The Empire must have decided to retrieve the rights to that mine. Follow me. You need to learn how to negotiate. I return the right to rule these lands to the leader of the people, and the guardian of the empire. As insufficient as we are, we have merely borrowed this land. Slowly pressure them, and quietly eliminate them after obtaining just cause. So this is how families that have outlived their use disappear one by one. If the empire had relied on force, a rebellion would have broken out already. Something's wrong with my artificial eye. A hallucination. Damn it, Jean Gao, what he said got me worried. The mining rights and profits from the catacomb mines will be split evenly by the army and the Imperial Guard. What, is that what the army? Is this what the Empire decided? The money used for meaningless luxuries will be turned into a fund for military veterans. No way. There's no way the palace would have approved something like this. Could it be? Did he know all along that the imperial family intends to eliminate him? I ended up meeting Jean Gao earlier than I had anticipated. Fourth laboratory. Are you sure I can tag along? You already did. And it's better to bring you along. The head scientist seems to enjoy your company. The hallucinations I developed at the Corvus territory kept tormenting me. Most importantly, I kept seeing a distorted version of Hylas since that day. Visualized paranoia. So this is why ACE's Victima users or people who've modified their nervous system go mad. Doing nothing about it will only make it worse. Welcome, Luca. It's all ready. Sit on down. Even I can't help but flinch while looking at that thing. Oh, and since you're an Imperial Guard, you don't need any anesthesia, right? You're trained, after all. I still feel pain. It'll be easier to test your symptoms if you aren't numb. Luca. Want me to hold your hand if you're scared? He never intended to give me any anesthesia in the first place. Does this person even see me as a human? Now, let's get started. No way. Is he going to stick that in my eye? Good, good. You've got a nice expression. Do try not to scream. How did I look now that I've extracted your eye? Did I seem like something else? No, you look the same as ever. I looked completely normal even while extracting your eye. That's good. That means that while you do have some neurological issues, your psychological state is the primary cause. So he wasn't torturing me for no reason. I guess nobody can doubt his skills. Does that mean I'll be fine? I said that you still had some neurological issues. You're seeing things because you were about to break down. Your eye itself is fine. But I'll reattach it after some additional modifications. I'm fine with it as it is. I'll calibrate it to decrease the load on your nerves. An ACEs Victima user doesn't need all these bells and whistles. It's better to simplify as much of its predictive capabilities as possible to reduce unnecessary information. That makes sense. I guess he really is an expert. How informed are you about ACEs Victima? I used to be quite interested. It's fascinating in many ways. I had much to ponder over. So you want me to be a test subject? It's theoretically safe. Of course, if we're being realistic, it'll have some side effects. I'm not saying you should use it right away. Use it when you're in a real bad spot, when you don't have any better options to try. And let me know if it works well. The instruction manual is inside. I hope I don't end up having to use it. I hope so too. That's an obvious lie. Let me show you something while the process is underway. I owe you. I've seen larger mechanical beasts. That rat wasn't originally a mechanical beast. Nor did we give it a cybernetic body. What? It's a test subject exposed to holy stone energy for extended periods of time. The biological tissue mutated into a machine. There were other outcomes than mechanization, too. Even though we performed the same test on specimens who were biologically identical, they had different mutations. Interesting, right? Imagine if we could control this mutation artificially. Have you tested this on humans? I'm going to say this for your sake. Keep your interest in the arcane civilization limited to reading books. It's not your role to approach it yourself. I hope you too live a long life. Careful, careful. Take it slow. That looks familiar. It's the teleportation device I saw in the arcane fortress. Brings up some memories and emotions I'd rather not think about. So they really managed to take it from another laboratory. Jean Gao really gets things done. You should give up your interest in the arcane civilization. You're going to be the next head of the Karthikas. I'll have to. Though. Did you do it with Giselle? What the hell are you talking about? Not yet then. You seem to have the wrong idea. Don't regret it, Luca. I mean, no matter what you choose, you'll end up regretting it, but give it your all. I still regret not having done so. I'm not like you, retard. Luca. I'm going to be the head of the Karthikas. You don't need to announce your plans. I thought you'd say that. But that's just the beginning for me. I intend to wield real power. What, you want to gain more power in the Empire? Power may just be a tool. But without it, it's hard to protect my intentions, much less act on it. As you said, I was a spoiled noble brat. I thought the world was easy, since I'd never been faced with an inevitability. Eiley, you could leave the Empire right now if you wanted to. It's not just me now. I've already killed people for my desires. If I run after all that, it'd make even my sins meaningless. I don't want to become that kind of human. The idealistic boy who once looked towards other nations. That boy is getting further and further away from me. It's hard to understand what he's thinking, but that's just how it is. He's walking his own path, just as I'm walking mine. Luca, I owe you. I'm ready to do whatever it takes to pay you back. There's no debt. I decide that. So tell me what you want, before I change anymore. I might end up going somewhere your voice can't reach. I don't need your damn help. If I said that, it'd just make him change faster. To be exact, it'd distort him. All right. Thanks, Luca. 1. Try not to think about the dead. I don't even remember them well at this point. Even on the day I killed Garcia, I had a good night's sleep. Even though plenty of other relatives I'd known since I was a kid died as well. The scariest thing is that at this rate, I might feel the same way even if you die. We have arrived at the destination. So, Luca, don't die before me. I don't want to see myself stoop that low. It was a good move. The military and the Imperial Guard have the rights to the catacomb mines now. Their excuse is that it'll be used to provide funding for retired veterans. Believing that this was the decision of the Empire. People are now praising the Empire for the decision. To maintain public opinion, the Emperor will no longer be able to override this decision. His Majesty is not in a good mood, things could happen sooner than expected. When the time comes, you must act too. Hylas is aware that the Emperor is wary of him. Is His Majesty prepared for a civil war? The Empire's true enemy lies outside. The Emperor is taking the long way around to try to avoid the civil war as much as possible. It may seem to you as if the Emperor is prodding the military for no reason. As if the loyal Hylas is going to be cast away for no reason. It does seem that way. We have our reasons. If we do not replace the current figures of the military, a rebellion will break out in 10 years. Overall, each year, the chance of an all-out war with another nation increases as well. An inevitable war will break out within half a century. You say this as if you've seen the future. The future is the product of the present. The predictions of the Empire are as close as you can get to foresight. We cannot afford to fight an external enemy while holding these risks. The Empire must prepare to fight, with the Emperor leading it all. I have one question. Will the Custorias be eliminated after this incident? If it were to lead to an explicit rebellion otherwise, yes. That would mean you'd need to change your face and identity as well. So that means that if the subversion were to be eliminated before that, the Custorias would be spared. For example, if Hylas were to become incapacitated, and I were to succeed him. You really are a good boy. It may sound a bit corny, but I believe that the bond between Hylas and I is as strong as a bond of blood. If you were to die like how Nicolos did, I'd have acted in the same way. To be honest, I was pretty happy when I heard that. And I would still love to believe him. Although, I have my own analysis of the situation. Hylas wanted to eliminate the Corvus family so that he could take over the catacomb mines. After he had leaked information about Iskin and I to bait them into attacking us. I'm not completely sure about this, that's why I hope that I'm wrong. I'd like to keep at least this much optimism for the man who led me all the way here. There will be a procession by Prince Francek in 2 days. It'll last half a day, starting in the upper sector and ending in the lower. I want to hear Hylas's answer. If he had just asked me, I'd gladly have acted as bait. Does he not trust me? His Highness has chosen you to be his special guard. It seems he has taken an interest in you, given your accomplishments as a trainee. He enjoys people who stand out. I'll prepare myself. Fransek believes that he will eventually become the emperor, and that I will act as his watcher. That must be why he appointed me. And about Giselle. Did something happen between you two? You two seem to have distanced yourselves recently? We fought over something that happened in the lower sector. If you want to know the details, I can tell you. It's fine, there's no need to get involved in a quarrel between brother and sister. Take care of Giselle, she's smart, but she's still inexperienced. I am keeping an eye on her. Is the engagement to Isla Karthika going to end as a decoy? It seemed like quite a good engagement. I suggested it, but it doesn't seem like it'll work out. There's pushback from Giselle. My hopes weren't high, either. Giselle is the type of girl to choose who she marries. That's why she's refused all previous offers. I didn't think you'd respect her choice. Though I do use my children for my purposes, I've never taken away their freedom to choose. Joel only became a soldier because of his own ambitions. He picked that occupation with the aim of surpassing his brother. I can't help but admire Hylas in moments like these. There are times when he feels like the ideal father. I wish I could just tell him everything. That Kinyuan is the Emperor's loyal aide, and that he's a watcher. The catalyst that the Empire has prepared to eliminate the Castoria family is me. I am the one who will stab him in the back. If my desire for a fatherly figure was any stronger, then I would have uttered such foolish words. Is my enemy Kinyuan or Hylas? In the end, it doesn't matter who it is. If they get in my way, I need to smash right through them. I'm sure this can be covered as a standard Imperial Guard expense. The morning air is refreshing. It's a sensation that I'll lose soon. The world is full of irony. I replaced my limbs with machine parts to become stronger. But in order to remain human, I need to fight against the machine. Will I come to miss the flesh and blood I once had? Or will I live like those subhumans from the torture facility, who envy the flesh and blood that they no longer have? What do you want? You should truly start with greetings. Good morning, Luca.